Chapter 330. No, Your Majesty, you can't take him away. Ian lost his composure and took a step forward. He had even forgotten how terrifying Chapman Lampard was. He was completely unaware that the man before him was the supreme ruler of the entire kingdom. You can't take Prince Thales away. Count Nazir frowned slightly and whispered to Lisban, who was beside him, strange. Yes. Regent Lisban also revealed a solemn and puzzled expression. Once the hostage prince falls into the king's hands, the situation will be reversed, but Lampard is shrewd and ruthless. Why does he think that Dragon Cloud City will obediently bow to the king's might and obediently hand over the hostage? Unless... Count Nazir narrowed his eyes. He has something that he can use against us, forcing us to compromise? No one noticed that Lisban's breathing froze for a moment. Or... Nazir was still thinking and did not notice his old opponent's loss of composure. He thinks that Prince Thales' whereabouts are of no importance to the overall situation, and that's why he said it casually. This time, Lisban did not respond to him. In the hall, King Chapman cast a sideways glance at the anxious Ian, as though he was looking at a clown. Humph, Prince Thales is related to the future of the two great kingdoms in the Western Peninsula. King Chapman's eyes were like frozen snow that would not melt. If we want to use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Renaissance Palace directly, the king of the kingdom should step forward. The king turned around and faced the entire hall. His voice was loud and clear. Don't you think so? Ian took a deep breath and adjusted himself. No one made a sound. Everyone stared at King Chapman with solemn expressions. Thales' thoughts raced as he sorted out the clues in his mind. The prince knew that the storm he was facing, whether it was the envoy from the city of faraway prayers or the Archduchess marriage, seemed to be happening in Dragon Cloud City, but the actual key was actually focused on Black Sand region in the south, the fight between King Chapman and his vassals. Just as Putre said, everything started with King Chapman's new enfeoffment decree for the nobles. The Archduke of Black Sand region's ambition caused his vassals to retaliate. While King Chapman was in a terrible predicament, he also revealed his biggest weakness. The city of faraway prayers seized the opportunity to attack him while he was down. Both sides of the chessboard had entered the game and began to gradually increase their stakes. In the first round, the external forces led by the city of faraway prayers made the first move. With Rockney as an example, the Archduke supported and instigated the vassals under the Lampard family from behind the scenes, giving them the confidence to continue fighting against the king's decree. They attempted to send the already infamous king of kinslayers into the abyss of complete disgrace and desertion. The second round began with Black Sand region's counterattack. The Alliance of Freedom's strange accident had caused the Rockney family's backyard to be on fire, causing the families of Black Sand region, who had vowed to oppose tyranny, to lose their confidence. Who would dare to count on Archduke Rockney, who was trapped in a long-term war, to fulfill his promise and send troops to support them at the most crucial moment? In the third round of this game, the city of faraway prayers revealed its next card in response to King Chapman. Under Ian Rockney's mediation, Dragon Cloud City, which was the most important city in the kingdom but had been weakened for 6 years due to internal discord, finally reached an agreement. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City gathered under the Archduchess banner and promised to use their powerful military force to launch an expedition to the west to solve the city of faraway prayers' worries. They also used this as a gesture to join the list of those who would fight against the king, ensuring that the vassals of Black Sand region would continue fighting. After Dragon Cloud City expressed its stance, the balance returned to the side of the city of faraway prayers. Thales, Saroma, and Ian's plan was at this step. Thales silently looked at the king, who was facing the hall. He looked at the silent vassals in the hall and felt that the king's power was increasing day by day. Just like King Nuvan in the past. Your Majesty. Ian was, after all, a viscount of a city. He adjusted his emotions and spoke resolutely and firmly. We will complete the negotiations with Constellation ourselves, the annoying viscount, who had just arrived in Dragon Cloud City but was already famous outside, said coldly, the same goes for the war with the Alliance of Freedom. We don't need Black Sand region's help. We don't need the king's concern either. King Chapman did not answer. He did not even turn around to look at Ian. For the first time, Count Cotter's son, who hated Ian the most, spoke rudely at this moment, as if he was echoing Ian's words. Cotter's son mocked him fiercely, "You'd better mind your own backyard, Your Majesty, of Black Sand Region. I heard that Pine Sea Town's Count Mend is about to put up a notice denouncing the king in Sentry Region." He snorted softly. "We can't count on a king who can't even manage his own territory." Obviously, the words mocking Black Sand Region's internal instability worked. When Viscount Kenvita, who stood behind King Chapman, heard this, he could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. "Your Majesty." Saroma, who had not spoken for a long time, had a tense expression on her face. She could not hide the nervousness in her heart. The ones who have a grudge against the Alliance of Freedom are, after all, Dragon Cloud City and the City of Faraway Prayers, the Archduchess said seriously. "This is a battle that only belongs to the Walton family and the Rockne family. For the sake of Extet's victory, Prince Thales will be more effective in the City of Faraway Prayers than in Black Sand City." Thales nodded slightly, but his gaze was gloomy. "You're right, Saroma. But the last thing King Chapman needed right now was probably a reason that was based on reason." The king stood quietly for a few seconds, as if he wanted to savor the air at this moment. Only then did he slowly turn around and show half of his side profile to the furious Cotter's son and Ian, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He then looked at the Archduchess and nodded at Thales. "All of you really like this boy, don't you?" In the quiet hall, King Chapman's pupils shrank slightly, and he let out a rather uneasy voice. "All of you are counting on him to force Constellation to intervene?" In the face of the king's retort, Ian had no choice but to bite the bullet and reply, "This is the City of Faraway Prayer's internal affairs. It has nothing to do with you." As he listened to the people in the hall fighting over him, Thales could not help but sigh. Be it himself or Saroma, they were now facing an accident that they had not expected. It could also be said that this was the fourth round of the chess game. The sudden entry of Constellation's army made the clear balance of military power uncertain again, and shook the City of Faraway Prayer's initial overwhelming advantage. Constellation's army was a threat that could not be ignored in the battle against the Alliance of Freedom. Their attitude determined how much trouble the Alliance of Freedom could bring to the City of Faraway Prayers. This put Thales at the heart of the struggle. Once Thales arrived at Black Sand Region, it meant that the bargaining chip with Constellation and the initiative in the war in the West had finally fallen into the king's hands. He could make Constellation retreat and end the war as soon as possible, or prolong the war. This also meant that Black Sand Region had the City of Faraway Prayers under its control. In the face of the undeniable failure of the Rockne family behind the scenes, the suspicious vassals of Black Sand Region would lose their confidence and hope and give up resisting the king. Then, the scheme the City of Faraway Prayers set against King Chapman to ruin his reputation had basically failed. But what was worse was that because of Thales' decision to stay or leave, the prince could not help but sigh. A crack appeared in the relationship between the stubborn Archduchess and her vassals. It also made Dragon Cloud City, who had originally planned to send troops, become uncertain again. So, he could no longer sit by and watch. Thales stared at King Chapman, who should not be standing there. With a heavy heart, he thought, "I have to use this final trump card. A dangerous trump card with a price." But 20 years ago, King Nuvan used all of Extet to attack the Alliance of Freedom, didn't he? Chapman sighed. Now that the Alliance of Freedom has changed again, as his successor and nephew, I can't just sit by and do nothing. When the vassals of Dragon Cloud City heard King Nuvan's name, they stared at King Chapman with increasingly hostile expressions. Why would the Alliance of Freedom change at this time for no reason? Count Liner's expression was cold. He continued to use his sharp tongue to hit the nail on the head. Just like 18 years ago, when your father, the former Archduke of Black Sand Region, lost his life in the hands of a few defeated soldiers of Constellation while he was surrounded by guards and under your watch. Don't tell me you don't know. A kinslaying king who has no bottom line? At that moment, the stubble on King Chapman's face trembled slightly. When they heard Count Liner's extremely obvious and malicious hint, a sneer rose in the hall. Beside the king, Kenvita and Croce's expressions turned cold. They were about to step forward and speak, but they were stopped by Chapman's hand gesture. Thales stared quietly at King Chapman, who did not say a word. Ever since this man was crowned as a kinslayer, especially after his coronation, no matter if it was a noble family or a commoner, the entire kingdom had never stopped talking about him, regardless of whether it was true or just pure malicious slander, or slander. Extet's kinslayer. Chapman the First, the kinslayer. Other than power, this name would accompany him throughout his life. It would even be written in the history books, followed Chapman to his grave, and passed down to the future generations. But even so, this man, Thales stared at Lampard's eyes, which were as calm as still water. The wariness in his heart deepened. The lady has spoken very clearly. Our intentions are also very clear. This is just a local conflict. Count Carcagel's eyes were spitting fire. We did not ask you to come, Your Honorable Majesty. Don't flatter yourself. King Chapman's eyebrows twitched slightly. He nodded and did not say a word. As the three counts of Dragon Cloud City joined the battlefield and joined forces with the Archduchess and Ian, the king seemed to have nothing to say for a moment. But Thales sighed. He knew that if Lampard was such an easy person to deal with, then the second prince would not be here right now. Ian raised his eyebrows and seemed to have regained some confidence. Now, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else. King Chapman turned his head abruptly and stared at Ian coldly with a pair of cold eyes. Ian was shocked. The air of the city of faraway prayer's words seemed to have been choked, and he did not continue. The king sneered and shook his head. Local conflict? The king raised his head slightly. Thales noticed that the dark red gemstone in the center of his crown was slightly reflecting light. It reflected the light in the entire hall. But Constellation has already intervened, hasn't it? The king said softly in a relaxed manner, so, let me confirm it again. King Kessel seems to have some complaints about the Alliance of Freedom, so he sent an army to the Alliance of Freedom? He turned his head slowly and looked at the Prince of Constellation again. Thales? Is that so? Everyone's expression changed. Thales took a deep breath. Once again, everyone's gaze was focused on the guests from Constellation. Many people seemed to have figured something out and looked at the prince nervously. Among them, Ian, Saroma, and Nicholas were the most nervous. But in the face of Ian's anxious gaze, Saroma's puzzled gaze, and the Star Killer's angry gaze, Thales' expression remained the same. Even the prince's eyes did not waver. As if he was in a trance, he calmly opened his mouth and uttered the only word. Yes. When he said that, Ian's expression was the first to change. Thales, the Viscount of Dual Wind City of the City of Faraway Prayer's breathing quickened, and he said in disbelief, Are you really on his side? Ian stared at the Prince of Constellation with anguish and anxiety. How is this possible? Thales did not speak. Ian seemed to be very indignant. His facial muscles twitched violently a few times. In the next second, Ian suddenly pounced forward and grabbed Thales by the lapel. Waya and Ralph, who were already prepared, rushed forward and stood in front of Thales to block him. Ian wanted to go forward, but Monty, who was behind him, only swung his hand and grabbed Ian's shoulder firmly. Calm down, Ian, the Raven of Death said coldly. Ian, who could not take another step forward, took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He rudely flung Monty's hand away, gritted his teeth, and said indignantly, Answer me, Thales. Thales closed his eyes and sighed. The entire hall watched this scene in silence. I have always been on your side, Ian. The prince did not seem to see Ian's half-reprimanding and half-surprised gaze. He said faintly, Don't you think that handing this matter to King Chapman, to the king you both serve, is the best way to handle it? When they heard Thales' words, many people frowned. Ian stared at Thales in a daze and shook his head with a pained expression. You, Thales did not answer. There was no change in his expression, as if he had lost the ability to change his expression. He only stared at the air in front of him quietly. At that moment, even Saroma slowly lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Nazir's gaze was deep and cold as he whispered to Li Span, "It can't be clearer. We have this hostage, but he colluded with outsiders and played us in the palm of his hand." Li Span stared at Thales from afar and sighed slowly. "So, this prince is indeed the king's ally? How ironic." King Chapman laughed. His voice echoed in the hall again. "So, that is the country's action. This is no longer a local conflict. For the entire kingdom of the dragon, the Alliance of Freedom's disrespectful actions will not be easily forgiven." The king snorted coldly and no longer looked at Thales and the dejected Ian. "This is not just about the interests of the city of faraway prayers, nor is it about Dragon Cloud City's reputation." With an imposing and sarcastic smile on his face, like a general who already had victory in his grasp, he waved his arms grandly at the nobles in the hall who had unpleasant expressions on their faces. "This is my answer to you and your father, Thales, and I will definitely take action." King Chapman's voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. Thales closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. There was still not a hint of emotion in them. Very good. It was as though Chapman was not talking about the country behind him. King Chapman smiled again. He was usually stingy with his smiles, but it was as if he was going to use half of his smiles on this day. He paced towards the Archduchess and said slowly, "I'm not sure." Then, as the common elected king of all of Extet, I hereby declare, his words made many nobles nervous again. What was he going to do? And the king did not let the people down. For the sake of stabilizing the situation in the Alliance of Freedom, intimidating our potential enemies, and for the sake of the everlasting friendship between the Lampard family and the Rockney family, King Chapman said loudly with delight and confidence. Black Sand region will send reinforcements to the city of faraway prayers to deal with the Alliance of Freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, cries of surprise immediately rose in the hall. Saroma looked at her regent in confusion, but Li Span only had a bitter expression on his face and tightened his lips. Many of the vassals looked at each other in confusion. They discussed among themselves, but none of them understood King Chapman's actions. Reinforcements? From Black Sand region to the city of faraway prayers? Ian muttered. Ian Rockney, who had already suffered quite a blow from Thales' unexpected betrayal, stared at King Chapman in a daze. His mind was a mess. What is he doing? Imitating Dragon Cloud City and righteously earning a reputation? No. What reputation can a kinslayer have? Harming oneself to benefit others and help us quell the Alliance of Freedom? Impossible. Or is he trying to conquer the city of faraway prayers with violence? That's even more impossible. Thales was also puzzled. Black Sand region will send troops to the city of faraway prayers? At that moment, Thales frowned and thought hard. His mind spun madly. Wait, what does Lampard want the most right now? What's the most pressing problem? Of course it's... In the next second, Thales, who had figured out the inside story, opened his mouth wide in shock. Very soon, he would not be the only one. Because King Chapman's sonorous voice spoke again, as I said, we are here to help, very soon, from the northern plains to the tributary of Sunset's Snow River, from the Sighing Hills to the eastern and western pine forests, every village, every castle, and every noble in Black Sand region will receive my summons. The king looked at every noble in the hall with a gloomy expression. He especially cast a special glance at Li Span and Ian. For Extet, my vassals will stake their reputations, offer their wealth, recruit warriors, and send their children to the west to witness the unbreakable friendship between Black Sand region and the city of faraway prayers through the Alliance of Freedom's foolish actions and ultimate failure. They will also witness how we love this great kingdom together. When he said this, the shrewd and ruthless vassals, Li Span, Nazir, and the others were shocked. They looked at each other in shock. They already understood the king's plan. No way. The hall slowly quietened down. Ian took a few deep breaths before he frowned. Stake our reputations and offer our wealth? A surge of anger immediately rose in the Viscount's chest. Impossible. Ian's face contorted. He could not help but shout at King Chapman, "Do you think that by using the name of assisting the city of faraway prayers, you can make the world believe that we have secretly made peace with you and are in cahoots with you? That you can make the vassals in Black Sand region, who have been opposing you, waver? That will destroy their confidence in fighting against your tyranny? That's impossible." The Viscount trembled slightly. The indignation in his eyes was plain to see. "The entire Black Sand region despises you, spits on you, and opposes your **T decree." Ian glared at Thales angrily, as if he still bore a grudge against Thales' betrayal. The Viscount of Dual Winds City turned to the king again and said rudely, "Assist us? Humph, at this moment, who can you order around? No one in Black Sand region will care about your summons. Tyrant who doesn't respect tradition." Beside the king, Viscount Kenvita snorted coldly. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the other's disrespectful tone. Thales frowned and stared at King Chapman. "It's been 6 years. Your methods are still as terrifying as before. In fact, they're even more terrifying than before. Old friend." Regent Leespan coughed softly. Sir Ian, Count Leespan, who had seen through something, said solemnly, "Do you still not understand? This is exactly what he wants, disobedient vassals." Ian was slightly taken aback at first. But then, he gradually came to a realization. Disobedient vassals? Ian looked as if he was struck by lightning. His indignant face first turned from red to white, then from white to green. Chapter 331. Asterisk clap, 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 asterisk a lonely but ear-piercing clap rang in the hall. The nobles frowned and turned their heads. The king was relaxed. He raised his hands calmly and clapped softly. It was as if he was enjoying a theatrical performance. Thales felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. He remembered the bloody dawn 6 years ago. At that time, Lampard was the same. He clapped softly, walked out of the murderous army, and walked towards Thales and Little Rascal with victory in his grasp. "Indeed, thank you for reminding me, Ian Rockney," King Chapman said flatly as he clapped. "My vassals have been a little restless lately. Many people have nowhere to vent their energy." The king inhaled and exhaled slowly. His gaze was cold. "So, this is the best opportunity, isn't it? I will provide them, who can't suppress their passion, with a chance to serve the country. This is the right time." Behind the king, Kenvita crossed his arms and chuckled. Ian slowly came to his senses and stared at the king in a daze. He seemed to have expected it, but he still refused to believe the facts he deduced. What do you mean?" King Chapman did not speak. He only curled the corners of his lips and revealed a vulture-like cruel smile. Viscount Kenvita, the second assistant advisor of Ekstet's Imperial Conference, stepped forward gently. Just as His Majesty said, from the moment the Prince of Constellation opened his mouth to confirm. No, it should be from the moment the Constellation army appeared. This was no longer a local conflict. In fact, it's no longer about who the Alliance of Freedom, who broke the treaty, is loyal to. It's no longer as simple as a dispute between Ekstet and its tiny affiliated kingdom. He grinned and revealed a bright and relaxed smile, but his words contained a message that made the nobles frown. What the city of faraway prayers is facing is the honor and humiliation of all of Ekstet. It's our national dignity in the face of our mortal enemy, Constellation. As I said to the Archduchess in this hall a few weeks ago, Kenvita said slowly, in the face of Ekstet's honor and humiliation, our internal disputes become insignificant. Saroma recalled the meeting a few weeks ago, and her face immediately turned pale. Kenvita snorted softly and said, regardless of whether it's a small misunderstanding between archdukes or the vassals' small dissatisfaction towards the king, they should all be put aside, shouldn't they? He gently spread his hands. This is the supreme name, the war of the country, and the unavoidable righteousness of the joint ruling pledge. Some of the vassals of Black Sand region, in the face of righteousness, if they dare to reject His Majesty's conscription order, if they are unwilling to recruit soldiers, if they are unwilling to mobilize, if they are unwilling to obey orders, if they are unwilling to come, Viscount Kentvita seemed to be very happy to see the people from the city of faraway prayers suffer. He shrugged and deliberately chuckled in a low voice. Ha, 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 bang. Behind Kentvita was Croce, who had disliked him since a long time ago. She mercilessly knocked on the assistant councillor's head. Speak properly. Viscount Kentvita rubbed his head indignantly and did not say anything else. But no one was paying attention to them anymore. King Chapman's voice rang out again, and this time, it was especially chilling. Northlanders don't need cowards. Especially those people. Those who refuse to put aside their internal disputes, their dissatisfaction towards the king, their passion to go to war, and their willingness to die in the face of the righteousness of the country are cowards. The king looked around at the people in the hall. His eyes shone with a cold glare. What other reason do they have to occupy the name of nobility, the benefits of titles, and drag out an ignoble existence in the world? And as their suzerain, what other reason do I have to be soft-hearted towards them? Sighs rose and fell in the hall, along with exhales of indignation. Thales watched all of this coldly from the sidelines. His heart was heavy. Using the name of defending against foreign enemies to eradicate dissidents, as a ruler, you're really straightforward, Lampard. At least the rulers of other places would put in effort to whitewash it a little. Saroma thought about her current situation, and then thought about the king's current situation. She could not help but be shocked when she understood something. Ian's expression froze for a moment. The next moment, he swayed violently, as if he was hit head-on by a carriage weighing 1,000 pounds. The Raven of Death frowned and supported him. No, no. Ian's breathing quickened. He was drenched in cold sweat. Why you want to use this war against the Alliance of Freedom to purge your vassals? Is this the purpose of issuing the draft order because of Constellation's interference? No, Ian thought in despair. It can't be. How can it be like this? At the other end of the hall, the diplomat group from the city of faraway prayers was immersed in sorrow. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City stared at King Chapman. The cautiousness and wariness in their eyes had never been seen before. But in the next second, Ian suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with anger. Do you think you will succeed? Lampard? Your vassals, they are all nobles, elites among men. It is because of their support and loyalty that the Lampard family can sit firmly in the Archduke's position. He gritted his teeth so hard that he almost crushed them. He did not even care about how he addressed the king. But now, you want to attack them. Do you think they will sit quietly and wait for the Lampard family's army to storm their castles, rob them of their wealth, and strip them of their titles? Do you think the warriors who are loyal to you can really handle the entire Black Sand region? However, what interrupted him was the king's faint sneer. Ha, 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 ha. At this moment, King Chapman turned his neck slightly and looked at the Archduchess on the stairs. The Star Killer frowned. He blocked Saroma's path without showing any sign of weakness. The hatred in his eyes never diminished. When he saw that Saroma looked as if she was facing a great enemy, King Chapman narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He said in a mocking tone, "Didn't I tell you? The Archduke of Reformation Tower has already expressed his stance. If Constellation really interferes with the Alliance of Freedom, then he will definitely not stand by and do nothing." His words made many nobles tense up again. Porpheus Trentida is a man of great righteousness. He will be very willing to send troops to aid the city of faraway prayers. He and his army will come to Black Sand region and meet up with me and the warriors of the Lampard family. King Chapman spoke very slowly, almost enunciating each word softly. Then, we will see which traitors in Black Sand region are unwilling to serve the country. Ian was stunned again. What? Reformation Tower and Black Sand region? That means that if Lampard wants to get rid of the nobles in my region, whether it's in name, strength, or timing, it's already Reformation Tower, Trentida? Ian remembered something and sighed. In the end, he closed his eyes in pain. That bastard. Reformation Tower is the closest to us, Kenvita added with a smile. Of course, they will understand our intentions the best. He remembered the cunning noble with the bowl cut, the glint in his eyes, and the provocative words he used. The Archduke of Reformation Tower. Porphyus Trentida. Even during the most critical moment in Heroic Spirit Palace, when the battle between Rockne, Alcius, and Lampard was on the verge of breaking out, the Archduke only held a short knife and hid safely in the distance. Him. Has he already sided with Lampard? You've planned this from the beginning, haven't you? Ian's face was ashen. When you issued the new decree and the families of Black Sand region first objected, King Chapman and his two subordinates stared at him coldly. You didn't care how your vassals would object to your decree, and you didn't care whether they would contact external help like the City of Faraway Prayers, because you didn't want to waste time with them and play this political game with them. Ian said sadly, in fact, the Alliance of Freedom's move was not to hold the City of Faraway Prayers back, nor was it to weaken the opposition's confidence in external help. King Chapman stared at the people in the hall with a focused expression, as though he was watching an interesting play. You didn't even care whether Dragon Cloud City would send troops, didn't care about the outcome of the war, and didn't care whether the City of Faraway Prayers could end the war quickly. From the beginning, you made up your mind, Ian muttered to himself. You wanted to use the most direct, brutal, and simple method to get rid of those disobedient old vassals. What you lack is just a name, a reason, a grandiose excuse written in the joint ruling pledge that will not incite the people's anger, and that will have the least consequences. He said his next sentence with a pained expression. Such as constellation. Ian looked at Thales in despair, but the prince only shook his head. The Viscount slumped into his chair in dejection and no longer looked at anyone. He was like a defeated fighter in a coliseum. We, the City of Faraway Prayers, we foolishly roped in the archdukes and prepared to condemn the king together. We naively made promises to the inferior nobles of Black Sand region, hoping that they would destroy Lampard's prestige and destroy the king's authority. We turned him into an empty king. Now, from the looks of it, we lost this game from the beginning. Beside Ian, the Raven of Death sighed softly. He glanced at Thales with a deathly still gaze. Leespan heaved a long and heavy sigh. So, if your vassals were to accept the conscription, it would mean a huge expenditure and countless manpower. And the expedition to the west would mean handing over the population, combat power, heirs, supplies, and rear to you. These nobles' lifelines would be handed over to you. Perhaps by the time they return, their territories will have been turned upside down. Perhaps they will never be able to return. Don't make it sound so bad, Viscount Kenvita said, as if he was having a headache. At the end of the day, His Majesty is only conscripting the army in his territory to go to the Alliance of Freedom to regain his dignity. Leespan shook his head. However, if His Majesty's vassals refuse to be conscripted, you have the right and reason to use the combined might and military power of the Lampard family and Reformation Tower to deprive them of their titles and even purge their families in the name that no one can object to. You will truly turn Black Sand region into your own territory. The regent sighed in a low voice. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Thales looked at Ian's absent-minded expression and at Lispan's face, which seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. He felt dejected. Yes, I know this feeling. I have experienced it before, and I will never forget it. The argument earlier was just an appetizer for Chapman Lampard. But the truly terrifying thing about the Kinslayer was his methods. The bloody siege in front of Broken Dragon Fortress, the terrifying attack on the night of disaster. As always, he was as swift as lightning, direct, violent, cruel, decisive, and effective. What was left for the enemy was only shock and regret. King Chapman snorted softly. It's not that they don't have a choice. King Chapman turned his gaze and met the old Lispan's eyes. They can choose to be loyal to the king, obey the decree, choose to continue loving Extet, and everyone will be happy, the king said coldly. His sharp eyes seemed to hide an unstoppable blade. Wherever he looked, the nobles averted their gazes. Instead of secretly interacting with the forces of power other than their vassals, hoping to escape their inevitable fate, Of course, this is also a warning to those who stick their hands into my territory and meddle in other people's business. Know your place, or I will come for you. As he said this, King Chapman swept his cold gaze over the people in the hall again. He was like a fierce beast patrolling its territory. The iron fist emblem on his outer robe that represented the Lampard family was very eye-catching at that moment. Aside from the noble's indistinct breathing that varied in speed, the hall was silent. Thales quietly watched the dejected Ian, and a chill rose in his heart. Regent Leespan sighed softly before he said with a solemn expression, "You have no intention of holding back at all, and neither do you have the shame and bottom line of a noble, right?" Leespan, the former prime minister of the kingdom, faced the king's gaze, which was even more powerful than before, and called out his name without fear, "Chapman Lampard." In the face of those traditional families who oppose your expansion of power, you not only faced the difficulty head-on, but also counterattacked. Mend, Devon's son, Peruno, aka, these Northland families in Black Sand region that we are familiar with. These are illustrious surnames that have been loyal to the bloodline of the rebellion king and the Lampard family since Riker's era. They have a history of hundreds and thousands of years, Leespan said in a pained tone. They thought that they could force the suzerain to retract his decree by working together to force the king to abdicate, as they usually did, but times have changed. In the face of your cruel methods and your merciless conscription order, they either have to acknowledge your decree, lower their heads, compromise, and obey your orders, or they have to shed rivers of blood and be reduced to ashes. With a hint of melancholy and hatred, Lispan's words also caused the nobles to feel anxious. Thales exhaled slowly and sank into deep thought. In Dragon Cloud City, Saroma trembled with fear because of her status as an archduchess. She struggled to maintain what little prestige she had in exchange for the vassals' cooperation and obedience. In Black Sand region, however, Lampard bore the infamy of a kinslayer and a reformer. He was merciless and used blood to clear his path, leaving the vassals to lower their heads and obey him. Which side is better? King Chapman's left hand pressed on his old saber and he sneered. There are many people who want to serve the country, and most of them do not have fiefs or titles. Even though it was midsummer, the king's voice seemed to be as cold as a cold wind. My right-hand man, Lord Tolja, told me. He faced all the nobles in the hall and said something that made them shudder. In this world, there are still too many people who occupy high positions but do not do anything. It's not without reason. Leespan closed his eyes and did not answer. The hall was quiet for a long time. The counts of Dragon Cloud City had solemn expressions on their faces. Even in the face of the Archduchess' willfulness and recklessness, they did not show even a hint of it. My God, what a king stands there, said the Earl of Hurst, pale, and what a king it is. The worst kind. Count Liner clenched his fingers tightly. The worst kind. Humph, Cotterson shook his head in disdain, but his eyes were filled with wariness. What a scum. Count Nazir stared at the king silently, but he would occasionally cast his gaze at Prince Thales in the corner with a contemplative look. Dragon Cloud City, do you understand now? King Chapman did not care about the people in Dragon Cloud City discussing his words. If the City of Faraway Prayers really prepared an open letter and asked all of you to sign it, instigating some unwise idiots in my territory to continue opposing me, the king raised his head and looked at the highest seat. The girl who had been staring at him quietly without saying a word for a long time. What a pity. The corners of King Chapman's lips curled up in delight. Because it's meaningless now. Ian lowered his head and stared at his knees. He did not seem to notice the gazes around him. King Chapman shook his head. I even want to suggest that there is no need for you to get involved in this war. Black Sand region has already taken over. There is no need for you to send troops. At that moment, the three people from Black Sand region stood proudly in the hall, as if this was their home field. The vassals of Dragon Cloud City clenched their fists again. Indignation burned in their hearts. Because no matter how long the Alliance of Freedom's war lasts, the king's expression was a little ferocious. The outcome on the chessboard has already been decided. Thales shook his head. So, as expected, you seized the opportunity, Lampard. You got what you wanted. Then, from this moment on, Thales fixed his gaze on King Chapman. "Where is your reward?" In the next second, King Chapman seemed to have sensed Thales' gaze. He turned his head and looked at the prince, who gradually became more cautious from his expressionless face. He frowned slightly. Thales still stared at him coldly. The king pursed his lips a little. King Chapman exhaled a long breath. "As for this prince, don't bother sending him to the city of faraway prayers. Send him to Black Sand region. As the person who truly mediates with constellation, it is only natural for me to entertain Prince Thales." Thales closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At that moment, even though he was in the Walton family's heroic spirit palace and Rikuru's Hall of Heroes, King Chapman acted like a true master and arrogantly spoke to the vassals in the hall. "Is there anything else?" No one answered. "Are we really going to Black Sand region?" Waya's expression changed drastically as he looked at Ralph. This, Thales chuckled softly in the corner and comforted the two people behind him in a low voice. "Calm down, it's not over yet. I called him here," the prince silently thought. "I'm not planning to be a guest in Black Sand region." But he also noticed that Nicholas' gaze was getting colder and colder. Since just now, the Star Killer's gaze had never left the prince. It was as if he knew Thales' role in this. The hall was very quiet. No one spoke. In the chill brought by the king, everyone was thinking about the consequences of this sudden accident. The outcome of the game between the city of faraway prayers and Black Sand region seemed to be in sight. What should Dragon Cloud City do? Then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly rose into the air. "Yes." King Chapman's expression changed slightly. He turned towards the direction where he originally thought there would be no accidents. Saroma Walton, the highest ruler of Dragon Cloud City in name, lowered her head and said weakly, "As you said, Your Majesty. I will not send Prince Thales to the west, to the city of faraway prayers." The vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned. King Chapman put on an approving expression. "You are a smart girl." But in the next moment, the Archduchess suddenly stood up. "But listen carefully, Your Majesty Chapman. He will not go to the city of faraway prayers." Under everyone's puzzled and surprised gazes, the Archduchess' expression became stern, and her tone quickly changed. "But he will not go to Black Sand region either." Thales smiled. "Yes. She is a smart girl." King Chapman was slightly taken aback. "Thales is a guest of Dragon Cloud City. This is the common agreement made by the 6 archdukes in this hall 6 years ago," Saroma said coldly. "He will stay in Dragon Cloud City and will not go anywhere." "Anywhere?" King Chapman's expression turned cold again. "Just like 6 years ago." But against the king's expectations, the girl who still trembled under his gaze 6 years ago now had a steady expression and a determined gaze. In the silent confrontation, Viscount Kentvita furrowed his brows, but Croce smiled. "The common agreement made by the 6 archdukes?" King Chapman snorted softly. "You are very mischievous, girl. You have a lot of ideas." "Not only that." Saroma shook her head without showing any signs of weakness. "You need to know one more thing. Regardless of the city of faraway prayers' attitude, regardless of your attitude, Dragon Cloud City will send troops to conquer the Alliance of Freedom, just like how my father and grandfather personally pacified the Alliance of Freedom 20 years ago. This is the responsibility of the Walton family, and it is the dignity of Dragon Cloud City." With a taut face, she said unyieldingly, "It will not change because of one person, regardless of whether he is a king or a beggar." The atmosphere in the hall turned completely cold. The counts watched the confrontation between the king and the Archduchess with complicated emotions. King Chapman pressed down on his saber again and pursed his lips. Saroma, on the other hand, met his gaze without flinching. Finally, after a few breaths, the king laughed coldly. "An unmarried little girl is going to shoulder the honor of the dragon spear?" King Chapman looked around. "Do your experienced and powerful vassals also agree to this?" Saroma took a step forward. Her expression did not change. My vassals, every single one of them, support my decision. Under the king's gaze, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City frowned and looked at each other. At this moment, Regent Lisban took a step forward without hesitation. The Archduchess will is our mission, Count Lisban said coldly. She said that Prince Thales will not go to Black Sand region. Then he won't go. His old colleague, Nazir, sighed softly. The problem is solved. Count Khatterson also snorted coldly. The lady also said that we are going to help the city of faraway prayers, Kinslayer. Khatterson grinned savagely. Then we will sharpen our axes and bring our swords. King Chapman frowned. He raised his head to look at Saroma, who was standing high above. The Archduchess was still staring at him with a determined expression. Her gaze did not waver in the slightest. Count Hurst stared at the Archduchess and nodded heavily. The lady's attitude is Dragon Cloud City's attitude. It doesn't matter what kind of *T order that *T king gave us. If that king has the guts, he can bring his army and his lackeys to Dragon Cloud City to deprive us of our titles, Count Liner said sarcastically. Who knows, maybe I will obediently hand it over. Karkagel's gaze was cold. His words were short and clear. Welcome to Dragon Cloud City, Your Majesty. As the Archduchess and the Count spoke, the vassals of Dragon Cloud City reached a consensus as they stared at each other. With the same cold and hostile gaze, they stared at the king. You heard what they said. Saroma still stared at King Chapman coldly. Do you have any questions, Your Majesty? For the first time, King Chapman looked at the young girl seriously. It was as if he was sizing up a weapon. Not bad at all, girl, he said softly. With a deep chill, King Chapman said softly, but regarding the agreement made by the 6 archdukes 6 years ago, you are still wrong about one thing, girl. In the next second, King Chapman turned to Thales and revealed a strange expression. Thales could not help but tense up. Saroma was stunned for a moment. What? King Chapman swung his arm, turned around abruptly, and faced the puzzled gazes of the entire hall. Why do I remember? The king's bone-chilling voice echoed between the pillars. 6 years ago, in this hall, the truly legitimate, reasonable, and legitimate archdukes, what if there are only 5? Saroma's expression froze. At that moment, Thales' cheeks stiffened. His pupils slowly shrank. Chapter 332. What do you mean by this? Count Hurst stared at the king with an unfriendly gaze. He was not the only one. All the nobles in the hall were enraged by the king's provocation. Except for a few. Thales pressed down on his slightly trembling fists and stared at King Chapman's terrifying gaze. What is he trying to do? Exposing Saroma's identity at this time. Does he not want to be king anymore? When he thought of this, Thales glared at King Chapman. His eyes were filled with warning. King Chapman noticed Thales' gaze. Before the angry or puzzled expressions of the nobles in the hall, the king snorted softly with an ambiguous meaning. No, when he saw this, the prince suddenly understood. Thales saw King Chapman carefully scrutinize the few people at the top of Dragon Cloud City, Saroma, Lisban, Nazir. The king took in their expressions and revealed a mysterious smile. No, he doesn't look like he's going to fight to the death and injure both sides, Thales thought to himself. As he stared at Saroma, who was puzzled and nervous on the stairs, Thales suppressed his desire to speak and interrupt the king. His identity was sensitive to begin with. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make, and it would only attract unnecessary suspicion. Because the 6th person left is not an archduke. King Chapman said coldly, but his words strangely stopped there. In that second, everyone's face in the hall was reflected in the king's eyes. A few seconds later, King Chapman showed a satisfied expression. He changed the topic at the perfect time. But an archduchess. Saroma frowned, not knowing how to react. It felt like a person who was usually so serious that his jaw almost fell off suddenly trying to be humorous. Thales' tensed heart relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the teenage prince swore that aside from himself, the sin of Hell's River had given him extraordinary hearing ability. There were at least 4 breaths of different speeds that exhaled in a barely noticeable manner after the king's words. Saroma, Lisban, Nicholas. Wait, who's the last one? But Thales's attention was immediately captured by another matter. Lampard isn't trying to fall out with me. He's testing all of Dragon Cloud City, and he's warning me. The disdainful snorts of the nobles rose in the hall, showing their displeasure at the king's senseless joke. The Archduchess stared at the king stiffly. Her lips trembled slightly, but she eventually fell silent. Archduke and Archduchess? This joke is not funny. Count Liner's expression was gloomy. It only shows that our king lacks respect for Rikuru's bloodline. Be careful, Chapman. Regent Lisban had been wearing a cold expression just now. As the most suitable person to speak at this moment, he retorted rudely, if you make too many jokes, one day, you will die because of one of them. King Chapman gently caressed the hilt of his sword by his side. He was clearly speaking to Saroma, but he cast a glance at Thales, whether intentionally or not. Girl, as the first female suzerain in the history of Northland, you are stepping on a path that has never been seen before. Every word, action, and every move you make will shock Northland and Extet. Ian, who was immersed in his failure, couldn't help but raise his head. Many people frowned. The king said faintly, as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, your marriage is different from that of an ordinary archduke's marriage. It involves the succession of many families and the balance of power in Extet. Thales looked at the king in puzzlement. But in just a few seconds, he figured out the king's intention. The prince desperately hid his worry and tried his best to look at the Archduchess with an indifferent expression. Under the gazes of countless people, the king said meaningfully, for example, this time, the Viscount of the City of Faraway Prayers came all the way here to propose marriage. This makes me very worried. What if you marry someone you shouldn't? This is a major event that can shake Extet's foundation. The 6 counts of Dragon Cloud City looked at each other worriedly. Saroma inhaled slowly and spoke with a cold expression. I have already declined Sir Ian's request, the Archduchess said coldly. You can rest assured. King Chapman sneered disapprovingly. I don't think you understand what I mean, girl. On my way here, I heard a lot of rumors. The king sneered and waved his hand in Thales's direction. For example, how you protected this Prince of Constellation for 6 years, accompanied each other, helped each other, you lived and grew up under the same roof with him, you even ate together, attended classes together. The Archduchess revealed a stunned expression. Thales put on a stern expression and fixed his gaze on Saroma. Calm down, Saroma. You must calm down. Think about what I said. Saroma. The next moment, the king narrowed his eyes and said softly, you and him, you, don't tell me you slept together? Once he said that, there was silence. The Archduchess' lips trembled slightly, but she could not say a word. She could only clench her teeth in embarrassment and anger. Until, Lampard. As everyone's expressions changed drastically, the first to react was the former commander of the White Blade Guards, who was in charge of protecting the Archduchess. Nicholas could no longer care about being addressed as king. He could no longer suppress his hatred for Lampard and lost his composure as he shouted angrily, you shameless coward. Your impudence on the day of the state affairs hearing ends here. My brothers and I are very happy to, but he was stopped by Lisban, who had a cold expression on his face. Calm down. The regent suppressed his anger. Any act of anger is meaningless. Not only that, the hall, which had been slightly quiet, exploded again. What did you say? Duel with him, my lords. Bullsh *T. Can the king do whatever he wants? Under countless people's strange gazes, Thales tried his best to maintain an unchanging expression. His hands under his sleeves grabbed his knees tightly, his knuckles protruding. Among the suzerains of Dragon Cloud City, Count Hurst's golden beard trembled violently as he panted. He could no longer hold it in. In the name of the Count of Flatiron County, Brookenhurst, Hurst leaped up from his chair in rage and stared at Lampard with eyes full of hatred. for the honor of the ladies, Chapman Lampard, I issue you a sacred duel challenge." He swung his arm, pointed it at the king's nose, and cursed, "Let blood wash away the humiliation you have brought us, kinslayer." This sentence made the people in the hall, who were burning with anger, even more so. Lampard's words had probably angered the crowd. Even the Archduchess guards glared at him with hatred. They had no intention of protecting the king. Crocia's expression froze. She dutifully pressed down on her weapon and stood in front of King Chapman. Viscount Kenvita also frowned and was about to step forward, but she pushed him back. But King Chapman only snorted loudly. It was as if there was nothing in front of him. The king simply swung his left arm and pointed it at the agitated Hearst from afar. It was as if he was going to answer the latter's challenge. The noisy crowd in the hall instantly fell silent. However, in the next second, the king gently retracted his arm, pushed Croce aside, and pushed her sword back into its sheath, which had been drawn a few inches. "In the name of the common elected King of Extet and Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard," the king stared coldly at the trembling Hearst. His tone was steady and unhurried. "With the power of the king, I reject your meaningless challenge, Hearst." Only then did he put down his arm and look at the Archduchess again without any nervousness. "Ah!" The furious Hearst roared indignantly, "You despicable coward! Be at ease, Hearst." Count Nazir snorted coldly. He patted Hearst's shoulder and pushed the livid Hearst back. "Your Majesty, because of your rude words and actions," the old Nazir also stared at the king in a hostile manner. "In the next year, Rubble Hill and Harding County will impose heavy taxes on the merchant groups and farmers heading towards Black Sand Region as a form of protest." King Chapman's relaxed attitude finally changed a little. The light in his eyes flickered. His gaze on Nazir clearly became hostile, and the slight curl of his upper lip indicated his current mood. Thales lowered his head and smiled at an angle that no one else could see. "Yes, I can feel it. Even though the anger is directed at the king, but more doubts, worries, dissatisfaction, wariness, and hatred are directed at him. This so-called king is becoming more and more unscrupulous. Count Carcagel, your territory is the closest," Count Cotterson whispered to his colleague with a frosty expression. "I'm thinking, if the king were to meet with an accident on his way back from the city, calm down." Although the one-armed count's eyes were filled with resentment, he still shook his head. "If the king dies within the jurisdiction of Dragon Cloud City, no matter who did it, the unlucky ones will be Dragon Cloud City." Next to him, Count Liner nodded. "Do you think the other archdukes will be filled with joy and gratitude for our righteous act?" Count Liner stared at King Chapman. There was a deep chill in his eyes. "I swear to you, they will mourn the king's misfortune while discussing how to seize the opportunity to slaughter Dragon Cloud City. After Black Sand Region, it will be our turn." Leesban remained the calmest in the chaos in the hall. He patted Saroma's arm gently. "My lady." The Archduchess took a deep breath and managed to suppress her emotions with great difficulty under the regent's cold gaze. "Your words just now are enough to bring about generations of hatred between the Walton family and the Lampard family, Your Majesty." King Chapman shrugged. "Look at your vassals' reactions. This is what I am worried about. Sometimes, a marriage between two people is enough to destroy two countries." The king looked around and said slowly, "Some things have serious consequences, and they must be stopped before they happen." He turned around and his gaze became stern. "Otherwise, with the age of all of you here, I am afraid that many years later, Dragon Cloud City, and even all of Extet, may not have the ability to stop a supreme king of Constellation from assuming the position of Dragon Cloud City's regent." These words made many of the vassals' breathing become heavier. Thales snorted coldly and rudely, attracting a few hostile gazes. This was the condition King Nuvan gave him back then. But now, it was being used as a means and a bargaining chip by Lampard. "Your vassals might be ashamed to speak up, but as an elder who personally watched you ascend to the Archduke's throne, I can no longer pretend to be refined and polite." King Chapman stared at Saroma, who was so angry that she could not speak. "As a king, I must act while I still have some power, and my words still have some effect. Saroma was so angry that she could not even speak. Saroma took a deep breath. You mean, Saroma Walton? A fierce glare flashed in the king's eyes. In the name of the common elected king, I hereby order you to hand over Thales's jade star to me. For Extet, and for your Dragon Cloud City. The hall became silent again. Saroma stared at the king with widened eyes. King Chapman raised his head and said softly, So, what is your answer? My answer? The Archduchess sensed that everyone's gazes were directed at her. But unlike before, this time, their gazes were exceptionally different. Saroma furrowed her eyebrows tightly. She bit her lower lip and exchanged a few glances with Lisban. She could only feel the burning sensation on her face getting stronger. But she did not dare to meet the teenager's gaze. She did not dare. At this moment, a long sigh suddenly rose from the crowd. You're such a busybody, Chapman. Under everyone's gaze, Thales stood up slowly. With weariness and exhaustion, he yawned. You think I'll like this lady? He stared at the people in the hall with a disdainful expression and gestured rudely at the Archduchess with his chin. This immediately attracted a few Northlanders' passionate greetings to their Jade Star ancestors. The Archduchess was slightly startled when she saw Thales stand up. What is he going to do again? Don't you think things are messy enough, young prince? In a terrible mood, Nicholas clenched his fists in exasperation. Be a good boy and shut up. But Thales only gave him a nonchalant glance. This made the Star Killer even angrier. You like her? Not necessarily. King Chapman stared at Thales with interest. But if you like Dragon Cloud City and use her to your... Thales raised his eyebrows and put on an expression that suggested he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ha 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 ha. He laughed helplessly. Hey, Saroma, if that's the case, you like me, don't you? Saroma stared at Thales' teasing expression in disbelief. She parted her lips, but did not know what to say. She had a premonition of what Thales was going to do. Under the gazes of all the nobles in the hall, the girl felt her face burn. Are you going to ask me to be your husband? Thales seemed to be amused by his own words. He even ignored the angry glares and curses of the nobles in the hall. He crossed his arms and chuckled as his shoulders twitched. Saroma knew that her expression at the moment was definitely unpleasant. He was definitely acting. Yes. I know, it's for, but at that moment, the girl felt waves of indescribable discomfort. Ha 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 ha. As his laughter continued, the Northlanders looked at the prince with increasingly terrifying gazes. It was probably already very difficult for anyone to tell who was the most unpopular person in the Hall of Heroes at that moment, Thales or Lampard. Dragon Cloud City protected you for 6 years, so-called prince. Count Hurst took a deep breath. His eyes were burning. This is your repayment? Thales stopped laughing. Protection? The prince ruminated on this word, and his expression slowly changed. How dare you say that? My greatest enemy in the 6 years I've been here, isn't it you Northlanders who use me as a bargaining chip? Saroma's breath froze for a moment. But the prince's words immediately changed. He put on that disdainful and sarcastic expression again. But since your Archduchess has taken a liking to me, ha ha ha, perhaps I have a way to repay her? Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall stared at Thales with cold expressions. Nicholas was so angry that his entire body trembled. The red flush on his face did not fade. The Archduchess pursed her lips. Her expression was mournful as she ignored the countless gazes directed at her both openly and secretly. This is your determination? Your backup plan? You want me to choose the path most suitable for the Archduchess? Is this what you mean? On the other hand, King Chapman's expression as he stared at the prince became more and more amused. Only Nazir sighed softly. Lisban, who was sitting opposite him, saw it. He only frowned and shook his head. I understand. Saroma raised her head and straightened her face. With great difficulty, she said, "Prince Thales, you want to go to Black Sand region, don't you?" Thales stopped laughing. "Why?" The prince's expression returned to normal. He sighed softly and said provocatively, "You can't bear to part with me?" Saroma shuddered slightly. "Bah!" Count Hurst turned his head away. He seemed to be disdainful of even cursing. The young girl closed her eyes. Her expression was one of struggle. "My lady, as long as you say it," Kader-san said angrily, "we should still be able to make it if we keep one of his hands." Karkagel snorted coldly. "Shame." Count Liner shook his head coldly. "You, little brat, I don't care what you and the kinslayer did behind my back in a pathetic, at this moment, enough, everyone." The Archduchess abruptly spoke and interrupted the conversation. Saroma's voice echoed in the hall and spread. The silence lasted for a while. Then, the female voice rang out again in a low and clear voice. "Then, I wish you a smooth journey, Prince Thales." Saroma opened her eyes. Her expression was cold. At this moment, the Saroma in Thales' eyes finally put away that hesitant and mournful look on her face. Thales' tense nerves slowly relaxed at this moment. "Very well, Saroma." He sighed in his heart. Choosing the path that suits the Archduchess the most is the right choice. "He's yours." The Archduchess' voice became firm, just like when she was forced into marriage by her vassals. "King Chapman." No one spoke. It seemed that the opinions of the suzerains of Dragon Cloud City were unprecedentedly unanimous when it came to this decision. King Chapman raised his eyebrows slightly. He took a deep breath and snorted softly. "Very well." The king's gaze had regained the awe-inspiring look he had when he first arrived in the hall. The Archduchess pressed down on the armrest tightly and said firmly, "With him in your hands, please ensure that Constellation will not bring unnecessary losses to our expedition to the west." "It's my duty." King Chapman shook his head in disdain. He fearlessly responded to the pairs of malicious gazes. "Of course." Thales stood where he was and looked at the indifferent Archduchess from afar. The corners of his lips curled up. At that moment, Thales' gaze met the Archduchess. One was calm and relieved, while the other was indifferent and cold. "Next time, if you have any plans to get married, please be sure to inform us in advance, the king and the archdukes, so that we can take a look at it for you," King Chapman said in satisfaction. "After all, if your marriage is done hastily like this time, I can't guarantee what kind of chaotic abyss the kingdom will descend into because of this." Lisban said solemnly, "Dragon Cloud City's own matters do not require Black Sand region to worry about it. The Archduke's attention is not up to you to decide." The king shook his head. "If you still care about Dragon Cloud City, remember this." The Archduchess raised her head and glanced at him coldly. King Chapman frowned slightly. "The state affairs hearing is almost over. We will choose another day to discuss the matter of the expedition to the west," the Archduchess said quietly. "Your Majesty, you don't have to stay here anymore." The vassals looked at each other and exchanged their complicated emotions. King Chapman narrowed his eyes slightly. "Listen, girl," the king said meaningfully, "as I said, as a person who has never been seen before in history, you are walking on a path that has never been seen before. This path is difficult to tread. Obstacles and dangers are everywhere, and there will always be people who don't like new changes. So, I advise you to stay away from those people. Their creed runs counter to your existence, and in the end, they will part ways with you." These words made many of the nobles of Dragon Cloud City uncomfortable. Saroma's expression was unpleasant. "Is that so? But there is a first time for everything." The Archduchess swept her gaze over the people in the hall. She hesitated for a moment before she spoke. After a moment of hesitation, she said, 400 years ago, when Queen Erika ascended the throne of Constellation, no one expected that a kingdom ruled by a woman would have the ability to take away our cold castle. 300 years ago, when Lacey and Lenzo became the Countess of Longchance City, no one believed that the beautiful Archduchess would be able to build the first duchy in Dragon-Kissed Land. 40 years ago, when Empress Dowager Yao Hua became regent of Suyi, no one could foresee that she would one day become King Yao. The people in the hall listened quietly to the Archduchess' words. Such things happened in Constellation, in Suyi, and even in Enlenzo Duchy. Saroma's voice was very soft, but there was an indescribable force in her words. As for Northland, I believe that the people will eventually get used to it. Thales noticed that behind the king, Croche was staring at the surprised and bewildered Archduchess on the stage with a complicated expression. King Chapman seemed a little surprised. But a few seconds later, he nodded and revealed a satisfied expression. I will remember today. Of course. Saroma nodded and avoided Thales' gaze. She said in a low voice, just like how Dragon Cloud City will also remember today. The vassals furrowed their brows. The feelings in their hearts were indescribable. In the next moment, the Archduchess slowly stood up. Everyone, let's call it a day. With different expressions and breaths, more than 20 vassals of Dragon Cloud City also stood up. With complicated emotions, they looked at the Archduchess on the stage, then at King Chapman and Thales. Today, the Archduchess lowered her voice and sighed softly. Meeting adjourned. The vassals raised their right fists respectfully and hit their chests together. Asterisk thud. Asterisk, but this time, compared to the start of the meeting, this dull thud was unprecedentedly uniform, as if it was made by a single person. The door opened. The vassals bowed and left one after another. King Chapman, who stood in the middle of the hall, ignored the gazes the vassals cast on him before they left. Thales, on the other hand, lowered his head and looked at the floor, completely unbothered. It's over. At least, this round ended. Chapter 333. That's it? So. Your Highness, did you succeed? Waya glanced at King Chapman from afar in disbelief. And, are we really going to Black Sand region? Only this time, Ralph, who disliked him, did not retort with his actions or snort. The prince raised his head and forced a smile. But he was not done yet. You surprised me again, Your Highness. Lisban walked straight up to the prince with a solemn expression. Thales exhaled, closed his eyes and said, Me too. Lisban snorted softly. You already knew that the king is in Dragon Cloud City, the regent said with certainty. The regent said with certainty, when you boarded the Black Sand region's carriage, you knew. Thales did not speak. Lisban stared at him with a sharp gaze. But you did not tell us or Dragon Cloud City. You just waited quietly for today. Lisban cast a glance at King Chapman, who was still standing leisurely in the middle of the hall and receiving all sorts of gazes, as if he would only stop after he finished touring the hall. You and him. Thales remained silent. Lisban sighed. As the lady said, Dragon Cloud City will remember everything that happened today, Your Highness. Thales finally spoke. Yes, me too, the prince said in a low voice. I will remember and watch you, Your Highness. Lisban gave him a profound look. In the end, the count did not say anything and turned to leave. He was not the only one. The acerbic Count Cotterson did not say anything. He only gave Thales a warning gesture of slitting his throat before he left, along with a hateful gaze. Thales responded with a faint smile. You have guts. You colluded with Black Sand region and betrayed all of Dragon Cloud City. This was the cold Carcagel. You know, people with guts usually die faster. Congratulations, Your Highness. When Count Liner passed by, he said softly, Do you think Lampard is a good person? Bah, ungrateful and repeatedly treacherous. Count Hurst spat in disdain as he left. A coward of the Empire. Thales could only smile in the face of these gazes and words. It was as if he did not care. But another person's words were exceptionally different. Is she worth it? Thales was slightly startled. It was Count Nazir. The doddering count stood a step away from him and sighed. Is it worth your sacrifice? Thales furrowed his brows slightly. I do not understand you, Count. Humph, I'm old, but I'm not blind. Nazir smiled and shook his head. Perhaps what others saw was you colluding with Lampard, betraying Dragon Cloud City, and fleeing to Black Sand region, but what I saw, he cast Thales a profound glance with an unclear meaning. You cooperated with the City of Faraway Prayers beforehand so that she would not be forced into marriage. You interrupted us 3 times during the meeting, but each time, you saved the girl from her predicament. Thales' face stiffened. As for your collaboration with Black Sand region, that girl. Nazir paused and said softly, is she really worth it? Thales' face was livid. He did not speak. When Nazir saw this, he only sighed wordlessly. He patted Thales' shoulder gently and left slowly. Thales watched the old count's footsteps with complicated emotions. Was she worth it? At this moment. Slap. Thales was shocked. His shoulder had already been unceremoniously grabbed by someone. It was Ian. Lampard is the backup you mentioned, isn't he? At that moment, the Viscount of Dual Wind City's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and looked at Thales with resentment and anger. Thales stared at the person in front of him in a daze. He had never seen Ian like this. It was as if the young Rockney, who had been chatting and laughing with him, was already dead. Thales sighed and waved Ralph and Waya away, who were about to step forward. From the beginning to the end, did you look like you were watching a show? Ian's breathing quickened. His gaze was resentful. You cooperated with me on the surface, but sold me out like a clown behind my back? It's very interesting, isn't it? Thales was silent. After a long while, he forced out a sentence, I'm sorry. Sorry? Ian seemed to be angered by this sentence. His lips trembled. The City of Faraway Prayers. The City of Faraway Prayers was betrayed just like that. You. Traitor. Ian's gaze became more and more terrifying. His grip on Thales' shoulder also became stronger. You think this is very smart? You have the king's protection, and the Archduchess has the support of the vassals? Thales did not speak. He turned his head away unnaturally to avoid Ian's gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't have a choice. His attitude seemed to have angered Ian. The latter growled hatefully, No. You can't run away. I promise that one day, all of you will regret this. Ian gritted his teeth. His expression was a little crazed as he vowed, one day, all of you will pay the price. Ian turned to the motionless Archduchess on the stairs and threatened sternly, especially your little girlfriend. You take good care of her, huh? Very well, then I will. Thales tensed up. He flung Ian's arm away abruptly, causing the latter to be stunned. Before you threaten me with something senseless, you'd better take care of yourself first, Ian Rockney. Thales' expression turned cold. He met the extremely resentful Ian's gaze. You and your sister. Ian was slightly startled. You know, even if your sister got 0 points in Defense City. Thales said softly, it's still better than a certain someone getting negative points in Dragon Cloud City. Ian widened his eyes. His expression became more and more unpleasant. That's right, Ian. A long time ago, a terrifying and ugly old witch taught me. Thales' gaze became sharp. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. Ian glared at him, as if this was the first day he met Thales. Today, I will teach you this sentence. Free of tuition. Ian's expression changed. He was about to flare up, but his shoulder was held down tightly by another person. A loss is a loss. Monty, the Raven of Death, stood behind Ian and said coldly, Ian, at least act like a man. Ian glanced at Monty in disbelief. This isn't over. Finally, Ian gave up on pestering Thales. He approached him and stared into his eyes. Thales Jade Star. Now I know. Lampard isn't the only opponent I have, and you. Thales continued to stare at him coldly, not showing any signs of weakness. In the next second, Ian angrily flung Monty's hand away. With a dark expression, he brushed past Thales and turned to leave. Thales stared at Ian's back and sighed in his heart. What an honor. Ian. Monty snorted softly. He glanced at Thales and flashed a somewhat ferocious smile. His malevolent gaze made Thales feel uncomfortable. The Raven of Death walked past him and said lightly, as expected, "You live up to your reputation, Your Highness." Thales gulped uncomfortably. But the complicated gaze he saw next made Thales feel uneasy. Accompanied by Nicholas, the young girl silently walked towards the main door. When the Archduchess passed by Thales, the rhythm of her footsteps paused slightly. Thales closed his eyes. A furious voice traveled into his ears, but it was not her. "How did you do it?" Thales took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The Star Killer stood in front of Thales. There was no longer any anger in his gaze. There was only coldness and hatred. "You've lied to us about Lampard for so long, but, from Axe District to here, there are at least 3 layers of guards." Nicholas sneered. "How did Lampard arrive at the entrance of the hall without any obstruction, and then appear at the right time to cooperate with your act?" Thales had no choice but to wave his hand again to signal Wyatt, Ralph, and the others not to come forward. Saroma stood not far from them and did not turn her head around. Thales exhaled. At this moment, he truly felt a heaviness in his heart. The diplomat group from Black Sand region has been in Dragon Cloud City for a long time, Thales said flatly. Viscount Kenvita came in the name of meeting the Archduchess. As long as no one knows the king, they can smoothly pass through the patrols at the first gatehouse. As for Heroic Spirit Palace, today is a special day. The elite Archduchess guards are all around the Hall of Heroes to protect the nobles. So, the palace guards are in charge of guarding the palace gate, and they have to receive the suzerain's attendants who are waiting outside. Thales said quietly, "So, as long as we know their shifts in advance, Ralph's psionic ability and Waya's identity work together, Lampard can avoid the palace guards and reach the entrance of the hall, leaving only your Archduchess guards in front of him." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. "The palace guards' shifts?" Thales nodded with a gloomy expression. "The Archduchess guards can't avoid them, but Lampard doesn't need to face them directly. He only needs to have Kenvita find the herald at the entrance and have him inform Count Liesban in the hall that the king is here." Nicholas furrowed his brows. The Archduchess was already at the end of her rope at that time. Thales sighed. "What I need to do is to intensify the conflict and push the terrible situation in the hall to a point where no one can handle it. Count Liesban, who knows how to judge the situation, will know what to do. He's very good at making choices." Not far away, Saroma's shoulders trembled slightly. Thales finished speaking. Nicholas stared at him coldly. "The palace guard's shifts?" Nicholas' voice became more and more terrifying. Every word he uttered was laced with danger. "That's a secret that is rearranged every month. Which rat betrayed us? There's no need to disturb the others." Thales shook his head. "That head chef's son, Joseph. Do you remember him?" Nicholas furrowed his brows, as if he was trying hard to search for this name in his mind. "He's very lonely in the palace." Thales flashed a bitter smile. "I often practice my sword skills with him when he comes to the courtyard to deliver food." Nicholas seemed to have figured something out. His face turned pale. "The scullery? Of course I can't get my hands on the monthly shift arrangements." Thales nodded slowly. "But the palace guards also need to eat. The scullery's daily cooking arrangements are fixed. For example, when they need to make bread for a small team, where exactly to send it?" Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. "Don't make things difficult for Joseph." Thales shook his head. His tone was flat. "He's still young. He thinks it's just idle chatter during sword practice. So, some of your actions in the palace over the past 6 years, whether it was skipping classes to read books in various corners, talking to animals out of boredom, lowering your status to meddle with the servants' work, or chatting with the servants and guards in a friendly manner. The Star Killer let out a faint sneer, but for some reason, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. Were they all to gather information, or to test our defenses? And you've behaved yourself for the past 6 years, all of it was an act. In the distance, Saroma's back stood still. The Archduchess guards waited respectfully around her. Thales' breathing froze for a moment. Nicholas and Thales were silent for a few seconds. Most of the nobles in the hall had left. Only the stern King Chapman, accompanied by Kentvita and Croce, was watching from afar with interest. I talked to animals because I was really bored. As for the rest, the second prince inhaled and squeezed out a gloomy smile. I have no choice. No choice. Thales turned around and stared at the Soul Slayer pike on the shelf. He could not help but sigh as he reminisced. It's been 6 years in Dragon Cloud City. Every letter I wrote had to be opened and checked. Every destination I went to had to be searched beforehand. Every person who spoke to me had to be interrogated 3 times. Even the paper I used in class had to be inspected. Every book I touched had to be recorded by someone specially assigned to record it. If there was anything wrong with my daily schedule or actions, you, Li Span, or Madame Gings would interrogate me. Then, would be grounded. Saroma's back trembled slightly. Thales sighed and said, my every move was under your surveillance. If it weren't for the Archduchess' special permission, I wouldn't even be able to step out of Heroic Spirit Palace. As for Waya and Ida, every constellatiate who leaves the palace, not only do they have to be searched, but there are also scouts following them. Even if they throw a copper coin to a beggar, you will catch the beggar and lock him up for 2 months. Even the diplomatic groups from the kingdom who come to visit me are restricted and monitored. Nicholas still stared at him silently with a terrifying gaze. I know that you used King Chapman's name to lock me in this palace, cut off all contact with the outside world, cut off the normal education I should have received, and expect me to muddle through a meaningless life, to become a canary that can only cry in a cage. Nicholas was silent. Thales lowered his head and said dejectedly, Constellation, the Secret Intelligence Department, and I did bring you great trouble and even disaster 6 years ago, but at least we fought side by side. Is this necessary? This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Nicholas let out a cold laugh. Not only is it necessary, in my opinion, this is far from enough, he said resolutely. Justin is still too lenient with you. He should never have let you come into contact with the people from Black Sand region. That's why you got the chance to betray us. You betrayed all of us. Did you think that you would be safe after escaping to Black Sand region? Nicholas' gaze was cold. Remember this well, little prince of the empire. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. With just you? Forget it. The prince shook his head slightly. Don't overestimate yourself just because someone calls you the Star Killer, dead face. You and I were never on the same level. Nicholas' expression froze. Very well, the Star Killer said hatefully. Be careful, you better not fall into my hands. When that time comes, you won't even have the chance to regret it. Nicholas gave him a fierce glare, caught up with the Archduchess team, and strode away. Thank you, dead face. I will be careful. As always. The Archduchess did not stop. Her figure stepped out of the main door. She did not look back. As he listened to the footsteps leave his ears, Thales sighed. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Aren't we leaving? As he watched wave after wave of important people make harsh remarks, Waya, who came up to him, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Your Highness? Thales shook his head. No, there's still one more. Finally, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. Waya and Ralph immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. How do you feel? King Chapman's deep and slightly hoarse voice rang out. Compared to his earlier awe-inspiring tone, his tone was now less domineering and more playful. But Thales did not answer directly. He gestured for Waya to step down. You reacted very quickly. Thales turned to the king and sincerely sighed with emotion. I only mentioned a little about Constellation sending troops to the Alliance of Freedom, and you seized the opportunity. King Chapman snorted in disdain. Same here. The prince faced the king and took a deep breath. But just now, you said that you have already won against Black Sand region and those vassals who oppose you? The king's gaze shifted slightly. Why? Thales narrowed his eyes. You also said that Archduke Trent Ida will send troops with you to deal with them? King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Thales stared at him, his gaze unwavering for a long time. After a while, the prince laughed out loud. Stop joking. Thales shook his head and said, we all know him, Trent Ida of Reformation Tower. Will he help you? What's the big deal? King Chapman snorted softly. Everyone knows that Porpheus Trent Ida has always been indecisive, treacherous, and cunning. Thales ran his fingers through his hair in resignation and recalled the Archduke with the bowl cut who had a glint in his eyes. That's right, but let me put it this way. If you invite Trent Ida to hunt deer with you, he will definitely not agree. Thales sighed and said, unless he knows beforehand that the deer he wants to hunt is already dead, and all he needs to do is to drag the venison back, only then will Trent Ida look forthright, generous, tragic, and generous. Like a hero who will never return, he will carry his bow and arrows on his back, and ride out on his horse. The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a while, King Chapman laughed. Ha 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 ha, a hero who will never return. This time, Lampard laughed in an exceptionally carefree manner. Contrary to his previous sneer and mockery, it was as if he was truly happy at this moment. I have to say, it's very vivid and appropriate. Thales laughed as well. His shoulders trembled slightly. But his smile disappeared very quickly. So, even though Trent Ida makes it sound nice, he will never go out with you. The smile in Thales' eyes was replaced by graveness and seriousness. If your vassals gather together, shed all pretenses of cordiality, and fight to the death against the Lampard family, it will be hard to tell who will emerge victorious between you and them. King Chapman's laughter also stopped. Thales stared at him coldly. Your claim that, the outcome of the chessboard has already been decided, is just empty talk. That's why you came here personally. Just like 6 years ago. King Chapman neither denied nor admitted it. He only stared at Thales with a mysterious expression. Thales looked in the direction of the door and sighed. Ian is still a little too young. He still lacks the experience to face you, that's why he was so easily frightened by you. If it were his father, that resolute, stubborn, and callous warrior come Archduke of the City of Faraway Prayers, Kulgan Rockney, King Chapman sneered. You have quite a high opinion of him. Thales snorted. Looking at Lisban and Nazir's expressions, I'm afraid that they have doubts in their hearts. The prince exercised his aching shoulders and said softly, it's just that they're wary of your relationship with Constellation and don't have confidence in Trent Ida. They're afraid that you'll really promise him something he can't refuse. That's why they don't dare to bet with you. King Chapman shook his head in a seemingly casual manner. Not everyone has the wisdom to see through the bet and have the courage to make a bet with me. Thales shook his head and snorted softly. But very soon, everything that happened in this hall, whether it was the City of Faraway Prayer's great defeat in the confrontation with the king, or the news that Dragon Cloud City did not join the alliance to denounce the king and handed over the Prince of Constellation to the king in the end, will spread throughout Ekstedt, especially to Black Sand region. Thales suddenly felt exhausted, as if the morning meeting had drained his energy. The moment the Archduchess agreed to hand me over, you truly won, he said, a little dispirited. What happened before was just a bluff. Are you satisfied now? The two of them stared at each other silently in the middle of the hall. Their delay also caused the Archduchess guards who were still guarding the hall to frown, but Kenvita's smiling face and Crocia's cold expression effectively stalled them. But you did not leave empty-handed, Thales. After a while, King Chapman said quietly, first of all, you yourself. Not only did you avoid the fate of being dragged into the war, you also broke free from Dragon Cloud City's evil clutches. Is that so? The prince yawned as if he did not care. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't tell what a good thing this is. But the king ignored him. He only said in a slightly cold tone, and, according to the conditions we agreed upon, I also gave that girl a chance to cultivate her prestige so that her vassals would no longer be her enemies. This sentence instantly caused Thales's unfocused gaze to focus. Under the pressure of a certain terrifying king, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City will not lose their support, at least for the short term, and will not be forced to marry. Under external forces, they will instead be more united. Isn't this what you want? Thales furrowed his brows. But she is still a girl, Thales said after a few seconds. No matter what, her existence will make many people in Dragon Cloud City feel uneasy and indignant. King Chapman raised his eyebrows. Then I can't do anything, unless you turn her into a man? Thales looked up. So? The prince stared into King Chapman's profound eyes with certainty. You must help her gain a firm foothold, no matter what method you use. The king seemed to be a little amused. Must I? Thales nodded. As the king of Extet, he said calmly, it is in your interest to let an archduchess who is controversial and a girl who subverts tradition continue to rule Dragon Cloud City, which is full of capable people and has a strong foundation. You also don't want to see an archduchess of Dragon Cloud City who is as watertight as Lisban, as cunning as Nazir, and as unyielding and upright as Karkagel, right? King Chapman's expression froze for a moment. Thales stared at him without blinking. A slight ripple appeared on the king's rugged face. Indeed, we don't need a second King Nuvan. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. For this, you even have to help her obtain a considerable amount of power. The second prince's tone became heavier and faster. Don't forget, as an archduchess, the obstacles she faces are similar to the problems you face to a certain extent. For example, the tradition in Northland that has lasted for thousands of years. When King Chapman heard this, the interest in his eyes grew stronger. Moreover, she is the archduchess whom you acknowledge, and you are also voting for her. Thales suddenly stopped talking. Moreover, you still have a trump card that can kill her. Her throne is tied to your crown. Thales put on a stern face and did not speak again. King Chapman exhaled slowly. I have a feeling, Thales. The king curled up the corners of his lips. Coupled with his gaze, it gave people a slightly prickly feeling. During the time you are in Black Sand region, we will get along very well. Thales' expression darkened. Is that so? Both of them sank into silence again. After a long while, King Chapman said meaningfully, the same old question, how does it feel? Thales responded with a cold snort. How does it feel? King Chapman took a deep breath. His expression was joyful, as if he was enjoying the beauty of Dragon Cloud City at this moment. From the city of faraway prayers to Dragon Cloud City, from Lisban to the Archduchess, you are a traitor who betrayed everyone, or at least, that's what they think. Carrying everything on your shoulders and moving forward alone? King Chapman's gaze became sharper as he stared at him. His words were forceful. How does it feel? Thales was silent. He lowered his head and did not speak for a long time. The prince suddenly remembered how he sat in the carriage of the Marquis from Camus Union 6 years ago. When he angrily questioned the then Archduke of Black Sand region, who later became King Chapman, the other party's cold reply. Child, you don't know anything. Black Sand region and I are already beyond redemption. King Chapman stared at him and shook his head in what seemed to be disdain. He turned around and left. The moment he turned, the Prince of Constellation's voice came from behind him. But it was gloomy, and cold like never before. This feeling, Thales stared at the ground. Without raising his head, he said hoarsely, this feeling is like Chapman Lampard. The king's body froze in the middle of his stride. In the quiet air, Thales snorted softly. With his usual expression, he called for Waya and Ralph and walked towards the door. When the prince reached the entrance of the hall, he paused for a moment. He stared at the rough floor tiles, which were slightly uneven, and curled up the corners of his lips. 6 years ago, he met the born king, whose name shook Northland for the first time in this place. 6 years later, in the next moment, Thales resisted the urge to turn around. He took a deep breath. Damn it. Thales lifted his foot without hesitation. 6 years later, my foot. Chapter 334. Accompanied by his attendants and guards, Thales walked on the way to the stable. When the few palace guards standing guard at the palace gate saw the Prince of Constellation, they snorted in disdain. It's him. He worked with Lampard from the inside and outside. One of the guards looked at Thales from afar with a gloomy expression and whispered to his colleague, he caused him to lose his position and the right to join the personal guards, all because he did not notice the king at the palace gates. The guards cast hostile gazes at him. Thales inhaled and pretended not to see it. The prince and his group walked past the guards. The palace guards bowed to the deputy commander of the Archduchess Guards, Lord Justin. Hey! When they walked past him, one of the guards could not help but say in a loud and vicious voice, I hope our king loves your little ass. I hope our king loves your little butt. People of the Empire. The others did not bother to hide their laughter, including the Northlanders who were guarding behind Thales. Their eyes were full of disgust and indignation. But Thales did not seem to hear them. His expression did not change and he continued walking. Lord Justin pursed his lips and did not say anything. Hey, Northlander, are you not going to do anything? At the back of the group, Ida, who had been missing for a long time, tugged at her cloak and protested to Justin in front of her. My duty is to protect the prince's safety before His Majesty's white blade guards rush over to escort you out of Dragon Cloud City. Justin's tone was cold. When he mentioned the white blade guards, he raised his tone in a sarcastic manner. He gestured at the group of guards who spoke rudely. Unless they draw their swords and charge at me, reasonable protests are not part of my duty. You call this reasonable? Wuxia was about to retort, but Ralph, who was beside him, stopped him in time and shook his head. Humph, Northlanders. Ida turned her head and distanced herself from them in dissatisfaction. Thales still did not say a word. His expression was solemn. It had only been a few hours since the meeting that decided the outcome of the battle in the morning, but some news had already spread. Thales could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Heroic Spirit Palace had plummeted the moment he walked out of the Hall of Heroes. From the guards to the nobles, every single insider who entered his line of sight seemed to want to eat the Prince of Constellation alive. This included Justin, who had protected him for a long time and was somewhat easy to talk to. The prince sighed in his heart. At last they came to the stables, and Jenny's loud neigh sounded cheerfully. But Thales was slightly stunned. Someone was already waiting for them. Justin calmly nodded at the people in the stable. Boss. The star killer, Nicholas, was carrying the black-hilted saber Tolja had given him. He crossed his arms and leaned against Jenny's stable, staring at them coldly. Just like so many times in the past. Thales turned his head around in resignation and exhaled. It was him again. You're in a hurry to find Lampard? As the group of Constellations frowned, Nicholas stared at Thales with a hostile expression. You can't even wait for the people from Black Sand region to come and fetch you? Thales shook his head. As you said, I'm going to Axe District, to the courier station in Black Sand region, the prince said calmly. I'm also going to talk to His Majesty about the future arrangements. This time, it was Nicholas' turn to frown. He snorted in dissatisfaction, then laughed disdainfully. You're really unscrupulous after falling out with me. The Star Killer's mocking tone was filled with indescribable anger. Why? You feel that Heroic Spirit Palace is no longer safe, so you quickly hide behind Lampard? The sooner you leave, the better. Thales stared at Nicholas in silence. He raised a hand and stopped Wuxia, who was about to speak. Nicholas put down his arms, slowly walked to Thales, and stared straight into his eyes. Listen, treacherous little prince. Forget about meeting Lampard. Nicholas enunciated each word slowly. Nicholas enunciated each word slowly. His words were filled with a chill unique to the commander. As long as I'm still here, before the people from Black Sand region come to fetch you with a warrant, you will stay in Heroic Spirit Palace obediently. Behind Thales, the people from Constellation stared at the Star Killer with vigilant expressions. Nicholas bent down, his forehead almost touching Thales' hair. His gaze became sharper. You don't have to go anywhere. Hey! Pretty boy. Ida fiercely made a gesture of rolling up her sleeves and moved closer. Do you believe that I won't beat? Nicholas put on a strange, cold smile. He turned his body sideways, revealing the hilt of the sword behind him. On his back, the golden saber reflected a wondrous light. The temperature around them seemed to have risen a little. When she saw the saber, Aida's voice instantly became softer and weaker. That, Thales shook his head and pulled Ida behind him. Ida, let me do it. The female elf, who was usually wild and unruly, was now very obedient. She followed Thales' arm and was gently pulled back. She did not forget to make a fierce gesture at Nicholas that said, I'm not afraid of you. She slit her throat. Thales stepped forward and stared at the Star Killer quietly. Nicholas snorted coldly and leaned against the pillar again. He shook his head at Justin. Bring him back. Make sure he doesn't come into contact with anyone else. But at this moment, Thales suddenly exhaled and shook his head slightly. Do you hate him? Nicholas was slightly startled. What? I'm saying that you must hate him very much. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the White Blade Guards who sacrificed their lives to protect them 6 years ago. He raised his head and his gaze was clear. I'm talking about Chapman Lampard. Your king. Nicholas' gaze was focused on Thales' face. His expression became more and more terrifying. His gaze slowly drifted away, as if he was looking into the distance. I have only one king. And that is definitely not Chapman Lampard. A few seconds later, Nicholas' gaze slowly focused. His words were sonorous and forceful, regardless of the past or the present. As for Lampard, the only reason why he is still alive is because he appeared in Dragon Cloud City. The Star Killer's enunciations were clear and short, but Thales could feel the hatred and anger behind each of Nicholas' words. I'm still worried about the city left behind by the late king. That's why I didn't cover my face, bring my sword, and send him straight to Hell's River. So, you better choose carefully. Whether it's talking to him or standing beside him, it's not a good idea. Thales fixed his gaze on Nicholas and nodded in all apparent seriousness, as if he had understood something. So, you told Lispan, right? Nicholas was stunned again. Thales raised his hand and gestured for Wuxia and the others to step back. He took a step forward and faced Nicholas alone. You told Lispan about the fact that Lampard already has something on Dragon Cloud City, the Archduchess identity. Thales sighed and spoke softly at a volume that only the two of them could hear. That's why Lispan was so restrained in the hall this morning. He didn't want to see Dragon Cloud City destroyed in the internal strife between the archdukes. It's the same for you. Nicholas' gaze on Thales became more and more displeased. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. He gestured in the direction of the blood court with his chin. Now, go back to your... But Thales suddenly raised his head. But this is far from over. The sudden increase in his voice surprised Nicholas slightly. But what made his expression even more unpleasant was what Thales said next. Lampard and I talked for a while after the meeting ended, Thales said coldly. Thales said coldly, I can tell that he is not satisfied with the current benefits. He wants more, and he needs more. As long as he was still in Dragon Cloud City, he would never be willing to stop at a neutral Dragon Cloud City. Just like 6 years ago, he was not willing to stop at a dead King Nuvan. The prince looked at the Star Killer with an unusually serious expression. So, do you know what kind of predicament the Archduchess and Dragon Cloud City is currently in? Do you know what he's going to do next? Thales continued speaking solemnly, and now, I'm going to talk to that terrifying king again and try my best to convince him to stop for now. The Star Killer was silent for a while. His frown deepened. What else does he want? He asked softly. Thales shrugged. When he recalled the king's methods, he felt a headache coming on. It's obvious that he's very dissatisfied with me keeping the threat of Black Sand region from the Archduchess. The prince lowered his head, looking rather gloomy. I think he'd rather meet the Archduchess directly and place his bargaining chips and threats in front of her so that he can turn Saroma into his puppet. Nicholas did not speak, but his already frightening face became even paler. Thales raised his head. His gaze was burning. And I'm going to convince him that there's no need to force the Walton family to pick a side, that there's no need to secretly contact the restless vassals of Dragon Cloud City, and that there's no need to be greedy enough to tear off another piece of meat from Dragon Cloud City. I'm going to convince him that the Archduchess's position is not in conflict with his interests. I'm going to convince him that there's no harm in giving the Dragon Spear family some support when necessary. I'm going to convince him that Dragon Cloud City will not be a threat to him in the next few years. With every word Thales said, Nicholas' expression became more unpleasant. I'm also going to convince him that I'm the only person who will be negotiating with him. There's no need for him to look for the innocent Saroma, and then, cruelly and mercilessly place that matter in front of her to coerce her into making a choice. Now, sorry Nicholas, the Star Killer who guards Dragon Cloud City, you can let me go to Lampard now. Thales raised his head and took a step forward. He stared at Nicholas with a piercing gaze, almost touching the other party. Or you can think of ways to delay my schedule and cause me trouble, and then wait for him to personally look for Saroma again. To look for Dragon Cloud City. The prince finished speaking. The air became quiet again. Nicholas' gaze became colder as he stared at Thales. Under the canopy of the stable, the Star Killer and Thales stared at each other in silence. The others, whether it was the attendants of Constellation or the guards of the Northlanders, all quietly waited for the results of their negotiation. The atmosphere was tense. Then, Nicholas sneered and shook his head. As he smiled, the air, which had almost reached the freezing point, seemed to have become much warmer. You know, you have to thank Count Leespan, Nicholas said faintly. Even though you lured Lampard here and almost destroyed the day of the council hearing, he still seems to believe that you have no ill intentions towards Dragon Cloud City. Thales was slightly startled. Leespan? The Star Killer continued, even though you slandered him and said that he secretly colluded with the Red Witch and Lampard to betray Dragon Cloud City. Thales slowly exhaled. Is that so? Also, you have to thank her. Nicholas sighed. I believe that she is also one of the reasons why Leespan believes in you. The moment Thales raised his eyebrows, Nicholas turned his head and looked in another direction. Thales was stunned as he followed his gaze. In the distance, accompanied by guards and maids, the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City stood quietly under the setting sun. She looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. Golden light shone on the girl's body, making her look even more dazzling. Thales could not help but sigh deeply. She's waiting for you. Nicholas turned and walked away. Before he left, he looked at Thales with a profound gaze. Don't be too slow when you say goodbye. Know your limits. Staring at Nicholas' back, Thales closed his eyes. Complicated emotions filled his heart. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and took a resolute step towards the Archduchess. Saroma's expression was calm. She also walked forward slowly. Gings, the female official, followed behind her. The prince and the Archduchess finally faced each other again. Thales forced a smile and nodded at the female official. Thank you, Madame Gings. However, Madame Gings did not move in the face of the hidden meaning behind his words. She continued to stare at him coldly and did not say a word. Then, Saroma smiled at her reluctantly and nodded. The female official's almost frozen face moved a little. She bowed to the Archduchess in a standard manner, turned around respectfully, and left. Even at this time, she still doesn't like me. Thales scratched his head in a very unnatural manner. How sad. Obviously, his lousy opening did not have the desired effect. Saroma still stared at him. The inexplicable emotions behind the pince-nez made Thales rather uneasy. "So, you're going to Black Sand region now?" she asked very directly. Thales exhaled, avoided her gaze, and nodded. "Yes, I want to get used to it sooner." But at that moment, Saroma seemed to be very calm. "You didn't expect it either, did you?" Thales raised his gaze with a slightly puzzled look. "I thought about it later. You said that you wanted me to choose the path that was most suitable for the Archduchess, and that you would solve the rest of the problems." Chapman Lampard. The Archduchess' expression was calm. "He should be the solution to your remaining problems, and also your last and worst trump card, right?" Thales did not speak. He exhaled through his nose and nodded. The Archduchess' expression was a little gloomy. "If everything had gone smoothly, if I had chosen not to be so stubborn, if I had chosen to disregard your life and death, and calmly obtained the vassal support. If Dragon Cloud City could successfully dispatch their troops, if we could form an alliance against the king." Her voice trembled slightly. "Then you wouldn't have gone to Lampard, and you wouldn't have betrayed Ian, and you wouldn't have sold yourself to Black Sand region, right?" Saroma seemed to want to smile, but in the end, she failed. "You know, the moment you spoke up in support of Lampard, I kind of didn't know you anymore." Thales wanted to say something, but stopped. "So, just like 6 years ago." The Archduchess turned her head and no longer lingered on this topic. "You took the risk and took the final step to save me." Thales could only close his eyes. "You shouldn't have been so stubborn, Saroma. There's no need to, for a hostage, put yourself in a dangerous situation where you're deserted by everyone." The Archduchess suddenly raised her head. Her gaze was resolute, as if she wanted to argue. "But you're not a hostage, Thales. No matter what others think, at least in my eyes, you're not." She seemed to have remembered something and immediately lowered her head. There was an indescribable sadness in her voice. "I'm sorry, Thales." At that moment, Thales' mood, which had been extremely gloomy since the state affairs hearing, suddenly fluctuated slightly. He was like a mountain climber in the winter snow who welcomed a ray of sunlight after climbing over the top of a slope. "At least she understands. She believes in me. As always. Apologizing to me for protecting me." Thales inhaled forcefully. He felt that the air today was exceptionally refreshing. "I can't accept this apology." "But you're going to Black Sand region. Do you still remember Lampard's soldiers? They fired arrows at us without hesitation." The girl's voice was a little sad. "Can you imagine what you'll have to face in that man's territory? If I want to count on Lampard's help, then this is the price I have to pay." Thales sighed. "Wish me luck. Is there anything worse than being tied up on the battlefield or being chopped into pieces?" But Saroma's expression was still very stiff. Thales opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "Hey, listen to me. It's not your fault, Saroma, all right? It's Constellation who interfered. I mean, it's my father." The second prince shrugged. "He caught me off guard, and I could only adapt to the situation." Both of them were silent for a while. "That's great." Saroma forced a smile and forced herself to joke. "I've never known what it feels like to have a father." The prince looked at the bitter expression on the Archduchess' face and flashed a bright smile. "So, do you want to exchange identities with me?" Thales seemed to be in a good mood. "Anytime, Princess Saroma of Constellation." Both of them laughed. But Saroma's laughter only lasted for a few seconds. "Princess," she subconsciously repeated, "Princess Saroma, Princess Selma." Thales realized that something was wrong. Thales realized that something was wrong. He took a deep breath, turned his gaze away, and coughed loudly. Then, the prince's expression became serious. "Listen, at least in the next few years. Lampard will not be your primary threat. The fight between the king and the archdukes will only become increasingly intense, and the extent and methods used will gradually exceed our expectations. Saroma looked at him quietly and nodded quietly. It was as if both of them were back in the library and in the classroom. Under the rule of the Archduchess, Dragon Cloud City, which appears weak on the surface and is internally divided, will instead be ignored by them, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You may even become the target of their enticement. You can even stand in the position of a third party and reap benefits from both sides during their confrontation. Just like this time, be cautious when they extend their hands, but do not place your bets rashly. Thales was extremely serious. At this time, sit firmly in your position. This is your top priority. Be a competent, qualified, and even outstanding Archduchess, Saroma. The Archduchess smiled. Her expression was a little forced. King Niven left you a good entourage. Thales recalled the scene during the hearing. Nazir is wise, astute, and skillful. Karkagel is a man of few words but has quite a bit of prestige. Even the seemingly annoying Kotterson and Liner, and even the people who are not part of the 6 counts, they will all be useful to you. If you show them the boldness and skillfulness that an Archduchess should have, prove to them that you are indispensable to this territory. As for Lisban. When Thales said this, he could not help but pause for a moment. In the end, he sighed and said, he is an excellent regent, but perhaps you should consider the feelings of the other vassals, and the balance of Dragon Cloud City. Saroma frowned. You don't like him? Why? Thales shook his head. Your enemies will still be within you. When the prince thought of this, his heart became a little heavy. Perhaps they will appear in various forms, the dissatisfaction of the vassals, the contempt of the people, the obstruction of tradition, sinister rumors. But at the end of the day, the biggest enemy is yourself. Saroma snorted softly. Her gaze was still fixed on Thales. It was as if this was the last time they would meet. She smiled and said, the biggest enemy is yourself. Humph, it sounds like the pretentious, empty, rubbish encouragement in a knight's novel. Thales could not stand her gaze. He had no choice but to lower his head. Because you are a girl, Saroma. Saroma was slightly taken aback by his words. Thales let out a long sigh. There was a strong sense of sorrow in his words that could not be dispelled. You are a girl. That means that in most games in this world, not just in Northland, but also in Northland, you have to pay a higher price than men. You have to work harder than men and achieve better results than men. Only then will you be able to obtain rewards, results, and recognition from the outside world that are comparable to theirs. In other words, if the Archduchess can't come up with a better answer than the late King Niven, or even just be on par with King Niven. The prince gritted his teeth and looked at Heroic Spirit Palace, which was boorish, imposing, thick, and gave off a heavy, oppressive feeling. Then you will forever be that little girl. Saroma was silent for a long time. Her mood was gloomy. Finally, the Archduchess sneered expressionlessly. It's really not fair. I know it's not fair. Thales frowned and looked at her. He could not hide the worry in his eyes. That's why you can't give up. Do you know what will happen if you don't fight back against the beggars who beat you when you're surrounded by beggars? Saroma raised her eyes. They will continue to bully you, beat you, ridicule you, and isolate you. Thales seemed to have thought of something. He unconsciously tensed up. They will repeat this scene over and over again, forming the impression that you deserve to be bullied. The Archduchess thought of something. She remembered the story of the prince who was born in the lower city district that Thales had told her before. I know. The prince stared at her, his expression was unpleasant. But this is not the worst. The worst is that other people, everyone, whether they are new or old, whether they beat you up or not, will gradually get used to this scene. They will take it for granted. Thus, as they live and eat among the beggars, this impression will be deepened and spread into everyone's consciousness. Until, intentionally or unintentionally, they treat this situation as part of the rules. They make up and derive **t reasons such as born this way, the strong prey on the weak, there will always be bullies, and there will always be people who will be bullied, so that everyone, whether they are new or old, strong or weak, and even the bullied yourself, will subconsciously believe that this is the environment, this is the rule, this is the norm, and you can't change it. So, the best choice is to accept it, adapt to it, acknowledge it, and go along with it. Then, when you are beaten up again, you will suffer less. This idea of everyone subconsciously getting used to the environment and the rules is the worst. In the prince's mind, the hazy sea of memories rippled slightly. At that moment, Thales's gaze became a little unfocused, as if he was staring into the distance. It will make you forget that individuals and society are united and inseparable. Your actions are also one of the factors that shape the environment and the rules. He exhaled and brought his thoughts back to reality. It may be a little complicated, but... Thales looked at the girl in front of him, who had a puzzled look on her face. He pursed his lips. If you don't dare to change and choose to respond in silence, or even exile yourself, then the unfair environment will never change. The prince said softly, "Girl." Thales looked at the gradually silent girl and sighed softly. "You're right, Saroma. I shouldn't have treated you as a weakling waiting to be rescued." He smiled again. "And you have to learn to grow on your own, learn to believe in yourself, learn to listen to the old crow's lessons," Thales said quietly. "Even without me. Your Excellency, Archduchess. Take care." Once he finished speaking, Thales could not bear to look at the girl's expression anymore. He turned around and left. At this moment, Thales. The girl suddenly cried out involuntarily. There was great worry hidden in her voice. "Be careful." Thales' footsteps paused slightly. He did not turn around. He only smiled. "Yes, I will," but Saroma interrupted him regardless of the consequences. "No. On the eve of the council hearing, Count Liesban came to me in private." Saroma seemed to be very anxious. She subconsciously looked around. "He came to advise me that it would be best to stay away from you and the ominous Jadestar family. In order to convince me, he told me some secrets in advance." Thales was stunned. He turned his head sideways. "What secrets?" In the next second, the words that came out of Saroma's mouth made his heart tremble. "Calamities." Thales' expression froze slightly. "What?" At that moment, no one knew what exactly he felt in his heart. He slowly turned his head around, maintaining a normal expression. Saroma's tone was a little hurried. Her expression was the same as when she secretly skipped class when she was young. In the countries built by the people who participated in the Battle of Eradication, such as Extet, even though each family's inheritance is different and has different versions, at least the descendants of the 10 knights and at least the heirs of the 10 archduchy families will be told some secrets about the Battle of Eradication when they come of age. Thales completely turned around and stared at Saroma in a daze. The Battle of Eradication. Saroma pursed her lips and hesitated for a few seconds. Then, she made up her mind and said, "After the war more than 600 years ago, we became more vigilant, and the remaining calamities became smarter. With a more complicated, secretive, and dangerous relationship, we lurked on both sides of the world, maintaining a careful balance in all kinds of situations." The Archduchess raised her head. The Archduchess raised her head. Her voice was soft but resolute. "But, the Battle of Eradication has not ended. And they and we are still enemies." Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could not help but clench his fists. The young girl fixed her gaze on him. Her gaze was filled with worry and vigilance. "Thales, 18 years ago, during the bloody year of Constellation, the reason why you were attacked from all sides, ran out of ammunition and food supplies, why Extet invaded the south without any qualms, why the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs were also in a great uproar, even your rebel army and the tragedy of the Jadestar royal family, all of these are related to this, to the calamities." In that second, Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. He could not help but raise his voice. "What does it have to do with this?" But the Archduchess shook her head. "I can't go on. Seal only told me this because he trusted me. Saroma's expression was mournful and hesitant. This is a secret that only the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City knows. She turned her head away. Don't forget, I am now an Archduchess. Thales was stunned. After a while, Thales tried hard to adjust his breathing and snapped out of his daze. Is that so? A secret that only the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City knows? Then, that means the previous Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, that King Nuvan who decided to invade the south 18 years ago, that King of Exted who told him that there was an inside story behind the Jade Star calamity, he also. He stared at Saroma in a daze. But I think you will find out in the end, Thales. Saroma seemed a little guilty. After all, you are the Jade Star family. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He hid the lingering haze in his mind deep into a corner. Thank you, Saroma. I know. 6 years ago, a man and a woman, the calamity came to you, Thales gulped. Saroma's voice trembled a little. I won't ask you anything unnecessary, but no matter why they came to you, it's definitely related to that, and it's definitely not a good thing. Not a good thing. You know, the young girl said quietly, I might not be happy in Dragon Cloud City, but at least I can protect you. Nicholas has a legendary anti-mystic equipment, and the Soul Slayer pike in the Hall of Heroes is always on guard, but in Black Sand region, both of them fell silent. A breeze blew past them. Behind them, Jenny let out a dissatisfied hiss and broke the silence. After a while, Thales sighed deeply. I will remember. In the distance, Nicholas coughed loudly and said without hesitation, My lady. His urging made Saroma snap out of her daze. She seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Also, that man with the black longsword, although he saved us, Saroma said hurriedly, as if she wanted to finish talking about all her worries in these few minutes. Since he participated in the 18 years, then he must be related to these things. As your family's enemy, I can't think of any reason for him to let you go or even protect you. Unless, he has other motives, and his plans are far-reaching. Thales stared at the ground without saying a word. The sword-wielding figure and countless doubts rose in his mind. The young girl continued speaking, Nicholas and the Archduchess guards, but the furthest they could find out was that the man's nickname was Black Sword, and that he was related to a foreign gang called the Brotherhood. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He turned his head. Saroma, I understand. The prince said rather bitterly, Thank you. Thank you for not asking why. At that moment, Saroma saw the prince's bitter and terrible expression clearly, and she could not help but be slightly stunned. Nicholas was urging them on again. Don't, Saroma. In the next second, Thales closed his eyes, turned around, and left. Light panting came from behind him, as well as faintly discernible sobs. The sky was very blue and very clear. The few clouds were gradually dyed gold by the sunlight. Ging's, the female officer's orders came from behind him. The Archduchess' footsteps rose and gradually faded away. Thales resisted the desire to turn around and walked towards Jenny, the black horse. He forced himself to smile at Waya and the others. But he paused slightly. Nicholas slowly pulled out another horse and tidied up his equipment in a nimble manner. Although we're not going to the chess room, he ordered Justin, the rules are the same. The patrol team will clear the way, the Archduchess guards. Hey, you're going too? The prince asked, puzzled. Nicholas turned his head around. As the Archduchess ordered, young prince. The Star Killer snorted coldly with a hostile expression, I'll send you to Lampard, to you. He flashed a sinister smile that harbored malicious intentions. The last journey. Thales rolled his eyes. The last journey. This dead face. Chapter 335. It was still an empty road after the patrols cleared the area. Passers-by would consciously stay away or be chased away by the patrols who quickly arrived. The Archduchess guards were still on the left and right, while the patrols opened the way from the front and back. It was still at a journey that was completely surrounded, however, when Thales rode on the streets of Dragon Cloud City again, he had a different feeling. It was not just because the route he took to play chess was different, nor was it because the Star Killer was following closely behind him with covetous eyes. After all, this might be the last time he walked in Dragon Cloud City during his 6 years as a hostage. Nicholas probably knew this as well. Hence, when Thales acted out of character and did not tug on the reins to gallop at high speed, this always made the Archduchess guards around him grumble when he went to play chess in the past, and instead let the veteran Jened, the only person other than Thales whom Jenny, the violent black horse, did not dislike, hold the reins and slowly moved forward to Axe District as if they were sightseeing. The Star Killer only pouted in dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Jened. Thales stared absent-mindedly at the buildings moving backwards on both sides. You have been in the diplomat group for more than 6 years, starting from the birch tree forest in the Northern Territory. Jened turned around and cast a glance at the prince. Yes, Your Highness. Thales sighed and said, after being trapped in Dragon Cloud City for so long, it's not as exciting as when you charged and broke through enemy lines under Duke John's command. It's probably not as comfortable as when you were an Eternal Star City's city defense team. It must be boring. As he listened to Thales' words, Jened gazed into the distance. This veteran of the Starlight Legion, who had served under the Starlight God of War and the Fortress Flower and experienced the disaster 18 years ago, became a little more spirited after 6 years in the north. The numbness and lifelessness of his time as a city defense team was gone. Even though he had always felt guilty for becoming the Duke of Iris Flower's tool in the birch tree forest in Constellation, leading the Blood Clansmen to harm the prince's diplomat group. Compared to the hardships you went through, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning. Jened sighed. And compared to the bloody war and the bloody year, this little bit of boredom is not even worth mentioning. Thales did not speak. He could not help but frown. The bloody year. A bloody war. The group moved forward slowly. Even though this might be their last journey, the patrols formed by the Northlanders and the Archduchess guards were still dutifully clearing the path and guarding the surroundings. Thank you, Jened. The second prince turned his head around and stared at the veteran Jened, who had followed him all the way from Eternal Star City with a profound expression. Your service over the past 6 years has actually far surpassed the favor you owe Duke John. No, Your Highness. Jened nodded respectfully. I should be the one thanking you. As for the favor I owe Duke John. His expression darkened, and pain that could not be erased rose between his brows. He subconsciously turned his face away. No, that's something I can never repay in my entire life. Thales stared fixedly at the back of the veteran leading the horse in front of him. The prince took a deep breath and remembered the small stone urn he saw in the Jadestar family tomb. The Duke of Star Lake, John Jadestar. I've heard you talk about him before. He's humorous and approachable. When he heard the familiar name, Jened could not help but feel slightly refreshed. Yes, Your Highness. But the Duke's approachability is quite different from yours. It seemed as if Jened's expression and spirit would become lively at the mention of that person. I still remember the day of the conscription. Even though the Duke was middle-aged, he did not have an overly dignified or arrogant demeanor. His martial arts skills were terrible, but his eyesight was pretty good. His singing voice was even better, and he could play the lute. He could always get along with all kinds of people, be they nobles, farmers, merchants, craftsmen, soldiers, or even prostitutes and prisoners of war. It was very easy to find John in the military camp, because the Duke would definitely be at the place where the laughter was the loudest. Jened was immersed in the memories of the past, and he could not help but laugh. Most of the time, I even thought that he was a little silly. Silly? Thales cast him a puzzled look. It's not that I'm being disrespectful, but... Jened furrowed his brows. I don't know how to express it. Anyway, all of us in the personal guards talked and laughed with him, and we subconsciously treated him as one of us, not as a commander with authority, or as the Duke of Star Lake, the younger brother of the King of Constellation with a noble background. The more Jened spoke, the more energetic he became. 18 years ago, during the military conference of the Starlight Brigade, the the Duke was always absent-minded, or he would snore or even drool when he was asleep. The nobles who were present were all very embarrassed. Because of this, Captain Sonia apologized pitifully, and at the same time, she would clench her teeth and hit the Duke's head in front of everyone until he woke up from his sleep, or knocked him unconscious. Vice Captain Kenya even had a record of using ice water to wake him up from his slumber. The veteran laughed out loud. Even though the Duke looked aggrieved every time, and he would explain pitifully that he was not sleeping, but thinking of countermeasures in his dreams. What? Sleeping during a military conference? This is the starlight god of war who quelled the rebellion? Thales was stunned when he heard that. He could not help but scratch his head. It sounds really, special. Of course, it just sounds ridiculous. After all, if he was really an idiot, he would not have the title of Starlight God of War. Genid cast Thales a profound glance and sighed. Thales frowned slightly. What about you, Willow? Willow, a soldier with a long gun and a short gun strapped to his back, walked behind Thales' horse. He was caught off guard when his name was called. He was shocked. Me? Over the past 6 years, this new recruit, who was saved by Thales from the gallows in Broken Dragon Fortress, had mostly gotten rid of his childishness after going through the trials from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City. Even though the veterans in the team still liked to make fun of him. How did you feel during the past 6 years in Dragon Cloud City? To be honest, when I came out of the fortress 6 years ago, I didn't think that I would have to stay in the enemy country for so long. Under Genid's reminder, Willow quickly adjusted his expression. But, he frowned. Uncle Genid said that it is because you are here that the people in the Northern Territory can enjoy peace. So, this is probably worth it. Thales was slightly stunned. Willow raised his head. There was a slightly bitter expression on his face. That's right, sometimes I think. Willow sighed. If you had been here 18 years ago, and used yourself as a hostage to go to Extet, perhaps the war would not have happened, and my sister would not have died of illness. Thales lowered his head and sank into deep thought. Is that so? He said faintly, as if he was talking to himself. The team moved forward again and walked past a junction that separated Spear District and Axe District. Waya. The prince on the horse raised his hand. He moved past the heavy guards on both sides and pointed at the 3-story building with a balcony not far away. That house is the chess room that we go to once a month, right? Yes, Your Highness, the attendant observed it carefully and answered cautiously. Thales stared at the familiar outline of the building and felt a little sentimental for some reason. In the past, we always went straight to Spear District. We have never seen it from this angle. He stared at the chess room that was specially decorated with a profound look and remembered the few times he and Asda had lessons in it. I probably missed the time we played chess in there. Actually, it is not too far away. If you want, why don't you go and take a look? Waya estimated the distance to the house. There is no need. Thales shook his head and pointed at Nicholas beside him. He sighed and said, look at his expression. He probably wishes that an assassin would jump out of nowhere and kill me before we go to Black Sand region. These words made Waya frown deeply. He subconsciously looked around. Ralph made a mocking expression at him, and as expected, it attracted the attendant's angry glare. Nicholas turned his head, snorted coldly in disdain, and urged his horse forward. Where is that vice diplomat of yours? The Star Killer asked coldly, why didn't I see the cunning put Ray Nemain with you to Black Sand region? Thales' expression darkened and he shook his head. We have not seen each other for 6 years. To be precise, Put Ray is no longer part of my diplomat group. 6 years, and the moment he appeared, he accompanied Constellation in attacking the Alliance of Freedom? Nicholas' expression was tense, and his words were stiff. Perhaps I should have arrested him a long time ago. That man is not simple. He might be the middleman between Constellation and Lampard. Thales raised his eyebrows. According to Put Ray, you have been watching him in Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed and said, shouldn't you know his every move better than I do? Nicholas gritted his teeth and gave him a warning glance. Speaking of which, the Star Killer said coldly, I have confirmed that the person who leaked the Archduchess' secret to the secret room was not Lisban. Thales was slightly startled at first. The prince took a second to remember something. Then, the corners of his lips curled up and he secretly exhaled. You still need confirmation? But Nicholas' expression immediately became terrifying. But you were the one who lured Lampard here. So, if it wasn't Lisban, was it you, young prince? The Star Killer's expression was cold, and he looked as if he was about to beat him up at any moment. You took the initiative to leak the biggest secret of Dragon Cloud City to Black Sand region and the secret room. That's why the king came here and joined forces with you, right? What? It took Thales 2 seconds to snap out of his daze and figure out what Nicholas meant. The next moment, the prince widened his eyes and his voice suddenly rose. What? Nicholas ignored his astonishment and continued to speak coldly, answer me. Were you the one who gave this information to Lampard? Thales stared at the Star Killer in a daze. He remembered the lie he had casually made up to test the other party. The Star Killer was still staring at him with a burning gaze. When he saw that the Star Killer was not joking at all, Thales, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, felt a headache coming on. This guy is really serious. The next second, Thales took a deep breath and let the air stay in his lungs for a while before he exhaled weakly. It's still the same old saying, Nicholas. He shook his head rather helplessly. When it comes to certain things, you and I, Thales looked into the Star Killer's eyes and said with great sincerity, we're really not on the same level. After he said this, Thales no longer cared about Nicholas' extremely unpleasant expression. He gestured for Jenid to urge the horse to move past him. Behind Thales, the nimble elf protector quickly followed. The half of his face under the cloak stuck out his tongue at the livid Star Killer. At this moment, whoosh. An ear-piercing sound suddenly came from afar. The group seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible hand, and they were forced to a stop. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Thales' face turned pale, as if a certain scene in his memory had been awakened. The moment he recognized the sound, he anxiously shouted, it's a crossbow bolt. The patrols on the outer perimeter quickly formed a formation. The Archduchess guards consciously surrounded the inner perimeter. The Constellatiates reacted with the prince as the center. Ida lowered her body and slid past Jenny's horse's hooves in 2 steps. She leaped to Thales' side. Jenid habitually stood in front of the black horse. Willow gritted his teeth and pulled out his twin pistols. Wyatt instinctively wanted to pull Thales down from the horse, but he was held down by Nicholas, who was beside him. Everyone, calm down. The Star Killer pushed Wyatt away with an unpleasant expression and reprimanded his attendant impatiently. This is just a signal arrow from Dragon Cloud City. And it's not nearby. The tense Nicholas nodded at the people beside him. The Northlanders who had formed a protective formation immediately spread out in a well-trained manner. They had a clear division of labor and were ready for battle. A few soldiers from the patrols in front of them nimbly climbed onto their horses and set off towards different streets to gather information. Only then did Wyatt snap out of his daze. He looked at Thales, whose face was also pale. What's going on? Thales was bewildered. Listen to the sound. It's in front. It was Ralph's sign language. This is the whistling arrow from the patrols. Nicholas stared at the empty street in front of him. They need reinforcements. Thales frowned slightly. Reinforcements? Boss. Lord Justin stared into the distance with a serious expression. His tone was very nervous. The direction of the whistling arrow is in front of us. It's our destination, the courier station of the diplomat group in Axe District. The Northlanders, especially the patrols who were not as well trained, immediately burst into an uproar. The troops, who were originally vigilant of their surroundings out of habit, immediately shifted their gazes and looked at the street in front of them. Nicholas hummed in acknowledgement. His expression was calm as he stared in the direction of the sound. What? Thales was shocked. The courier station of the diplomat group? Isn't that Lampard enough? Nicholas shouted loudly, interrupting everyone's restless guesses. The patrols are under the jurisdiction of Garrison Officer Lysden's main disciplinary hall. Reinforcements from the patrols in other districts will arrive soon. He spoke coldly, and his tone was filled with the authority of a commander. And that has nothing to do with us. What we need to do now is to stand guard and wait for the next moment, whoosh. Another urgent sound cut off Nicholas' words. Boss, the second shot. Justin spoke in a hushed voice beside Nicholas, but he could not suppress the anxiety in his tone. Looks like the situation is urgent. The breathing of the Northlanders and Constellations quickened at the same time. Thales stared at the street in front of him and felt the tension in the air grow stronger. Nicholas furrowed his eyebrows tightly and gritted his teeth. Where are the scouts? What about the report from the front? Thales pursed his lips. If something big really happened in front, they might be held up. The prince did not care about the Star Killer's expression. He turned his head and hurriedly spoke to a short person under the cloak. Ida. I know you can see it. Ida pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. She said something that Thales did not understand. But her movements were not the least bit sluggish. The elf protector sprinted to the side of the street, grabbed a window pane, and jumped to the top of a 3-story house in a few steps. In everyone's eyes, she was as agile as a gecko, attracting many amazed gazes. On the roof, Ida gently raised her right hand and stopped in front of her forehead, which was covered by the cloak. At that moment, the elf seemed to be very relaxed, as if she was enjoying the breeze. But the people on the street were all staring at her nervously. The Star Killer snorted in dissatisfaction and muttered to Justin in a low voice, "That's why our stalkers can't keep up with her." A few seconds later, Ida turned her head. Her expression also darkened. I can't see the specific situation, but I can see the fleeing crowd. Faced with everyone's nervous and expectant gazes, Ida muttered and reported in a field of vision that normal people could not see, "Oh, there are sounds of fighting in the air, at least a dozen pairs." Thales narrowed his eyes. The fleeing crowd? A few pairs of fighting? But the elf did not need to continue talking. Lord Nicholas. As the sound of horse hooves rose, one of the cavaliers from the patrol team rushed back. He panted rapidly, and there was a hint of exasperation in his voice. Up ahead. Black Sand Region Station. Lampard. The King's post house has been attacked. Everyone was shocked at the same time. The King's post house? Attacked? The cavalier continued to report anxiously. The guards at the post house seemed to be in a bad situation. The patrol team in Axe District was caught off guard. 2 disciplinary officers and 3 squads are fighting. I saw a few corpses. Many people frowned. Stop. Nicholas said firmly, interrupting the cavalier's incoherent report. Just 2 things. What's the enemy's situation? What's the current situation? The cavalier was stunned for a moment. Only then did he recover a little from his panting. It's very chaotic. The cavalier scout who went to gather information shook his head. The enemy has launched surprise attacks from more than one place. The number is unknown. They look like Northlanders. Not only do they have swords, but they also have bows. As for our side, the people from Black Sand Region and the patrol team are fighting. The disciplinary officers at the perimeter are sealing off the area and setting up defenses. But there are fleeing civilians everywhere. There are even people who are hot-headed enough to pick up weapons and join the battle. When he heard this, Justin's expression tensed. He moved closer to Nicholas' ear. Today is the day of the state affairs hearing. There are too many nobles in Axe District. Their private soldiers and guards are troublesome. Thales furrowed his eyebrows even deeper. Nicholas' expression looked as if it had just been covered in a layer of frost. He nodded. Continue to investigate. Send people to report to the palace and Regent Lisban. The Star Killer turned his head around. He first glanced at the Archduchess guards. When he saw that most of them were calm and collected, he nodded in satisfaction. Humph, they actually dared to attack in a noble district like Axe District on the day of the State Affairs hearing. Nicholas looked at the sky in front of him and snorted softly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his words. No matter who the enemy is, they must hate the king to the core. He turned his head around and clicked his tongue at the prince, who had a worried expression on his face. Looks like we'll have to postpone our trip to Axe District to seek refuge with Lampard, young prince. Without waiting for Thales to reply, Nicholas gave a loud order. Everyone. The patrol team who will open up the path, when the next wave of scouts returns, immediately stop advancing. Set up a defense line and seal off the flow of people coming from Axe District. No one is allowed to pass through, be it our own people or others. The patrol team immediately took action when they heard the order. Ever since the accident 6 years ago, the patrol team in the first gatehouse had been like the palace guards. From then on, they listened directly to the orders of the Archduchess or the Archduchess guards. Nicholas' voice was very decisive. As for the Archduchess guards, archers, spread out on the spot and fill in the defense. Clear the high ground on both sides of the street to ensure visibility. Kill any unidentified targets moving at high speed in this direction. As for us, change our direction and return to Heroic Spirit Palace. Justin, lead the fourth team and form an intercepting formation. You'll be in charge of bringing up the rear. Watch out for any threats coming from that direction. The Archduchess guards' actions were faster and more efficient than the patrol teams. They immediately moved from the rear to the front and retreated. Lord Justin's team almost formed a human wall and sealed off the path leading to the chaotic district. Many archers climbed up the houses on both sides of the street, drew their arrows, and aimed in that direction vigilantly. When he heard the other party's orders to seal off the area and retreat, Thales sighed. He knew the Star Killer's attitude now. Hey! Thales turned around and reminded the Star Killer indignantly, I know you want to see him die, but if Lampard dies here today, are you sure this is a good thing for Dragon Cloud City? Nicholas shook his head in disdain. My current responsibility is to transport you back to Heroic Spirit Palace in one piece. I don't care about anything else. Thales took a deep breath. All right. The prince spread his hands. Think about it, King Chapman died mysteriously in Dragon Cloud City, which is under the Archduchess rule. If I were the city of faraway prayers or Defense City, I would definitely righteously criticize Dragon Cloud City, which did not protect me well and was even more suspicious of me. Then, in the dirty deals of the King's Selection Congress, the Star Killer froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Thales with a cold expression. Thales shrugged in resignation. For Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, the sound of the third whistling arrow came from afar. The atmosphere became even more tense. After a few seconds, Nicholas snorted angrily and turned around while he cursed. Son of AB*TCH, he yelled in dissatisfaction, Gale, bring the 5th and 6th teams to the post house to reinforce the patrol team over there. We've practiced this kind of situation for the past 6 years. You know what to do. A veteran Archduchess personal guard nodded and smiled with pity on his face. He brought half of the Archduchess personal guards to reinforce them. Nicholas was obviously in a bad mood. The rest of you, retreat according to the original plan. In the terrible atmosphere, the group of people turned around with complicated feelings and went back in the direction they came from. They hurriedly retreated for a few minutes until they returned to the border between Axe District and Spear District. When they saw the familiar chess room, the tense atmosphere in the group slowly subsided. Damn it. Waya's expression was tense as he spat. Why do we always run into this kind of thing? Calm down, Waya, Thales said with a gloomy expression. Remember my words, don't panic. But Thales was also adjusting his breathing on the horse's back as he thought about what happened just now. On today's State Affairs hearing, in Axe District, where nobles gathered, attack, no, assassinate Chapman Lampard? Who is it? And, if Lampard dies here, when he thought of this, Thales clenched his fists and gripped the saddle tightly. He stayed in the middle of the retreating group with a solemn expression. Hey! Young prince. The Star Killer rode to Thales' side and said coldly, you know, if we had maintained our usual galloping speed and arrived at Axe District earlier, we might have been caught up in that attack. Thales frowned. What do you mean? Nicholas shook his head. I mean, your head might not be as valuable as Lampard's life. Thales thought of something and felt his skin crawl. You're saying that group of people might have wanted to intercept me? Nicholas snorted in disdain. The second prince subconsciously looked around. The streets were quiet. Ida was running on the rooftops vigilantly, observing the surroundings from a high vantage point. The Northlanders group was also normal. Thales turned around and said with a face full of suspicion, I'm not that unlucky, am I? Chapter 336. Wait. While Thales and Nicholas were talking, Ida, who was watching from the rooftop, suddenly lowered her head and exclaimed, I'm below. In the next second, a loud sound was heard. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the wooden roof under Aida's feet suddenly shattered. Amid the elves' cries of surprise, she fell from the roof into the house. Everyone in the group on the street changed their expressions. Thales looked worriedly at the house where Ida had disappeared, but the furious Nicholas tugged at his reins to retreat. Guard formation. Asterisk thud. Asterisk the sound of something heavy falling could be heard. Amid the Northlanders' nervous but orderly footsteps, the elven protector's indignant roar came from the house. Who are you? However, before Ida could finish her sentence, the sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out in haste. Asterisk ding, clang, clang, ding, ding, clang, clang. Asterisk Thales' expression changed abruptly. Within 1 second, the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously for more than 10 times. They did not even have the time to breathe. They sounded like wind chimes ringing in a gust of wind. At the same time, Nicholas and Justin were also shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. 15 times? That means, within 1 second, the two people fighting. Asterisk ding. Asterisk as the last sound faded away, the sound of weapons clashing came to an abrupt end. Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Thales could react, as the sound of the wind blew, an unfamiliar black figure instantly broke through the window. It went straight for Thales. Thales' expression changed abruptly. Ida lost? From the moment Ida fell into the house to the moment the black figure broke through the window and ambushed him, it was less than 4 to 5 seconds. Moreover, from the moment the sound of weapons clashing started, it was only 1 second of contact. Ida lost? A chill rose in Thales' heart. At that moment, he remembered the terrifying assassin who broke through the layers of encirclement 6 years ago, Bennett Charlton. But there was no time for Thales to think. Under Nicholas' angry roar and the Archduchess Guard's orderly formation, the figure who ambushed him landed on the ground. Since they had already cleared the perimeter before they came, Nicholas placed most of the guards at the periphery. Instead, he relaxed his guard against the intruder who popped up on the way back. The black figure staggered when he landed, but when he stood up shakily, he was only a few meters away from Thales. His body was long and narrow, and he was even a head taller than Nicholas, who was of average height. His entire body was wrapped in a dark black robe. His face and skin could not be seen. It was like the purest night. However, he was holding 2 narrow swords in his hands. The blades were not even 2 fingers wide. Do it. Nicholas got down from his horse resolutely and was the first to attack with a shout. The rising sun saber was unsheathed from his back and he slashed with all his might. Justin, who had rushed over from behind, also had a weapon in his hand and attacked furiously. The 6 Archduchess guards who surrounded Thales blocked his way. Right at this moment, following an explosion, thick gray smoke suddenly emerged from the intruder's body. It's an alchemy ball. Back off. Nicholas' enraged roar came from the gray smoke that obstructed their vision. Protect the prince and seek cover. I'll deal with him. The surrounding Northlanders surrounded the assassin and surrounded him. Some of the Archduchess guards protected the prince as they retreated to the other side of the street. As the smoke became thicker, Thales felt his vision blur. He could barely see the black figure and Nicholas back. Your Highness. Wei used all his strength to pull Thales off the horse. Together with Ralph, he dragged Thales backwards. Willow, Gened, and the other constellations blocked the front and stood firmly behind the Archduchess guards. Thales' feet were firmly planted on the ground. He broke free from Wei's grip, which was too tight. Get into formation first. At this moment, through the blurry vision of the smoke, the prince could barely see the black-robed intruder raise his two swords. At that moment, Thales only had one feeling. Is it raining? Asterisk clink, 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 asterisk. It was as if an endless storm was violently beating against the fragile eaves of a house in a terrifying gale. Asterisk clink, 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 asterisk. It was pleasing to the ears. It was hair-raising. The storm-like clashing sounds almost drowned out the angry shouts of the Northlanders who pounced forward. However, at that moment, in the center of the thick smoke, no one was more shocked than Nicholas himself. There was no other reason. He had been suppressed. The moment he drew his sword and engaged in battle, Nicholas had just swung his first slash and parried the enemy's slash, asterisk clink. Asterisk. The enemy's sword immediately rushed forward and delivered the next strike. There was no pause. Nicholas' heart clenched. The unique twist of fate instantly surged from his joints. At the critical moment when the momentum of the attack was exhausted, he immediately bent his blade upwards and blocked the second strike. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. But it was not enough. Because the enemy had just withdrawn his first slash, and without the need for a buffer, he delivered the next slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The twist of fate was activated again. Nicholas' face turned red as he blocked the third slash. Not enough. The enemy's fourth slash broke through the thick smoke from his other hand and came at him again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Still not enough. Nicholas almost felt like he was suffocating. The fifth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The sixth slash. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Within a second, the enemy's two swords attacked alternately at an unbelievable speed. And Nicholas realized to his shock that he could not keep up with the speed of the enemy's attacks. The seventh slash. The eighth, asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk. All the Star Killer could do was to continuously use his power of eradication to suppress his body and try his best to keep up with the speed of the enemy's swords in the thick gray smoke. In the gray smoke, which already affected his vision, his face contorted. He could barely see the enemy's movements. Asterisk clang. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. As he listened to the multiple sounds that traveled into his ears at the same time, Nicholas was suddenly shocked. No, he was not the only one. At that moment, Justin was also fighting against the invader in the thick smoke. He was on the other side of the enemy, and just like Nicholas, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Nicholas and Justin were two of the Archduchess guards who had been through hundreds of battles. One of them was even in supreme class. But they were suppressed by the enemy's alternating sword speed, which was as terrifying as a rainstorm. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk. The sounds did not stop. And with each swing of the black-robed man's swords, the speed became faster and faster. How is this possible? Asterisk clink. Clang. Asterisk. In just 2 seconds, Nicholas was forced to take a step back from the enemy's ninth slash. His heart trembled. How can there be such a fast sword speed? This was something the Star Killer had never encountered in his entire life of fighting. His bones were groaning, his blades were trembling, and his muscles were roaring. But Nicholas knew that his blocks and interceptions were reaching their limits. But the enemy's swords did not stop at all. Instead, they became faster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. In the third second, Justin gritted his teeth. His legs trembled, and his body swayed. He did not manage to catch up with the enemy's next slash. The black-robed man instantly seized the opportunity. He stomped on the ground with his right leg and leaped over Justin's head. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk along the way, he delivered 3 swift slashes, parrying Nicholas and Justin's attacks, and even counterattacking with 1 slash. The Star Killer's heart trembled. In his frustration and dejection, he finally understood that he had encountered an enemy he could not withstand. It might be a power of eradication that he had never seen before. In just 3 seconds, he broke through the joint blockade he and Justin had set up. 3 seconds. He could only block, block, and block again, but he could not retaliate. How is this possible? Nicholas stared in astonishment at the black-robed man who flipped over Justin in the air. He saw the man's body rise to the height of 3 men and gradually disappear into the thick smoke. He flew towards the sky above Thales. The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The rising sun saber in his hand emitted a terrifying heat along with the anger in his chest. He was already prepared to use the legendary anti-mystic equipment to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Ayaha. The Elven Protector, Aida's unique and delicate cry, which was filled with anger and displeasure, suddenly rose in the air. Come down. Nicholas' pupils shrank. He saw a flash of light from a blade flash through the indistinct smoke. The black-robed figure who flew up from the thick gray smoke shuddered violently. As the flash of light from the blade flashed, the black-robed man looked as if he was struck by an invisible hand in the air. Not only did he lose his momentum, but he also fell towards the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk with the muffled sound of the blade piercing through his clothes, the black-robed man fell to the ground. He did not move. He was pinned to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the enemy's twin swords fell to the ground along with the sound. They were kicked away by Ida, who landed with him. The elf's cursing voice rose. Damn it, so what if you're fast with twin swords? It was only then that Nicholas exhaled. Thank goodness, I stopped him. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew. Ralph used his psionic ability to blow away the smoke that obstructed his vision. The thick smoke gradually dispersed. Nicholas furrowed his brows tightly as he looked around. The Archduchess guards, who had yet to recover from their shock, surrounded the black-robed man and Aida's position with full vigilance. They surrounded them tightly. Surround him. Nicholas ordered in displeasure, don't let him touch the weapons. Boss. Justin held a wound on his arm and looked at him in disbelief. That guy's sword speed was so fast. How could he do it? Nicholas stared at the surrounded figure in the thick smoke and pondered solemnly. I remember now. A long time ago, when Caslin was still in the guards, he demonstrated it to us. Nicholas frowned. He pulled Justin up and walked towards the black-robed man. It's a double-handed quick sword style that almost surpasses the speed of sound. It's called Rainstorm. Caslin? Surpasses the speed of sound? Rainstorm? Justin mumbled to himself in confusion. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he turned his head in astonishment. But isn't that unique to, yes, the Rainstorm-like rapid dual sword style? This skill is unique to Caslin's contemporaries from the Tower of Eradication. The Star Killer nodded solemnly. He recalled the feeling when they exchanged blows just now. The legendary Valkyrie from the bloody battle at Rearden, the flag leader, knight appointed by the Hanbol royal family, with a tone of disbelief, he said quietly, Heart of the Rain, Jasmine Lorraine. You mean, the female knight, Lorraine? Justin's expression changed. He quickly turned to the black-robed man and said in shock, How is it possible? Heart of the Rain, didn't she die 30 years ago in Hanbol and the Eastern Peninsula? Nicholas patted his assistant's shoulder and shook his head. We'll know what's going on soon. In the smoke, they walked towards the black-robed man lying on the ground. Hey! After the smoke dissipated, Aida's short figure appeared in their field of vision, which gradually became clearer. She had her hands on her waist and pointed at the black-robed man who was pinned to the ground by her machete. She kept nagging, "With your skills, it's one thing to bully a pretty boy, but you even wanted to ambush me." Looking at Aida's expression, Nicholas could not help but furrow his brows. But in the next moment, the elven protector's nagging stopped abruptly. "Hey! Hey!" Aida stared at the person on the ground. She opened her mouth wide and looked at the people around her with an innocent and terrified expression. This, Nicholas' expression changed. He did not care that the choking smoke had not completely dissipated. He rushed forward in a few steps and pushed the personal guards aside. Nicholas grabbed the black-robed man with his own hands, then his entire body trembled. He realized that something was wrong. Nicholas pulled out the machete Aida had planted on the ground, scooped the person on the ground, and stood up with a solemn expression. The soldiers around him burst into an uproar when they saw what he was holding. The Star Killer was holding a black robe in his hand. It was an empty black robe. The hem of the robe hung down without any support, swaying back and forth in the air. There was only a black robe. There was no living thing. Nicholas stared at the black robe in his hand for a few seconds before he widened his eyes and cast an inquiring look at his assistant. "No, boss." Justin knew what he wanted to ask, and shook his head in shock as well. "We just surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one could escape." "What the hell?" Aida said while trembling. She pressed her hands tightly against her chest and looked around nervously, as if she had seen a ghost. "I clearly threw it. Why is it gone?" Nicholas widened his eyes in disbelief. He looked at the black robe, then at the confused and surprised faces of the soldiers around him. He lowered his head and kicked the pair of rapiers on the ground as if he was testing the waters. The rapiers were obediently kicked away, showing that his existence was not an illusion. Nicholas sucked in a deep breath before he spoke hesitantly. "Justin, the one who fought against us just now, is really a living person, right?" Lord Justin opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but hesitating. No one spoke. Only the black robe was still swaying. Together with the rapiers on the ground, they created a strange atmosphere. At that moment, Your Highness, Your Highness!" a shrill cry rang. Nicholas was shocked and quickly turned around. It was Wuxia. Not far away, beside Jenny the black horse, Wuxia Casso, the prince's attendant, was frantically pushing away the people around him like a madman. He desperately searched for every figure in his field of vision. There was an uncontrollable panic on his face. "Thales. Prince Thales." "What?" The shocked and bewildered Nicholas only managed to say one word before Wuxia, who noticed him, pounced towards the Star Killer in panic. However, he was stopped by an Archduchess personal guard beside him. "Hey, Northlander. His Highness, where is His Highness?" The attendant asked everyone fearfully, "Has anyone seen His Highness?" "What?" As the smoke dispersed, the Star Killer subconsciously turned towards Jenny the black horse. However, he could only see a group of panicked constellations, as well as the personal guards who were also at a loss. Willow crouched down and anxiously searched the corners of the crowd. Jennyd moved through the crowd, stopping a person from time to time and sizing him up with a frown before letting go of him in disappointment. "One person is missing." Missing, this thought flashed in the Star Killer's mind. He immediately froze on the spot. At that moment, whether it was Justin, Aida, or Ralph, everyone's expressions changed when they realized what was happening. Huh. This was Aida, who was at a loss. Ralph, on the other hand, widened his eyes and grabbed Wuxia tightly. He faced Wuxia and started signing frantically. However, the Star Killer was even more violent and straightforward. He pushed Ralph away and grabbed Wuxia's collar with both hands. With a ferocious expression, he asked, "What happened?" "The prince." "Where is the prince?" However, Wuxia looked as if he was about to break down. He shook his head while trembling. His tone was filled with fear and worry. No, no, the assassin came too quickly. The smoke was too thick, the noise was too loud, it was too chaotic. I pulled His Highness down from the horse and went to catch him, but I could only catch Jened. Jened's expression was unpleasant. Impossible. When you fought, the prince was still by my side a moment ago. How could he? Nicholas suppressed his anger and growled. He pushed Wuxia, who had lost his composure, to the ground. However, no one had the time to deal with the relationship between the Northlanders and the Constellations. Was he abducted by that assassin? Ida said to Nicholas in fear. When he jumped up, he avoided my throwing knives and abducted Thales from the air. With a pale face, Nicholas raised his head abruptly and looked at the roof closest to them. There stood one of the Archduchess guards, who had climbed onto the roof earlier to keep a lookout for the surroundings. He held a crossbow in his hand. No, boss. The personal guard stood on a high spot and said with a puzzled expression, from just now until now, even when there was thick smoke, whether it was the streets, alleys, roofs, or any slightly higher place. I swear on the honor and life of the White Blade Guards that I did not see anyone leave. The same goes for the others. Nicholas clenched his teeth and turned his head to look at the Archduchess guard who rushed over from behind. The personal guard only shook his head. The entrances and exits on the ground are well watched by the sentries we just set up. From the moment the assassin appeared until just now, no one went in or out. We matched their passwords and faces, and no one pretended to be one of us. Nicholas was completely dumbfounded. How could that be? There's no one in the sky, on the roof, on the ground, or in the alleys. There's no one going in or out of the surrounding hundreds of meters, and no one disguised themselves. The prince was abducted out of thin air. On this street, all the Northlanders and Constellations were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. The Star Killer turned to the warriors around him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered in his mouth. He ordered in exasperation, "Form up, search. From here to our outermost perimeter, every wall, every alley, every house, every ditch, and even the backs of every single person. Intercept every suspicious person. Our sentries and blockade line are still here. It's impossible for anyone to leave here without a sound." In the solemn and strange atmosphere, the patrol team and the Archduchess guards, who also had unpleasant expressions on their faces, answered loudly. They took their positions and executed their duties in a well-trained manner. Move, form up, spread out, search. Everyone looked around anxiously and nervously, searching for their target. They refused to let go of any corner. The Constellations, led by Wuxia, were also ready to move, but they were blocked by a few cold Archduchess guards. They could only wait anxiously. They waited for the results of the Northlanders' search. But a few minutes passed. There's nothing in the 4 alleys on the east. The surroundings of Lu Lake Mansion are very clean. There's no one at the intersection between Axe District and Spear District. We've searched both inside and outside the chess room. We've searched all the houses in the south. There's no clue in the ditch on the left. We've almost torn down the house where the assassin appeared. Other than the broken roof, there's not even a fly. Neither the patrol team nor the Archduchess guards found anything in their search. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Nicholas' expression became more and more unpleasant. Finally, Justin walked out of the last alley with his men. He shook his head at the livid Nicholas. When the assassins appeared, our sentry posts and blockades were still in good condition. The area from the highest point to the main road on the ground was completely watertight. The assassins' smoke did not affect them either. Justin's voice sounded very strained. But they did not see anyone break out of the encirclement. Anyone. Nicholas' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at his deputy in a daze, petrified on the spot. Everyone was silent. The situation was very clear. There was no one around, and no one outside. They could not find that figure. That 14-year-old figure. That figure who could affect the future of the two big countries in the Western Peninsula. It was as if he had disappeared for no reason. F***ck. Nicholas panted heavily. There was a fierce glint in his eyes as he stared at the buildings around him, as if he was suspicious of what was behind each wall. What's going on? What's going on? Waya and Ralph looked at each other worriedly and shook their heads. Impossible, Ida said solemnly. This is too strange. Beside her, Lord Justin frowned deeply. Leader, with a twisted face, Nicholas turned to his deputy. The latter stared at the ground in a daze. Heart in the Rain, who died 30 years ago, suddenly appeared and disappeared into thin air. Now, with Prince Thales, Lord Justin's face was pale as he stared at the empty black robe. He then looked at the two swords that kept swaying on the ground. He blinked violently, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Are we really? Chapter 337. Somewhere in Dragon Cloud City. It was a dark tunnel. There was only one lone everlasting lamp. It barely illuminated the old, mottled mud walls on both sides, which looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. A young man silently leaned against the everlasting lamp and sized up the dagger in his hand. The narrow tunnel only allowed two people to pass through. It looked like a gap between two walls. The mud floor was covered in dust, and it looked like no one had been here for a long time. This is an underground tunnel hidden under the cellar of the chess room. How could they build this? The teenager thought in his heart. But why didn't the Archduchess guards, who were in charge of searching and clearing the place, discover this place when I came here to play chess every month? And, when this place was chosen, Nicholas must have investigated the details of this place, right? Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk footsteps rang in his ears. The teenager stopped what he was doing and slowly put the dagger back into its sheath. He then buckled it back onto his belt. A line of words flashed on the sheath under the flickering light. A king is not respected by his bloodline. Asterisk tap, 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 asterisk. The footsteps were getting closer. Thales sighed and turned to look at the other end of the dark tunnel. That place was far away from light. There was only darkness there. As the footsteps stopped, a figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. You should rest well, Your Highness, and recover your strength, the person said faintly. His voice was light. There's still some time. The teenage prince snorted. He stood up quietly and patted the dust off his body. This is different from what we agreed on. Thales looked at the person's familiar face and the unique pair of dark red eyes. He said coldly, You're not the only one. He said coldly, Raphael Lindbergh. As Thales spoke, Raphael, a cadre of the kingdom's secret intelligence department who had not been seen for 6 years, stepped out of the dark tunnel and revealed himself in front of the everlasting lamp. Thales sized up Raphael carefully. 6 years did not seem to bring much change to this barren bone man who lived in darkness. He was still dressed in a white robe. His posture was elegant, and his bearing was calm. Only when he saw the flickering light did he subconsciously frown slightly. Indeed. That's why this wasn't the perfect escape we thought it would be. It was even extremely risky. Raphael's dark red eyes swept past Thales, who had already turned into a teenager. His expression was calm. But Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales' expression changed. Whose fault is it? Don't play dumb, Raphael. You know what I'm talking about. 5,000 cavaliers forced their way into the city of faraway prayers from the great desert to support the Alliance of Freedom. The prince's voice was as cold as ice. They gave the Northlanders a big surprise, didn't they? And do you know how many people told me in advance and told their hostage princes about this? Raphael raised an eyebrow. Thales pursed his lips and waved his finger in the air. He mockingly gestured a number and enunciated each word clearly, 0. 0. None. Of. Them. These are dozens of dazed, ferocious-looking Northland brawny men who told me all at once. Raphael stared at the ceiling thoughtfully. 5,000 cavalry? He was slightly moved. Is this what the Northlanders' intelligence reports say? The indifferent attitude of the man from the Secret Intelligence Department made Thales furious. What? Are you going to tell me that the cavaliers who almost killed me and the double cross-shaped star's flag are fake? Are they impersonated? The prince shrugged and snorted in dissatisfaction. And the kingdom didn't send any troops? Under the flickering light, Raphael glanced at him silently before he sighed softly. Those troops are indeed real. They were also sent by Constellation. But from the western desert, from Blade Fang's camp to the Great Desert, there are at most 1,000 or 2,000 cavaliers. As for the others, they are probably infantrymen or illusions created by others. Raphael laughed. 5,000 cavaliers? Ha, that's enough to drain half the kingdom dry. The Baron Bone Man spread his hands. His sleeves were still very long, covering his wrists firmly. He was laughing. He didn't care at all. Thales glared at him and told himself this. The prince's displeasure slowly rose. That's not the point, and it's not funny. Thales narrowed his eyes and raised his finger. His tone became more and more serious. You know, as the target of their anger, I was almost torn to pieces by the angry Northlanders in the Hall of Heroes. In the dim light, Raphael shook his head with the ghost of a smile. They wouldn't do that, but Thales did not care about his interruption. Instead, his fingers trembled as he suppressed his anger and continued, or would I be held hostage in the city of faraway prayers, tied up in front of the two armies, and forced Constellation to retreat? The prince's last sentence was a little loud, and it was rather jarring in the narrow passageway. Raphael stared at the prince and slowly restrained his expression. Your Highness, everything we did was to rescue you safely back to your country. Yes, the way was to let the Northlanders hang me first, and then you would come and collect my body, Thales sneered, full of sarcasm. It was very safe. Raphael's expression changed. Please believe me, the kingdom's secret intelligence department has its own means and arrangements. His tone gradually became serious. But I can say with certainty that they would never use such a crude, direct, and forced method. The person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said coldly, as I said just now, Your Highness, whose fault do you think this is? Thales did not care about the person's rhetorical question. He sneered. Means and arrangements? How inspiring, just like the dragon's blood 6 years ago, right? Raphael froze for a moment when he heard the codename of the operation, which had not appeared for a long time. The prince leaned against the wall, turned his head to the side, and snorted angrily, the goddamn kingdom's secret intelligence department. Raphael was silent for a long time. Until he took a breath and slowly said, We are accusing you of accusing us of lying. Your Highness, you think that this accident is the fault of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales snorted softly. But on the other hand, Raphael's red eyes flashed with a strange light. You are. Is it really that unreserved? Thales was slightly stunned and slowly turned his head around. Raphael stared at him with a bone-chilling gaze. Until this afternoon, we thought that everything was going smoothly. It was only when the news came that we knew what you and Lampard did in the palace. Raphael's voice also carried a certain sharp accusation. Until we received the news that you left the palace. Caught off guard, we had no choice but to act urgently and adopt the worst backup plan, to forcibly take the risk to rescue you. Thales did not speak. Raphael took a small step forward. His gaze was piercingly cold. For more than 2 months, from the moment you boarded the carriage in Black Sand region, you always knew that Lampard had been lurking in the city. You even secretly reached an agreement with him to interfere in the internal affairs of Dragon Cloud City and Extet together, until you were finally transferred to Black Sand region. Thales felt a chill in his heart. He immediately had a bad feeling. The Baron Bone Man said flatly, about your and Lampard's secret plans, and the reason why you were forced to work with him, Your Highness, how much did you tell us? Thales suddenly felt his heart palpitate as he stared into Raphael's eyes. Damn it. That's right, my secret meeting with Lampard, the plan for Little Rascal, these things, including the Archduchess identity, how could I tell you? Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He forced himself to calm down. What happened between Black Sand region and me was an accident. Raphael's eyebrows twitched. An accident? Thales pouted and nodded in annoyance. Yes, your accident happened first, which triggered my accident. Okay? If it weren't for the 5,000, no, 2,000 cavaliers you brought, which caused the situation to take a turn for the worse, the Archduchess wouldn't have been forced into a corner, and I wouldn't have been forced to ask Lampard for help. The prince snorted coldly and tried to change the topic. No, he said quietly in his heart. I know. To be exact, Thales had long prepared for this. In the Hall of Heroes, their plan with Ian was likely to encounter an accident and not succeed. For Little Rascal, Lampard was the trump card he had to reveal when he was at his wit's end. Once this trump card was revealed, the Secret Intelligence Department would definitely know. The Secret Intelligence Department would not sit back and watch. They would definitely take action. Thales patted his belongings, which he had packed a long time ago, and sighed in his heart. He was already prepared for the Secret Intelligence Department's rescue. This time, Raphael stared at him for a long time. As if he wanted to discover a secret. Thales only turned his head angrily, acting like a sulking teenager. Finally, Raphael stopped scrutinizing him. Raphael said flatly, then perhaps you shouldn't be so deeply involved in Dragon Cloud City's politics? He looked at the prince with a rather disdainful expression. Even if you have some sort of unspeakable relationship with the Archduchess, my romantic prince. Thales was stunned at first, then he was at a loss for words. I and the Archduchess, but in his anger, he was quick-witted and immediately found a way to counterattack and change the topic. Romantic? Hey, 6 years ago, I wasn't the one who kissed Miss Arun for a minute in public in Heroic Spirit Palace. Raphael's expression changed. He frowned and coughed, shaking off some dust from the top of his head. The two of them were silent for a while. Thales panted silently, hoping that this could cover up the other party's questioning. Anyway. Raphael sighed sarcastically and said, if you had been a little more merciful, opened your mouth a little and told us, lowly servants who run errands in the Secret Intelligence Department, about Lampard in advance, then, maybe we could have reacted earlier, and things wouldn't have been so bad. Thales raised his eyebrows and spread his arms. He had an expression that said, I have nothing to say to you. Very well. The prince made a stop gesture and said, as if he had given up on himself, I understand. There won't be any results if this continues. The discussion is over. That's all. He turned around and leaned against the wall. He shook his head and crossed his arms. Raphael did not speak. Until Thales broke the silence again. Hey, that black robe with the dual swords. When I escaped into the chess room, I saw him surrounded by the guards, the prince said quietly without turning his head. Is he all right? No, Thales thought in his heart, the former white blade guards under Nicholas are not to be trifled with. That person, in order to create a chance for me to escape to the chess rooms underground, probably already. Raphael frowned slightly but did not speak. Until Thales looked at him impatiently, Raphael snorted softly. You didn't recognize him? Thales was stunned. Who? That black robe? Raphael narrowed his eyes and grinned. Very well. If even you can't recognize his disguise, don't worry, he will be safe. Thales paused slightly. Disguise? That means, that black robe is someone I know? Could it be? Thales shook his head and removed the masked figure from his mind. Impossible. That black robe is tall and thin. He holds 2 thin swords. It can't be him. At this moment, Thales suddenly remembered something. He raised his head. Attacking Lampard's post house. Was that also a method you used to divert his attention? When he said this, Raphael's expression turned cold. Yes, an impossible suicide attack. His voice was a little quiet. We have thought of any method that could reduce the strength of the guards around you. Thales froze. The light flickered slightly, elongating their shadows on the wall. After a long while, the prince exhaled. How many casualties? Raphael shook his head and said nothing. Thales' expression turned cold as well. Silence returned to the passageway. I'm sorry, the prince said after a long time. Raphael closed his eyes and shook his head. They all know what they have to do. The voice of the Secret Intelligence Department member was gloomy. For this operation, the Secret Intelligence Department even gave up their headquarters in Dragon Cloud City and sacrificed most of their intelligence sources. Thales was puzzled. Headquarters? Raphael gestured with his chin and extended his finger to tap the irregular mud wall beside him. It's here. Thales was stunned. He looked around and sized up the dim passageway. The prince said curiously, but this. Isn't this the underground of the chess room in Spear District where I come every month? In response, Raphael nodded in agreement. His expression returned to its usual indifference. Wait, are you saying that the chess room above us, the place where I come to play chess every month, is the Dragon Cloud City headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? Thales stared in disbelief and observed his surroundings. In Spear District? A place just a few steps away from Heroic Spirit Palace? Raphael smiled. He tapped the dilapidated mud wall beside him again. You don't think that the owner of the chess room just happened to be bored, so he built this tunnel under the cellar, do you? You don't also think that when you made a request to Dragon Cloud City and the Archduchess agreed to it, the disciplinary hall official in charge of choosing the location just happened to report this newly opened chess room to Leaspan, do you? Thales stared at Raphael in a daze. So, Raphael's eyes shone brightly as he nodded affirmatively. Yes, the safest place is right under the enemy's nose. For example, the dragon's blood 6 years ago, from the beginning of the operation, to the preparation, to the decision, to the execution of the plan, and even to the final mobilization of manpower and intelligence, to forging Lampard's warrant, to enter the gatehouse occupied by the enemy, to fish out an unlucky prince who acted on his own accord, and to arrange for his evacuation, everything was done here. Raphael glanced at him meaningfully, snorted softly, and shook his head. Thales automatically ignored the words, an unlucky prince, and silently observed his surroundings. The mottled mud wall, the deep tunnel, and the lonely everlasting lamp. I see. So, for the past 6 years, all the secret messages I sent to the Secret Intelligence Department were from here. But Nicholas should have investigated this place carefully, right? And found nothing? The prince frowned and said, even when I came every month, my personal guards would turn this place upside down. How could they have missed this tunnel? Raphael smiled again. This was not a chess room in the past. This place was the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City. During the underground war between Constellation and the Dragon, it supported countless spy operations and sheltered countless Constellation spies. It has a history of more than 160 years. Thales was slightly taken aback. When he said this, the Baron Bone Man from the Secret Intelligence Department seemed to be filled with emotions. During this period of time, no matter how big the operation was, this place was never lightly moved and never exposed. If the Star Killer really wanted to find out anything, he would have to go through the reconstruction records of Dragon Cloud City's Spear District more than 100 years ago. An architect from Anlenzo Dukedom, whose niece was married to a Constellatiate, was in charge of the construction. Of course, the records were accidentally lost many years ago. As for why they could not find the tunnel we are in is the last escape tunnel. It was dug decades ago, and the last layer of soil was not dug through. Raphael pulled his thoughts back to the present and narrowed his eyes. This morning, when we learned that there was an accident in the palace, I decided to dig through it. As expected, Raphael paused and did not continue speaking. A headquarters that has not been lightly moved for more than 100 years, Thales looked at him in silence, but his heart was filled with emotions. He frowned and asked, so, below this headquarters, it leads to all directions? Raphael chuckled softly. The Baron Bone Man looked at the second prince in disdain and snorted softly. Why? Do you think that the tunnel is so easy to dig, and that the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City, the leaders of the secret room, and the current Star Killer and his men are all idiots? Back then, in order not to arouse suspicion, this tunnel was dug intermittently for a few years, and was almost discovered several times. Otherwise, we would have connected it to the secret tunnel in the gatehouse. Then, we could even sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace and assassinate an Archduke or something. Thales took a deep breath and chuckled as well. Raphael snorted. But he immediately shook his head and sighed deeply with emotion. But because of this operation, this headquarters has to be decommissioned. Thales' eyes flickered. Decommissioned? Raphael seemed to have understood his gaze and said flatly, "You've disappeared in the vicinity. Even though no one discovered you for the time being, the Star Killer and his former White Blade guards will come back to investigate sooner or later, until they discover that something is amiss here. Not to mention the secret room and other forces who will come after hearing the news. If these people put aside their conflicts for you, it won't be long before they find out the truth. The headquarters will be exposed sooner or later." Thales frowned. If the headquarters has to be decommissioned, then all the people, things, channels, places that have been involved with the headquarters for more than 100 years will have to be decommissioned together with it. Almost everything the Secret Intelligence Department has here. Raphael's gaze was dim, and his voice was hoarse. There is no doubt that after this, Dragon Cloud City will go through another round of cleansing. And the headquarters in Dragon Cloud City, which has been here for 160 years, and everything that the Secret Intelligence Department has been operating here for more than 100 years will probably disappear. Raphael snorted softly, his emotions unclear. Because of this hasty and stupid plan. To save you. Chapter 338. The two of them sat diagonally facing each other, leaning against the wall. They looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Thales coughed and spoke softly. "What's the situation in Dragon Cloud City up there now?" Raphael opened his eyes. "Very bad." The pupils of the person from the Secret Intelligence Department shrank. Ever since King Nuvan passed away 6 years ago, the Star Killer's White Blade guards have been brandishing their blades with a murderous aura. They've been madly cleaning up Dragon Cloud City's underground intelligence network at all costs. They've practically turned the entire city into an airtight iron bucket. Even the secret room has suffered heavy losses, let alone us. Now, the Prince of Constellation's disappearance has too many implications, and it involves war. Dragon Cloud City has been completely locked down. Entry is allowed, but exit is not allowed. Strict searches are conducted from house to house. I heard that the Star Killer flew into a rage and madly chased after the Prince of Constellation all over the city, not letting go of any channels and information. He locked up batch after batch of suspicious people, including some great nobles. He doesn't acknowledge anyone's favor, and the cautious Leasban is even supporting him from behind. Thales listened to the person's narration without saying a word. "So, you went to Lampard today and messed up our plans. That was really stupid. And we risked our lives to rescue you, which was the worst of the worst." Raphael's expression was tense. At least at this moment, everyone in Dragon Cloud City is tense, and everyone is in danger. At least, almost all the escape routes in the hands of the Secret Intelligence Department can't be used anymore. When he heard this, Thales sighed heavily. Raphael saw the prince's expression, cleared his throat, and changed the topic. "But it's not that there isn't any good news. The day of the state affairs hearing involves too many people, and there are all sorts of people in the city. Your disappearance, whether it's the vassals and suzerains under Dragon Cloud City, the city of faraway prayers with ulterior motives, or the aggressive Black Sand region, these people are all suspected of kidnapping you. They don't trust each other, and even view each other as enemies. This will take up Dragon Cloud City's energy and attention. The Star Killer and Leasban need time and means to investigate them one by one. If it were any other time, they might not have encountered such a good opportunity to take the risk to rescue you. As he listened to the comforting words, Thales forced a smile. The prince braced himself and asked, "Then we're trapped here and can't leave?" Raphael shrugged. Viscount Putre said that he has an unorthodox way of getting in touch, but before he could finish speaking, a third person's voice came from the dark tunnel. "Very soon, Your Highness. You have to leave before dark." Thales and Raphael stood up at the same time and turned to the other side of the tunnel. There, a middle-aged man holding an everlasting lamp slowly walked over. "Putre." Thales' eyelids twitched, and he said in pleasant surprise, "I haven't seen you since I came out of the hall. How are you?" The thin Putre looked exhausted and forced a smile. "Thanks to you, I'm fine for now. When Lampard appeared in the hall, I had a bad feeling. So, I quickly slipped out to make arrangements." When Thales saw him, his anxious and gloomy mood instantly became much better. Raphael chuckled with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. But Thales' expression immediately changed. "Wait, you said that I have to leave before dark." Thales mulled over this sentence and was immediately shocked. He looked back and forth between Raphael and Putre. You're not coming with me?" Raphael and Putre exchanged a glance. The disappearance of the Prince of Constellation is a huge matter. The Baron Bone Man pursed his lips and his expression changed. If the kingdom's secret intelligence department appears indifferent and quiet, wouldn't it be too suspicious? Raphael looked at the puzzled Thales and nodded. "That's right. Not only can I not leave, but I also have to appear immediately and anxiously gather information everywhere, just like a normal person from the kingdom's secret intelligence department would do. It would be best if I'm discovered by the Star Killer and thrown into prison. Only then can I better cover your escape." Thales was stunned. He stared blankly at Raphael, who was dressed in white and appeared calm. He was momentarily speechless. "Is that so?" "It's not just him." Putre sighed, and withdrew the hand which he had put into his pocket for his pipe. "It's the same for the people around you, including me. We all have to stay in Dragon Cloud City and maintain the status quo. It's not only to divert attention from you, but also to continue gathering information until everything is settled and you successfully return to the kingdom." Thales pursed his lips. Yes, he escaped. But he was feeling very complicated right now. "Yes, Your Highness." Although the arrangements are in place, Putre smiled faintly, but to Thales, this smile was rather bitter. "But you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own." Thales turned to Putre and raised his eyebrows. But Putre only stared at him silently. In the end, the prince suppressed his other emotions. "Is that so?" He put away all unnecessary emotions and nodded indifferently. Beside him, Raphael said calmly, "Apart from that, who else among the people around you could possibly know that you would escape from here today? We have to consider the worst possibility." Thales tried his best to dispel the gloom in his heart and pulled himself together. "No one knows." The prince pondered for a moment. Apart from Ida and Jened, who could not avoid it, among the others, I only gave Waya some hints. Poor Waya. I hope you can remember why I told you, no matter what happens, do not panic. Fortunately, before I left, the sensitive Ralph should have sensed something. Very good, Raphael said seriously. Are there any loopholes or threats? Thales shifted his gaze and pondered carefully. Just in subordinates, among the Grand Duchess guards that are in charge of protecting me, there are 4 people specifically assigned to monitor my movements. Some of them might suspect Jenny, but it doesn't matter. I've destroyed all communications. Thales shook his head. One of the Archduchess maids is on a mission. She has been eavesdropping on my conversations with the Archduchess for the past 6 years, such as my farewell to the Archduchess this time. But it should be fine. She will think that I said goodbye because I was going to Black Sand region. The servant who cleans my room is Leespan and Nicholas Informant. He often stealthily flips through my books, letters, and even scribbles when I'm not around. But I've confirmed that I didn't leave behind anything suspicious. Thales continued to speak as he pondered. Every time he mentioned a point, the other two frowned a little more. Ida told me that an Archduchess guard who used to be a scout and was in charge of guarding the roof can use a reed to eavesdrop on my conversations with my subordinates in my room at night. So, when he starts eavesdropping, I will deliberately change the topic. And these few days, I have rarely talked to them about my recent situation. Nicholas and Gings will judge whether I am abnormal based on my daily routine and habits. But for this reason, I have tried my best to be as casual as possible, whether it is my resting spot in the palace or my daily routine. I should not be able to find any pattern. And this time, I came out in the name of meeting Lampard, so it will not arouse suspicion. Lord Justin has a small notebook. Every time I come out to play chess, he secretly pays attention to my every move, the person I talk to, the route I take, and even my movements when I ride a horse. Even after the game is over, he will come up and record my final game. Justin suspects that it is a secret code. But fortunately, everything I do in the chess room has nothing to do with this cellar. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Thales finished speaking and looked at the other two again. Raphael and Putre looked at each other. Both of them seemed a little surprised. This young man has been in Dragon Cloud City for the past 6 years. How did he come here? In fact, it's not just this, Thales thought quietly. Sigh, in the future, I can probably write a book called The Prince in the North, the days I battled wits and bravery with the Star Killer. Raphael coughed and said a little unnaturally, it sounds all right. Putre sighed almost imperceptibly. He nodded. Very good. I have already made arrangements for leaving the city. I asked some of my friends for help. Even though it is not as reliable as using my own people, it should not be a problem. Thales hummed in acknowledgement, but he immediately thought of something. What about after we leave the city? The prince frowned and said, I can guarantee that after such a major incident, the roads leading south from Dragon Cloud City are all checkpoints. They are strictly guarded against every 13 or 14-year-old boy. The same is probably true for Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. To prevent me from returning to Constellation, the area around Broken Dragon Fortress will definitely be under martial law again. Even birds cannot fly over. How do I return to Constellation? This time, Putre and Raphael exchanged glances again. Both of them seemed to be smiling. That's right, Lampard will not let you freely pass through Black Sand Region. Putre smiled and shook his head. So, no, we are not going south. Not going south? Thales thought for a moment and said solemnly, all right, the other directions. Going north is impossible, unless I want to seek refuge with the orcs at Queeker Glacier. So, I can either go east, travel 1,000 miles, pass through Beacon Illumination City to Elefure City, then take a boat south to Constellation. But before Thales, who was thinking hard, Putre only raised a finger and shook it slightly, interrupting him. No, we are also going east, and we are not taking a boat. Raphael snorted softly beside him. Neither. He said resolutely and decisively, you go west. Thales was slightly startled. West? Raphael's expression did not change. He continued to nod. First enter the territory of the City of Faraway Prayers, then head south to the Great Desert, then head east from the desert to Constellation's western desert hill. Wait a minute. Thales recalled the words Quide often used to threaten them a long time ago when they were child beggars in the abandoned house. Son of AB*TCH, tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will sell you to the Great Desert, you little brat. You will become a meal for the barren bone people. Head south to the Great Desert? Thales frowned in disbelief. That chaotic Great Desert filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals, and even the barren bone tribe and orcs? That terrifying, bloody, complicated, dangerous Great Desert filled with all kinds of strange legends that even the ancient empire could not conquer? Raphael did not speak. He only stared at him. The prince clicked his tongue and repeated the adverb 3 times. That is much, much more difficult than heading south to Black Sand region. Are you serious? Putre snickered. Yes, Your Highness, what you need to pass through is a certain part of the chaotic Great Desert that was once filled with desert bandits, rogues, criminals, and even the barren bone tribe and orcs. The thin middle-aged man sighed. Thales instantly grasped the keyword. His brain seemed to have stopped for a moment before it instantly restarted. Wait. He opened his mouth wide in surprise. You mean? Once? Once? No way. That means, a wonderful thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Thales' gaze became unfocused. His breathing began to quicken uncontrollably. At that moment, his heart skipped a beat. The prince raised his head abruptly and stared at the smiling Putre. His tone was tense. Putre. Constellation's army, 2,000 cavaliers or something. They crossed Blade Fang's dune camp in an unprecedented manner, crossed a small part of the desert, and arrived at the border between the City of Faraway Prayers and the Alliance of Freedom. Putre laughed again when he heard the prince's words. Thales looked at his expression and became more certain in his heart. He finally asked in shock, they did not go to support the Alliance of Freedom, did they? Raphael snorted coldly and turned his head away. Of course not. Putre took over the conversation. He stopped smiling and said flatly, the Alliance of Freedom? He shook his head and said disdainfully, since that group of people could not obtain the Great Dragon's friendship, what makes them think that they can obtain Constellation's friendship? Thales widened his eyes to the maximum. So, Constellation's army, their goal, they are, Raphael shook his head and clicked his tongue. Putre snorted softly and sighed. That's right. At that moment, Thales finally understood. Constellation's army, they are, I see. The prince leaned against the wall weakly and heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, his emotions were incredibly complicated. There was a mixture of realization, sadness, and relief. I also found it strange that in Gilbert's letter, Madame Gines, who has always been swift and decisive, actually nagged me to eat more Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Western Desert's bitter vegetables. Western Desert, she meant, Thales smiled bitterly. His tone was hoarse and his emotions surged. He could not continue speaking for a moment. Putre looked at the prince's expression and nodded slowly. He continued Thales' sentence. Yes, over the past month or so, thousands of Constellation's soldiers have set off from Western Desert and marched all the way to the northwest. As an unparalleled force in the desert, they swept through the northeastern part of the Great Desert at all costs, as well as the desert between Extet and Constellation. He let out a long sigh. As for the City of Faraway Prayers, since Rockne thinks that we want to interfere with the Alliance of Freedom, he will place all his troops on the western border of the kingdom and defend the direction of the Alliance of Freedom. He will have no time to care about the east and the interior of the desert. Thales closed his eyes gently. Putre's voice continued to ring in his ears, and those Constellation soldiers, they did not care about the cost, and the casualties they suffered as they ventured deep into the desert. They drove away and eliminated all the threats from the desert bandits, orcs, and barren bone tribes along the way. They even forced the City of Faraway Prayers to withdraw their troops. It was for you, the second prince, the heir to the kingdom in Northland. At that moment, Thales felt an indescribable heaviness in his heart. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. For me. Sending troops west, venturing deep into the desert, for me. No one could understand how he felt at that moment. As long as we get out of Dragon Cloud City, Putre's voice was still calm, but there was a terrifying sharpness hidden beneath his words. It was a sharpness unique to the Western Peninsula's shield. From the City of Faraway Prayers to Western Desert Hill, be it the powerful and threatening Northlanders or the once insurmountable, chaotic Great Desert, be it the army, the checkpoints, the bandits, or the orcs, all obstacles have been completely cleared. Only Constellation's own army and flag are left behind, waiting for your return. At that moment, Thales gritted his teeth lightly. His expression was tense. Put-Ray said calmly and without losing his vigor, with thousands upon thousands of soldiers advancing wave after wave, countless officials working hard day and night, and the kingdom recovering day by day, Your Highness Thales. From now on, your journey back to the kingdom begins. Chapter 339. A long time seemed to have passed. But Thales continued to stare at Put-Ray in a daze, unable to say a word. Put-Ray also gave him a smile full of wrinkles. So, this is all for me, Thales said slowly. There was still a faint hint of surprise and sadness in his eyes. The entire constellation, the mobilizing of the army, the provocation of Extet, the chaos in the Alliance of Freedom, the sudden and frequent communications from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, it's all. Thales stared at the dusty inner wall around him in a daze. It was all connected. Everything was connected again. King Chapman's centralization of power, Dragon Cloud City's internal strife, the City of Faraway Prayer's instigation, and the Alliance of Freedom's aborigines were not the only ones who insisted on bringing Thales to Black Sand region because they wanted to keep the chips in their hands for the war in the West. Because he might have guessed it. Perhaps he had guessed it the moment he heard that Constellation was marching into the desert. Aside from the complicated relationship between Dragon Cloud City, Black Sand region, and the City of Faraway Prayers, the factor that truly led Constellation into this misty chess game and caused the shield of the Western Peninsula to enter the game, it was himself, the second prince, Thales Jadestar. Thales fell silent. Raphael looked at the prince and snorted softly. Why, are you overwhelmed by the favor? Put-Ray coughed and cast a displeased look at Raphael. Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. Yeah, a little bit. Even though it's strange to say this. Thales slowly leaned against the wall, as if he wanted to soothe his fluctuating emotions. He forced a smile, as if he was talking to the air that did not exist. It's been 6 years since I became a certain unlucky prince. I really didn't expect that, I would also have such a grand treatment one day. Thales, who slid to the floor, squeezed his lips absent-mindedly. Hearing Thales' tone, which was filled with complicated emotions, Put-Ray frowned slightly. Anyway, Put-Ray continued as if nothing had happened. After dark, we will start from. But Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him. So, the prince sighed slightly. The kingdom's secret intelligence department sacrificed almost all of their intelligence resources in Dragon Cloud City, and perhaps even lost a lot of lives. Raphael's frown deepened when he heard this. The kingdom even sent out thousands of elite troops to clear the desert like never before, just to pave the way for my return. Put-Ray found it hard to get used to Thales' rather stiff tone. Sitting on the ground, Thales slowly raised his head. There was an unreadable light in his eyes. Also, you sent your troops to the desert at this time and forced your way to the borders of the City of Faraway Prayers. The prince inhaled slowly. His expression returned to normal, but it made the other two people feel even more uneasy. It was no different from helping Lampard. Not only did he escape, he also defeated the City of Faraway Prayers, subdued Black Sand region, intimidated the kingdom of the Great Dragon, and obtained power in all of Extet that the other 9 archdukes could not hope to attain. And as a result, Thales' expression tensed up. His gaze was solemn. The true enemy of Constellation, Chapman Lampard, that ambitious and terrifying king, that common-elected king who aspired to rebuild Extet and destroy Constellation, will become more powerful from today onwards, even more powerful than before. Intelligence, military affairs, politics, diplomacy, and even the future. So many sacrifices were made just to get me, an invisible prince who has been silent in a foreign country for 6 years, out of here. At that moment, Thales seemed to be talking to himself. Was it worth it? The prince turned to his two subjects. His gaze was calm. Raphael's expression tensed up, while Put-Ray lowered his gaze and did not say a word. The silence lasted for a long time. The shadows cast by the everlasting lamp swayed back and forth on the wall, showing the atmosphere at that moment. The Baron Bone Man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department shook his head in disdain. Ever since the accident 6 years ago, Raphael stared at the prince, who had not been easy to deal with since 6 years ago. His tone was cold. Since the accident 6 years ago, we have been very clear that it is impossible to exchange you, the only heir who will affect the future of the kingdom, from Extet without paying any price. He changed the topic of his speech. However, after we made so many sacrifices and arrived at this point, you asked us this question in return. Was it worth it? Thales's expression darkened slightly. Raphael crossed his arms. His gaze was sharp as he swept his gaze over Thales from above. Don't you think that this is too? But Putre suddenly spoke and cut off Raphael's words. I don't know. Both of them were attracted by Putre's words, and they looked at him in puzzlement. Putre's head was still lowered, but he spoke slowly with a serious tone, which was rarely seen on him, but you need to ask yourself. Ask yourself, Thales Jade Star. Thales froze for a moment. You used the 6 years that you wasted by being alone outside as a hostage in exchange for the well-being of thousands of people at the borders of the two countries. You used them to make a living, and in exchange for the kingdom's long-term stability and recuperation, Putre said with a sigh. Was it worth it? Thales was stunned. He stared at Putre, trying to read something from his face. The former deputy of the diplomatic mission slowly raised his head. Under the light of the waning lantern, Putre's face looked stern and sharp. He did not look like the middle-aged man who used to be arrogant, merciless, and eccentric. It's the same. Only you can answer the question you asked just now. Yes, in order to save you, we paid a great price. And in the face of these costs that cannot be ignored, if you feel puzzled, if you feel pity, if you feel hesitant, and even if you feel guilty. Putre stared at him with a piercing gaze. Then you should be the one to tell us. Thales's breathing became slower and slower. In the future, you should tell us. Putre's tone was stern. Tell those who died in Dragon Cloud City, tell those who swore to die in the desert, tell the whole of Constellation, and even the whole world. Tell us that in the summer of that year, countless people worked hard and spent money, suffered heavy casualties, gave up everything they had, gave up on their own spies, and even did not hesitate to nurture a tiger to become a powerful enemy of Constellation in the future, all for the sake of saving Prince Thales Jade Star from the heavily besieged Dragon Cloud City and Extet. Thales subconsciously held his breath and sat up straight. He leaned his back against the cold and rough mud wall and stared intently at Putre. Putre took a deep breath and said in a resolute tone, "That's right. This is the most worthwhile thing we have ever done in our lives." His tone was solemn and meaningful. Thales's expression froze at this moment. On the other side, Raphael lowered his eyelids and pursed his lips. He did not speak again. The tunnel returned to its familiar silence. If you follow the plan and safely leave Dragon Cloud City's territory, our local reinforcement will meet you at the border between the City of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City. He will protect you all the way to the southeast, past the land of barren rocks in the City of Faraway Prayers, and send you into the Great Desert. In a secret room at the end of the tunnel, Raphael spread a yellowed map on a dusty triangular wooden table. With the help of a faint light, he explained his next step to Thales. Putre quietly leaned against the doorway and watched the prince listen attentively to their next step in the plan. Raphael pulled his finger downwards. The tip of his finger was closer to Constellation at the bottom right corner. Thales's gaze moved accordingly. Once you enter the Great Desert, your greatest enemy will no longer be your pursuers, but the weather and geography. A barely noticeable change appeared in Raphael's gaze. But don't worry. First of all, the northeastern end of the Great Desert has already been largely cleared by Constellation's expeditionary army who went deep into the desert. No barren bone tribe, orcs, or desert bandits with more than 20 people will dare to stay within our clearing line. At most, there will only be a few unlucky ones who did not manage to escape in time. Second, the reinforcement from Constellation will also head north and meet you at the border between the Great Desert and the City of Faraway Prayers. You will then head south to the desert, meet? Thales exhaled in resignation. So, am I really some kind of commodity? Raphael was still talking and did not notice that Thales was a little unnatural. We will ensure that you have trustworthy forces and people to protect you from the outside of Dragon Cloud City to the Great Desert. Of course, there won't be too many of them, but they will all be rare elites in the world. We will ensure that any accidents that slip through the net in the desert will not pose a threat to you. In the Great Desert, our cavaliers will patrol day and night to clear out threats. At the same time, they will maintain the smooth flow of supply lines between several large oases. Raphael tapped the map lightly and drew a dotted line between a few small green dots. If you run into them, as long as you reveal your identity, you will be escorted to the nearest military camp or supply point. Even if you don't run into them, you don't have to worry. The people escorting you know the route. As long as you go through the oases one by one according to the plan and stay within our patrol area, you will be safe, until we escort you back to Blade Fang's Dune, the furthest end of Constellation's western front line. It is one of our largest military bases in the desert. That place is already our territory. If you head further east, you will enter Western Desert Hill. Raphael raised his head, and a faint light flashed in his red eyes. His Majesty has already negotiated with the 3 great clans of Western Desert, including Duke Fakenhaz. From Blade Fang's Dune to the ruins, from Wing Fort to Brave Soul's Fort, you can get all the help you need from the 3 great clans and their vassals. The prince's safe return is their first priority. When he heard this, Thales' gaze froze for a moment. Fakenhaz. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert, the suzerain of the ruins, Cyril Fakenhaz. His memory returned to the Hall of Stars a long time ago. The middle-aged duke with sparse hair, a haggard face, and a face that resembled that of a ghost limped into the hall with the support of a walking stick. He had a creepy smile, a cold, sharp voice, and merciless sarcasm. It's that unwelcome person. Head east through the ruins. The royal guards and part of the regular army will receive you on the Avenue of Blessings, which runs from east to west. They will escort you safely back to Eternal Star City. Any more questions? Raphael finished his sentence. Thales nodded. Are you talking about the most mysterious 4-eyed skull family among the 6 great clans, Fakenhaz of the ruins? Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present. Can they be trusted? Raphael's moving fingers paused on the map. Thales twitched the corner of his mouth. Maybe they don't welcome me as much as I thought they would. I still remember when I left 6 years ago, Sir Zayn Covendier, who was also one of the 6 Grand Dukes, was so friendly. He even specially came to bid me farewell. The prince raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, Putre, do you still remember? Putre could not help but laugh. Raphael paused. His Majesty will make sure of this. But the Baron Bone Man paused for less than a second. His tone was very firm. The suzerains of the Western Desert, be it Fakenhaz, Bosdorf, or the Chroma family, can all be trusted. Their soldiers are also in the army entering the desert from the west. The regular army of the royal family in Blade Fang's camp alone is not enough to clear the desert. All of them can be trusted? Thales shrugged noncommittally. I don't hear that often. Raphael furrowed his eyebrows. Putre chuckled softly. Thales, I know that your 6 years of unique life has made you quite cautious. Putre interrupted the conversation. This is not without reason. After all, the return of the heir will not only affect you, but also the whole of Constellation. This is no less than a political storm, and it will affect all parties. Thales snorted softly. The Thin Lord spoke slowly, however, please believe me when I say that in order for you to return to Constellation safely, the nobles in Eternal Star City who hide behind the scenes and play games with each other are not any easier or simpler than the rugged men in Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert is one of them. When he heard the familiar name, Thales moved slightly. Putre stared at him seriously. They have already put in a lot of effort and even paid a great price to ensure that Western Desert is completely on our side. And what you need to do, what you need to worry about the most right now, Putre did not continue. Thales stared at him from afar and remained silent for a few seconds. The prince nodded and closed his eyes. I understand. The desert and the nobles. This journey, he sighed in his heart. Raphael and Putre looked at each other. They did not say anything. Very good. What's left is how you are going to get out of the city. This is the most urgent matter at hand, Raphael said faintly. His Grace will tell you in detail. After all, this is his way. Raphael glanced at Putre. Should be reliable. Putre gently took out his pipe and shook his head in resignation. The Baron Bone Man turned his head back. Then, I think we should bid farewell here. Thales was still thinking with his eyes closed. When he heard that, he was shocked and quickly looked at Raphael. Now? You're leaving? But Raphael ignored the prince's surprise. He still had that relaxed smile on his face, as if he did not care. Your Highness, although I always say that nothing will happen. Raphael tightened his collar and pulled up his sleeves a little more, but based on your personality and experiences over the past few years, it would not be surprising if you really ran into an accident in the desert. Thales' face immediately darkened. Wait a minute. What do you mean by running into an accident? He silently criticized. Raphael was clearly smiling, but it made Thales speechless. But, since the age of the Empire, there has been a saying in the Great Desert. Thales was stunned for a few seconds. A saying in the Great Desert? Thales looked at the man's red eyes. His limited knowledge and doubts flooded his mind. Is it a proverb and legend of the Baron Bone people? It's your homeland. Putre coughed for no apparent reason. Raphael seemed to have just come back to his senses. His frozen expression moved again. No, the Great Desert is no one's homeland. To the Great Desert, everyone is just a passerby. If you want to go to the Great Desert, please remember this, Your Highness. Raphael changed the topic. His tone became cold, and his gaze was sharp and fierce. The desert god has no disasters, but the world has disasters. The desert god has no forgiveness, and the Great Desert will be forgiven. What? Desert god? Thales blinked, trying hard to understand. It doesn't sound like the lingua franca. Thales searched for this special phrase in his mind, and suddenly found a sense of familiarity that he only had when he was studying in Mindy's Hall. It sounds like an ancient poem in Cahill's Yellowhammer's poetry collection. What does it mean? Raphael smiled faintly and put his hand into his pocket. There was a slight sense of melancholy in his eyes. The desert god is one of the most primitive beliefs in the Great Desert. It represents a cruel existence that is one with the Great Desert. The residents of the Great Desert love, hate, respect, and fear it. Putre was coughing again. The Baron Bone Man's dark red eyes slowly focused, but in the next moment, he gently lowered his head and covered his eyes with his hands that were in his pocket. The weak fear disaster, and the lucky seek forgiveness. Only those who abandon weakness and luck at the same time can find a foothold in the merciless Great Desert. The moment he finished speaking, Raphael slowly raised his head. Thales shuddered. The moment Raphael put his hand down, the Baron Bone Man's strange red eyes had already turned into the most ordinary dark brown, calm and unchanging. Your Highness, we will meet again in Eternal Star City. While Thales was slightly stunned, Raphael, with a pair of disguised, brand-new brown eyes, turned around and left without any reluctance. Only a white robe was left behind, and it gradually disappeared into the darkness. It was silent, as if it was an illusion. Just like his appearance. Young people always like to pretend to be cool and profound. Putre shook his head, took out a flint, and muttered to himself, "Don't learn from him, Thales. Otherwise, you deserve to be single on Singles Day." Thales ignored Putre. He frowned and stared at the darkness that drowned Raphael. It's so dark around us, and that guy didn't even carry a lamp. How did he see the road? The prince complained in a low voice. Thales originally thought that no one heard his complaints. Then, in the deep darkness, Raphael's smiling voice traveled, "As long as you eat more liver and fruits, you can also find light in the darkness." Thales' smile froze on his face. Damn it. Chapter 340. Thales thought that Raphael's warning was enough to make him uneasy. Until Put-Ray used 30 seconds to explain to Thales the way to get him out of the city safely in the smoke-filled tunnel. Thales' face twitched as he looked at Put-Ray, who had a natural expression on his face. Follow me. Walk forward. And smile. That's it. Wait. Thales stared incredulously at Put-Ray, who was intoxicated by the smoke. What do you mean by walk forward and smile at the contact in a friendly manner? Put-Ray took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a perfect smoke ring. And there's no disguise, no. The prince was deeply worried and contemptuous of Put-Ray's vague explanation. Who is the contact? When do we meet? How is he going to send me out? Cough. Put-Ray's smoke clouded the already dim vision in the tunnel, and the pungent smell of the tobacco made Thales cough repeatedly. Forgive me, Your Highness. Put-Ray was calm. Over the past month, just the people in Dragon Cloud City following behind me is enough to make me suffer. I don't even have the time to smoke. Don't worry, the contact will find you. Put-Ray smiled softly in the face of Thales' accusatory gaze. And the place you're going is relatively safe. As for why you're not in disguise, I'm afraid that he won't recognize you. Thales narrowed his eyes. Him? Put-Ray took 2 steps to stand in front of him. With a smile, he wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulders and pulled him out. All right, enough with the nonsense. Put-Ray bit his cigarette and exhaled another puff of smoke. Your Highness, I'll send you off now. Thales' doubts did not diminish. What? The prince pinched his nose and frowned. He struggled to find the path under his feet in the smoke. But that's all you said. However, just as he spoke, Put-Ray pressed his palm down and covered his mouth. Put-Ray's expression was stern as he gestured for him to keep quiet. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously held his breath and inhaled slowly through his nose. But Put-Ray exhaled another puff of smoke. His mouth was still opening and closing. Believe me, it's enough to say this. My path is absolutely safe. Thud. Put-Ray coldly led him forward, not stopping for even a moment. They passed through a fork in the road and walked towards the next everlasting lamp under the cover of the smoke. The more Thales walked, the more frightened he became. Who was he guarding against? No. Thales sobered up. He knew. In this underground tunnel, the only thing Put-Ray had to guard against was, it was only when he arrived in front of a secret door that was as ugly as the surrounding mud walls that the tunnel behind him returned to darkness and could no longer be seen did Put-Ray stop. He paused for a few seconds and turned his head around to listen to something. After a while, he took a deep breath and let go of Thales. Looks like he has indeed left. Put-Ray put down his extinguished pipe, and his face relaxed a little. Thales stared at him in disbelief and whispered, What happened? Why? But Put-Ray quickly answered his question. The thin middle-aged lord leaned against the wall and sighed. Since the people from the Secret Intelligence Department have left, it's time. The middle-aged man's face flickered back and forth under the illumination of the everlasting lamp. Dust fell on his shoulders and left spots of dirt, but Put-Ray had no intention of wiping them off. Thales thought of something. It had been a long time since he saw Put-Ray like this. The last time I saw him was 6 years ago. Under the dim light, Put-Ray composed his emotions before he slowly said, Listen well, Your Highness. What I am going to say next is something that Gilbert, that sanctimonious old fox, would never say to you. He will only encourage you to be a good prince and bring the kingdom to the top with his eyes full of stars. And it will not be something that the extremely mysterious Secret Intelligence Department will tell you. Their principle is always the fewer the better, regardless of whether it is an insider or a participant. The more Thales listened, the stranger he felt. Gilbert and the Secret Intelligence Department won't tell me, Put-Ray. The prince stared at him in disbelief. What insider? What participant? Put-Ray pursed his lips. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him look even more tired. Your Highness. We paid such a huge price to save you, but you just asked, is it worth it? Put-Ray furrowed his eyebrows tightly and held the pipe in his hand upside down. He did not even care about the ashes spilling out. That was not just out of guilt, was it? You are also suspicious. Thales was momentarily stunned. He sized up Put-Ray with a doubtful gaze. What do you want to say? Put-Ray closed his eyes, inhaled slowly, and exhaled leisurely. What I want to answer you is the doubt that you have had since I came to Dragon Cloud City dozens of days ago. Thales' expression became solemn. Put-Ray opened his eyes. Your Highness, Put-Ray said sternly, as if he had made up his mind about something. You once asked me where I have been for the past 6 years, and why I only appeared now to bring you back to the kingdom. Put-Ray seemed to have made up his mind about something. Why now? Thales first furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Then, filled with doubts, he nodded slightly under Put-Ray's rather abnormal gaze. Yes? In the narrow passage, Thales and Put-Ray leaned against the walls on both sides. They faced each other in silence and looked at each other's faces, which were half lit and half dark under the light. You are right, Put-Ray said softly. We did not decide to rescue you on a whim, or because we felt that 6 years was too long. There is a reason why we, including the Secret Intelligence Department, who had been secretly watching over you for 6 years, suddenly appeared in Dragon Cloud City to rescue you. Thales' pupils focused slightly. His heartbeat slowly quickened. You mean, Put-Ray inhaled again, as though this action required a great deal of courage from him. I think there are some things you have to know, at least some parts of it. Thales was terrified to realize that Put-Ray's tone was actually trembling slightly. Even he began to feel nervous unknowingly. Your Highness, do you still remember what happened in Dragon Cloud City 6 years ago? Phew. Thales exhaled and tried to recall those unpleasant memories. I would like to forget about the calamity attacking the city, the great dragon returning, Lampard regicide, but Put-Ray interrupted him almost rudely. No, the Thin Lord said coldly, it's not just these. On that day 6 years ago, in a dark place that we cannot see, outside Heroic Spirit Palace and Shield District, some other things happened. Thales' eyes slowly widened. Other things? I believe you can tell that when I was young, I worked under Prince Midier. Put-Ray talked about the past. His voice sounded a little pained. Sometimes, I would get closer to the Secret Intelligence Department. That's why I was able to find the necessary support so quickly during the crisis 6 years ago. Thales' heart froze. He began to size up the man in front of him again. Yes. I can see it. But, this is the first time you admit it. Put-Ray Nemain. Put-Ray heaved a long sigh, as if he was still reminiscing about the past. 6 years ago, the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department in Dragon Cloud City above us had not yet been renovated into this chess room. At that time, it was just an inn. Put-Ray's weariness was clear on his face. That night, I received help from the owner of this place. That was how I obtained support, gathered resources, and gave the order to take action. It was all thanks to him that you were able to escape from prison. Thales subconsciously looked up. Of course, he could only see a bumpy ceiling and some cobwebs in the corners of the walls. Even his nose was filled with the coldness and slight dampness unique to the basement. The chess room. In the headquarters of the Secret Intelligence Department? The prince lowered his head. He was still puzzled. But? Put-Ray nodded as he thought. But, on the morning we broke into the palace and fought against Lampard. Put-Ray's tone was heavy and sad. The owner of this inn was the person in charge of the Extet branch of the Secret Intelligence Department. She was a special class intelligence officer who had been lurking here for nearly 20 years, Karen Booker. Died an unnatural death. Thales was shocked at first. Then, he rolled his eyes. He could understand Put-Ray's sadness, and could understand the strangeness of Booker's unnatural death. But, compared to what Put Ray wanted to say, Thales quickly asked, "The intelligence officer died an unnatural death? What happened?" Putray's gaze dimmed. His face contorted a few times under the flickering light. "Burglary. The robber stabbed Booker in the back 4 times. Thales frowned. "But, yes, Booker is my old friend for many years." Put Ray nodded as if he had the foresight to guess what Thales was thinking. "I know his capabilities. Even if the night of the calamity and the dragon's arrival was chaotic, no robber could have taken Booker's life." He stared at him without saying a word, patiently waiting for him to continue speaking. With his next sentence, Put Ray got to the main point. Put Ray widened his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and his expression was solemn. But what was truly terrifying was what he recorded, the secret intelligence department's secret code that Booker recorded in the inn's account book. In those few days, he met some people, found some things, and obtained some scattered clues, Your Highness. For the past 6 years, the secret intelligence department and I have been tracking down these clues left behind after Booker's death. In the darkness, Put Ray turned his face to the side to avoid the light. His entire face sank into the darkness. It was only recently that we managed to track down some results. Thales was a little anxious. What results? Put Ray first exhaled slowly, as if he was expelling something. Then, he inhaled deeply, as if he was gathering something. His slightly hoarse voice rose tiredly. Some old things that even the Black Prophet could not keep calm about. Things that were terrifying enough to shake the entire kingdom. Thales widened his eyes. What? The Black Prophet? Shake the kingdom? Put Ray nodded solemnly. From that day onwards, we understood that you were actually not safe, and neither was Constellation. So, the matter of your rescue has been elevated to the kingdom's and even the secret intelligence department's most urgent task. With indescribable pity and grief, he stared at Thales. So, on this day, 6 years later, Renaissance Palace has decided to bring you out of Exted and back to Eternal Star City at all costs. Thales was stunned. He did not understand. Put Ray seemed to heave a sigh of relief. His entire body relaxed. This is the answer. It is the answer to what I have been doing for the past 6 years, and the answer to why you suddenly returned to the kingdom. But Thales still did not relax. He stood up abruptly. What? What exactly is it? He could not help but raise his voice. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, what exactly happened above our heads? What was it that could shake all of Constellation? Putray's eyes were fixed on Put Ray anxiously as he searched for his wording. But Put Ray disappointed him. The other party shook his head. No, Your Highness, that is all I have to say. Thales immediately became anxious. But Put Ray raised a hand and interrupted him. Because I do not know either. Putray's face was filled with worry and misery. I do not know, nor do I dare to believe that what I discovered is the truth. I also do not know that the truth I understand and the truth the secret intelligence department saw, and, he paused for a moment. But Put Ray still continued to speak. Is it the same as the truth His Majesty, who is sitting on the throne, believes in? How far is it from the truth? His Majesty? A chill that came out of nowhere crept up Thales' spine. Put Ray suddenly raised his head, as if he had regained his strength. Remember, Your Highness. His voice was tense, and he spoke faster. There was a hint of anguish in his voice that was difficult to hide. Regarding this matter, do not trust anyone, do not be certain of anything, do not be limited to any impressions. Sometimes, even the scene before your eyes may be a lie and an illusion. The more Thales listened, the more puzzled he became. What is he saying? What exactly is going on? Finally, like a suffocating and dying patient who finally breathed in for the first time, Put Ray calmed down from his trembling body and resumed his long, drawn-out breaths. The pipe in his hand was almost broken into 2. But Putre's next sentence caused Thales to lose his composure. Your Highness. You must do this, and you should do this. The truth about the bloody year, about your own life, Putre said in a heavy and sorrowful tone. You can only uncover it yourself, investigate it, and verify it. At that moment, it was as if someone was beating a war drum beside his ear. Thales shuddered. The prince's thoughts spun rapidly. His unusual mind instantly grasped countless pieces of information that matched his words. The bloody year? Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. The map of Renaissance Palace that King Nuvan gave him many years ago was tightly pressed against his lapel. But, was the bloody year not the second prince, Horus? Was it not Black Sword and the others who assassinated me? And my life? But didn't the Queen of the Sky say that my name in the Draconic language? Thales' face was pale. He remembered Saroma's warning before he left. Thales, 18 years ago, Constellation's bloody year, is related to the calamities. Asda, Giza, his mind was in a mess. The surplus of information almost made him lose himself. Putre, the Black Prophet, the Secret Intelligence Department, and even King Kessel, did they discover some secret? Discover some secret? How much of it overlaps with the secret I know? Thales swayed a little and leaned against the wall. Silence returned to the tunnel. After a few seconds, the prince slowly raised his head and stared at the person in front of him blankly. He stared at the middle-aged man's dead gaze. Putre looked at the secret door and sighed softly. It's time. You should depart, Your Highness. This was Putre's parting words. The secret door opened. A teenager slowly walked out of the secret passage, climbed out of a cave, bypassed the ruins of the low wall that served as a cover, and walked into this remote and deserted alley. He stopped and slowly raised his head. The teenager stood in a daze in the open-air Dragon Cloud City. He stood in a corner filled with junk. His thoughts were in a mess. In the distance, the bright moon had already risen. It illuminated his path home. At this moment, in the distance outside the alley, a rude and unpleasant voice rang out of nowhere. This is impossible. Thales was shocked. He subconsciously pressed himself against the wall and held his breath. We respect you, so we are not joking. Another slightly callous voice rang out. Dragon Cloud City is no longer the same as before. This matter must be resolved. The new bosses of Biyao District have already expressed their stance. As long as you agree, they are willing to, the rude and violent voice rang out again, as if he did not care about politely interrupting the former person. You know, a few hours ago, that dead-faced man with drooping eyebrows from Heroic Spirit Palace also came to me. His goal was similar to yours, and what he said was also similar. The rude voice imitated the dead-faced man, in his words. He was much more impressive than the few of you. He carried that ugly blade on his back and led 2 rows of guards into Shield District in an aggressive manner. He slammed the blade in front of me and looked as if he would kill anyone who stared at him. He said as if he was demanding a debt, in the name of the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City, I want the whereabouts of that prince. I'm so scared. But there was only mockery in the rude voice's laughter. The fear in his words could not be heard at all. Thales shuddered slightly. Are you saying that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? A third voice rose from the other side. He seemed to be in cahoots with the previous cold voice. He asked cautiously, you mean that the crazy star killer personally brought people to look for you? Star killer? When he heard the familiar name, Thales pulled his thoughts back to the present and threw away all unnecessary emotions. It sounded like 2 parties were in a confrontation. The rude voice was the minority on one side, and the other side was the majority. Do you know how I answered him? The rude and fierce voice rang out again, and it was filled with disdain. You better listen carefully, because I am also prepared to answer you in the same way. The next moment, it sounded like the owner of the rude voice spat on the ground. Bah! I don't give AF*CK if you are the star killer, the star manipulator, the Archduchess or the Archduchess? Chapter 341. The silver moon hung high in the sky, barely illuminating the remote and dilapidated alley. A few flickering torches shone through the only narrow crack leading to the outside. Thales snapped out of his daze when he heard the rude cursing outside the alley. Even though he was a little dizzy from moving underground, and the corners and alleys he passed through after he came to the surface were a little complicated, Thales knew very well that he had left the Secret Intelligence Department's protection and was exposed to Dragon Cloud City's field of vision. He was in danger. Right now, his only hope to get out of the city was the contact Putre had mentioned. Thales focused his attention. The Sin of Hell's river surged at the right time to strengthen his hearing. More than 10 different breathing sounds appeared in his sensory organs from 2 directions. One side had an advantage in numbers, and the other side came alone. You've been in Dragon Cloud City for so many years. This was the cold voice from before. When he spoke in the crowd, Thales could vaguely sense his impatience. You should know how serious this matter is. You also know how serious we are. This isn't a fight because of personal feelings. The rude voice responded with a disdainful sneer. Humph. Thales frowned slightly. Who are they? Where am I? Where is the person I'm supposed to meet? Damn Putre, he said he didn't want to be like the Secret Intelligence Department, but he still left me with a mystery. The confrontation between the 2 sides of the wall seemed to be continuing. The rude voice's reaction obviously made his opponents very unhappy. The third voice rose again, as if he was still trying hard to convince the boorish man. This is for our survival. From sealing the city, to raiding the city, to arresting people everywhere, they have never so crudely interfered with the gangs and underground businesses. Listen, Heroic Spirit Palace is serious this time. I think they don't even care if they die together with us. Thales felt a chill in his heart. A few hours had passed since noon, when Lampard was assassinated, and he fled Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince could roughly imagine Dragon Cloud City's current state. I don't think so, the rude voice answered casually. I'm doing quite well. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, hey. Someone seemed to have knocked on a wooden board in anger. You old, but with another muffled sound, he, who was about to explode in anger, seemed to be stopped by his companions. Thales pushed his body closer to the rough and broken wall in front of him. He pricked up his ears and tried his best to grasp all the useful information he could. Really? It was the cautious third person. Compared to his cold-hearted companion, he seemed to be more inclined to solve the problem through negotiation. Since this afternoon, all the goods that we planned to sell this month have been confiscated from the market in Sword District. The old Black Hand of Camus Union has had his house raided in Dragon Wing Square. Even the nobles of Spear District and Axe District have been sent to prison in batches. Even the subordinates of the powerful vassals like Karkagel have been implicated. As long as they have a criminal record, the patrol team will arrest them and send them to the water dungeon without any questions. And you, do you think that you're special? Do you think that you can stay out of the Poor People's Shield District and Hammer District just because of your relationship with the Ground Shaker? Do you think that the patrols and the Archduchess guards will always let you go? He paused. A cold voice took over his words. You're wrong. And one day, you will pay the price for it. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He heard a few key words. The prince subconsciously looked around. This remote alley seemed to be quite old. The irregular brick walls were badly damaged, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. The house on the left that was connected to the alley had obviously not been inhabited for a long time. This half-built house was in a worse state than the abandoned house that Thales had stayed in before. It was as if someone had taken a huge hammer and smashed a third of it vertically downwards, starting from the roof. But Thales immediately realized that the ground under his feet was also full of broken stones and rotten wood. There was even a deep pit of unknown origin. It's like a messy battlefield. Is there such a place in Dragon Cloud City? When he thought of this, Thales shuddered slightly. Under the moonlight, he turned his head in disbelief. Through the narrow cracks in the alley and a few holes in the broken walls, he looked around. The broken beams of the house, the collapsed brick walls, the dirty path, and the faintly discernible stench, Thales was stunned. He recognized this place. He still remembered the rough and uneven texture of the dirt road under his feet, the old houses that were low and messy, and the alleys that were as complicated as a maze. The only thing missing was the hustle and bustle of people. This is... Thales touched the broken wall and stared blankly at the house whose roof had been smashed off. This is Shield District. This is Dragon Cloud City's Shield District. 6 years ago, it was the Shield District that was destroyed in a single day under the frenzied battle between two mystics. It's the Shield District where he escaped with Little Rascal. It's the Shield District where he fought back with Black Sword. This is the place. An inexplicable melancholy surged in Thales' heart. It's been so many years. In the end, I still returned to this place. However, doubts arose in Thales' heart. Why did Put Ray want me to come to this place? Ha 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 ha, the boorish voice suddenly laughed out loud, attracting Thales' attention. You will pay the price, ha 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 ha. The laughter was very bold and wild, but Thales could hear the displeasure and anger in it. With his senses strengthened by the sin of Hell's River, Thales could vaguely sense that the breathing of the group of people opposite the rough voice was getting rougher. It seemed like the situation was getting uglier. The laughter gradually stopped. You know. The rough voice stopped for a few seconds before he spoke in a low voice, even deeper than before. 6 years ago, Vlad could no longer survive in Dragon Cloud City, so he played some tricks and turned the bazaar and black market into a mess. Coupled with the disappearance of that Far Easterner, Biyao District's business was also empty. So, for a period of time, all the overconfident scums wanted to snatch these few pieces of bones. The rough man paused for a moment, and there was a hint of danger in his voice. And after a few years of fighting, all of you who are still here actually think that you're somebody. Even the way you talk makes you sound like a big boss, Vlad. Is it, the man with 8 braids under Lampard's command 6 years ago? Thales frowned. He subconsciously shrank back a little, completely hiding himself in the darkness behind the wall. Enough. The cold voice spoke again, as if he was the leader of this group of people. We don't know about the grudge between you and Vlad in the past, cripple. There was still no warmth in his words. We don't want to get involved, but everyone is making a living in Dragon Cloud City, ha. The rough voice suddenly rose, interrupting him. Making a living? Even though this person was alone, he seemed to have a lot of guts. Not only was he not afraid in the face of so many people, his tone was even more arrogant. It's been a few years. With Vlad as an example, the increasingly strict patrols have confiscated your goods more than 10 times, be it by water, land, or underground. The amount of money you've lost is enough to buy Dragon Cloud City, but you're still persistent, as if you can't lose all your money. Hey, are you really just trying to make a living by occupying the bazaar? In the face of the rough voice's questioning, the group of people did not speak, but Thales could feel that their breathing had become faster and more frequent. Even so, all of you have never given up on giving gifts to the nobles in the inner city, as if you can't spend all your money. Including the receptionist who was hanged because he was in cahoots with Black Sand Region. I know that you were the ones who gave him all his benefits. The rough voice coughed and spat. He continued to speak disdainfully. Hey, you're not doing it for fame or profit, and you're still acting like you're worried about the country and its people? Tell me, which gang did this just to make a living? The group of people facing him was still silent, but Thales could already hear the sound of some people clenching their fists. Look, I know your background very well. The rough voice snorted and laughed again, but for some reason, it made people feel a chill run down their spines. I know who you're working for. I know whether you're doing it for self-protection, or if you have other motives and backers. Hey. Vlad has left, but his stench still lingers in this city, and it has not dissipated. The man's tough and boorish voice left a deep impression on Thales. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had met this person before. If I report this to the White Blade Guards, guess what the consequences will be? A silence that was longer than any before lingered between the two parties. White Blade Guards. This is bad. Thales, who was caught in the middle of this confrontation, only felt that the atmosphere was getting worse. He looked around anxiously, but to his disappointment, he realized that there were only two ways to leave the alley. He could either crawl out of the narrow crack in a carefree manner and arrive in front of the two parties, or he could step on the broken stones and broken wood on the ground from the other side and jump over the wall in a flashy manner. Neither of them is a good idea. After a long time, the cold voice in the crowd on the other side slowly sighed. There had been no White Blade Guards for a long time, Gleeward. His tone was soft, but it was malicious. Ever since the calamities descended and the day the great dragon reappeared, the late king has passed away, and times have changed. Both Extet and Dragon Cloud City are no longer what they used to be. The words that rang in the night startled Thales a little. He had roughly figured out the identities of both parties. Their positions were probably not very high, but they should not be ignored in Dragon Cloud City. They affected many people's lives, and they were closely related to the middle management of the government like the patrol team. Thales felt a sense of familiarity toward this kind of person, which he had not seen in a long time. As expected, in the next second, the boorish man known as Gleeward spoke coldly. "So, you found a new master?" He spat in disdain. "What? Is Chapman Lampard's penis so delicious that you have to queue up to take a sip of it when you pass by while taking a dump? Damn it." One of them seemed to be unable to hold back his temper. He took a step forward, but he was immediately stopped. Silence. This time, it was the third voice. He seemed to be the one with the most weight after the cold voice. His words were obviously much more cautious. He spoke in a negotiating tone. "I know, Chief Gleeward, we usually don't interfere with each other, and we have a tacit understanding, but this time..." But Gleeward did not seem to buy it. His boorish voice interrupted the other person. "Then get lost." Gleeward's boorish voice was unpleasant and piercing to the ears. "I don't care how important that prince is, I don't care who assassinated that kinslayer, I don't care what kind of bullsh*t heroic spirit palace is playing, I don't care whose balls you black-skinned dogs are licking, I don't care whose bones you took to get involved, and I don't care whether you want to rebel or get promoted. I only care about one thing, you sons of cheese." Thales bit his lower lip. Thales bit his lower lip. As expected, his disappearance caused a series of chaos in Dragon Cloud City, and even affected these. Gleeward pounded his fists and growled, "I'm going to kill you. Stay away from my land." His words instantly caused the crowd to burst into an uproar. This old cripple. The sound of a blade stabbing into wood could be heard. "We should teach him a lesson." A few people sneered maliciously. "If you ask me," one person said in annoyance. But these people's words came to an abrupt halt. They seemed to have been stopped by their leader. Just when Thales breathed a sigh of relief and thought that the conflict had ended, Gleeward, 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 the famous Gleeward. It was the leader with the cold voice. "You're Gleeward, the one who is rumored to be able to fight against the 5 war generals." His voice traveled faintly into Thales' ears from beyond the illuminated alley. "You lost both your legs in the disaster 6 years ago. Since then, you have never been able to stand again." "Lost a pair of legs 6 years ago?" "6 years ago." Thales seized the word. Gleeward was silent for a few seconds. "Huh, you're talking about my legs. They've been lame since decades ago." The rude man did not show any weakness. His laughter was still relaxed and at ease. 6 years ago, I thought they were an eyesore, so I sawed them off. You have a problem with that?" The breeze blew through the narrow gap in the alley, creating a low whistling sound. The cold man continued, "Not only that, you've also lost an eye. Half of my vision." "Eye?" Gleeward's voice suddenly rose. "Heh, I thought it was too much for my head with it in my eye socket, so I took it off." A few muffled sounds were heard. He seemed to have flicked his forehead. The cold man laughed. Also, you only have 3 fingers left on your left hand. You can't do anything whether you clench your fist or hold your weapon. Gleeward retorted nonchalantly, Hey, have you never picked your nose before? Don't you think it's more convenient this way? When he heard these words, Thales frowned deeply. That lonely figure outside the wall, what kind of man is he? The cold man ignored Gleeward and continued, That's not all. In that disaster, your people suffered heavy casualties. Count them. How many of your brothers did you personally bury in Shield District 6 years ago? This time, Gleeward was silent for a long time. A long time. It was as if he had fallen silent. Another gust of wind blew past. The firelight outside the alley trembled slightly. The man named Gleeward sucked in a deep breath and slowly exhaled. My brothers are made of iron. His voice was slightly deep, but he still refused to show any signs of weakness. Gleeward's voice trembled slightly. Tisk, if we really fight, it's just a normal thing for us to fight 1 against 10. Silence was the only response he received. Thales listened quietly and formed an image of the man in his mind. He had lost both his legs, an eye, and his left hand was crippled. He was crude, rude, and ill-mannered. He was like a bandit. However, at the same time, he was forthright, stubborn. After a while, the cold voice started to chuckle. He, don't make me laugh, Gleeward. Look at how crippled you are now. Forget holding the Soul Slayer pike, you can't even stand up. You even have to rely on a wheelchair to walk. As a response, Gleeward spat in disdain. Look around you. Look at this place that has been plowed by calamities and great beasts. It's poor, run down, decaying, pitiful, despicable, the Shield District that you rely on for a living and are proud of. The cold man clicked his tongue and said, Look at this terrible state. Not only has your Shield District never recovered, it's getting worse. I heard that you don't even have enough manpower to watch over Oriole Brothel. Forget about the fact that you have to take care of the orphan families of your brothers. Maybe you should ask your wives and daughters to help. You know, you can even earn some extra income by watching over the brothel. Mocking laughter rose from the crowd. This time, Thales did not hear Gleeward's retort. Think about it carefully. This is no longer your era, old cripple. There was a hint of threat in the cold man's words. If you force yourself and refuse to see reality clearly, you will only be digging your own grave and dragging everyone else down with you. The sound of footsteps rose. It seemed like the cold man was slowly pacing forward. Thales heard Gleeward's breathing become rougher. We didn't declare war on you not because we're afraid of you, but you seem to be looking down on us. Why? Do you think that you're still a famous supreme-class heavy swordsman? Do you think that you're still the respected Chief Gleeward? Do you think that you're still the light of the people who can rally to your call in Dragon Cloud City? Or that hero who wields the Soul Slayer pike and protects Dragon Cloud City? But in reality, the man's voice was very calm, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions at all, but it was incredibly chilling. Since 6 years ago, you've been nothing. The one gasping for breath under that incomplete shell of yours is just a cripple waiting for death in a wheelchair. This time, Gleeward's breathing became rougher. He even let out a low, deep snort. But his rude voice did not come again. It was as if Gleeward had given up on fighting back. The cold voice caught Gleeward's sore spot. He smiled slowly. For example, right now, if we shoot you with crossbows from a dozen steps away, what can you do? If we're really serious, if we really want to do something to you, to Shield District, to Hammer District, to your poor subordinates, to their wives and children, to the livelihood of their employers, and to make their lives 100 times worse than they are now, the man's words became slower and slower, and it made Gleeward's heart grow colder. What do you think a cripple like you, who can't even walk, can't hold a sword steadily, can't even see the road clearly, and can only live in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, can do? Gleeward still did not say a word. He seemed to have truly fallen silent. Look at the situation clearly and make a wise choice. The man sneered and stopped moving. Since you know the people behind us very well, then you should know that we are very powerful and can do it, but a cripple like you can't stop us, and can't stop us. So, I'll give you another chance, Gleeward. Reconsider your answer. Chapter 342. In the next second, a frightening loud noise came from outside the alley. Bang. Thales was shocked. It sounded like someone's body had crashed into the wall. From the other side of the wall came a jumble of shouts and shouts. No, this bastard, Gleeward, get your weapons. But it was not over yet. Boom. Another muffled sound. To Thales, it sounded like a head-on collision between two fists. The clear sound of bones cracking was accompanied by cries of pain. Damn it, kill him. Swoosh. This time, it was the sound of blades cutting into flesh. This son of AB TCH, crack. This time, it was the sound of bones cracking. Damn it, how did he do it? Kill him, The continuous screams of the crowd rose from outside the alley. Thales became more and more nervous as he listened. What happened? Where are the throwing knives? Use the throwing knives to deal with. The chaotic crowd began to sound hysterical. I swear, we won't let you go, won't. Everyone you hold dear, we will. Thud. Another muffled sound of a body falling to the ground cut off the threatening voice. Quick, give me the knife, rip. Crash, Thales' heart skipped a beat. He was both unfamiliar and familiar with this sound. The arteries of the warriors on the battlefield were cut, and blood gushed out and splattered all over the ground. The sounds of the crowd grew more and more panicked. No, wait, we have something to talk about, bang. Thud. The muffled, fatal sounds rose again. Thales was terrified as he listened from behind the wall. The sounds of the crowd grew sparser. No, I'm just an errand boy, bang. Thales was startled. The wall he was leaning against trembled slightly, as if someone had been thrown over. A lot of dust fell from the wall. After that, the noises outside, whether it was the cries for help or the sounds of fighting, became much fewer. In the end, a loud voice begging for mercy came with a sobbing tone. Don't, it's their idea to stalk and catch you alone. I'm really not with them, but in the next moment, a chilling and clear voice rang out. Crack. Thales closed his eyes. He also recognized this voice. It was the sound of a neck being forcibly broken. After more than a dozen soul-stirring noises, the area behind the short wall finally quieted down. The chaos outside seemed to have subsided. It was only then that Thales opened his eyes solemnly and carefully. He held his breath. It can't be, right? In the terrifying silence, there were only 2 breaths left in the alley. One was steady, heavy, and slightly panting. One was panicking and anxious, and the frequency was rapid. Even if he activated the sin of Hell's River to its fullest, he could not hear the breathing of other living beings. There were only 2 people left. Thales closed his mouth in shock. A few seconds later, the boorish male voice that had not been heard for a long time was heard again, accompanied by a grunt. Humph, damned adept, you think you can be so unreasonable just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. It really hurts. There was a sizzling sound, as if a blade had been pulled out of his flesh. Clang, the sound of metal hitting the floor. Following this sound, the other person's breathing behind the wall became even more rapid and unstable. You, Chief Gleeward, I am not. The voice was trembling. As a response, Gleeward's faint, cold chuckle traveled into his ears. A dozen or so people. You can't even beat a cripple in a wheelchair. I really feel ashamed for you. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. What the hell? 1 against a dozen, and there were even mutants among them. Yet, he was so scared that he couldn't even say a word. Hey. However, Gleeward's next words caused his breathing to freeze. You're lucky, little man. I need a tongue to pass the message. The owner of the trembling voice seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence and immediately slowed down. The next second, he hurriedly said, as if he was crying tears of joy, oh of course. Chief Gleeward, tell me, no matter what you say, I will. Gleeward's cold snort forced the survivor's fawning and trembling voice to swallow his words. In the terrifying silence, Thales, who was listening in the corner, did not even dare to breathe loudly. It was obvious that the person behind the wall was a dangerous character. Listen up, scum. Gleeward's rough and unpleasant voice rose slowly. Do you think that you can force me to submit to you with threats and violence? You must know that Vlad has used more than 10 years and used all his methods. In the end, he even brought the military crossbow from Black Sand region, but he still couldn't kill me. There was a rarely seen ferocity in Gleeward's voice. Forget about losing a leg and an eye, even if I can't speak, can't see, have my limbs rot, and am forever paralyzed. The boorish warrior's voice was deep, but his words were as hard as steel. I can still grit my teeth and jump out of bed, and each and every one of you, chew into pieces. Slap. A cry of surprise rose from behind the wall. Thales could feel that the survivor had been lifted by Gleeward. Do you think that the Star Killer is very terrifying when he goes on a rampage in the city? Ha! The boorish man's voice became more and more terrifying. When you piss Gleeward off, you will know, that dead face who only knows how to behead people will be so gentle and gentle. Thales heard the sound of teeth chattering in that person's terrified breathing. Send the message back, Gleeward said coldly. I may not be able to protect my territory, my brother. But I am very good at holding grudges. From today onwards, anything that happens in my territory, and I mean anything, such as the little girl living opposite me losing her doll, or my neighbor's dog losing a bone in its bowl, I'll put it on your heads. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded like an index finger tapping his forehead. That shuddering breath was already trembling out of shape. You better pray that Shield District and Hammer District are safe and prosperous, or else, in return, I will tear each and every one of you apart, no matter where they hide, no matter how high their status is. Just like what you've seen. Thud. The sound of a human body falling to the ground was heard. Get lost, Gleeward said slowly, his voice as cold as ice. In the next second, amid the rapid and shuddering breaths, the sound of panicked footsteps rose. It knocked over countless items along the way, and there was also the sound of clothes rubbing against the ground. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Behind the wall, Thales quietly exhaled. Fortunately, he only felt his heart beating a little faster. It's over. Now, I just need to wait for the wheelchair to leave. Hey! That boorish male voice rose again. There was a hint of laziness in it. You, eavesdropper. Gleeward's deep voice traveled clearly into Thales' ears. How much longer are you going to hide? Thales felt a slight chill in his heart. What? He touched his stiff neck and raised his head with a dazed expression. He stared at the low wall that hid him completely. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. The prince pursed his lips in a hopeful manner. Maybe he's not talking about me? Stop pretending, you behind the wall. Gleeward seemed to be clenching his fists, and a frightening crisp sound rose. Is it fun to watch the show? You won't be so lucky when I catch you. The prince closed his eyes, filled with resignation. Thales took a deep breath. Look on the bright side, Thales. It's late at night, and this is the almost abandoned Shield District. That guy. He can't be someone who just happened to be taking a stroll here. Besides, based on what Gleeward said just now, he should be traveling alone, which is why he was surrounded by his opponents in this place. And coming to this place in the middle of the night means, Thales adjusted his breathing and used that reason to convince himself over and over again. Then, he resolutely took a step forward. He walked out of the narrow alley. A cold wind blew. The exaggerated temperature difference between day and night in Northland made Thales flinch. Outside the alley, a desolate and dilapidated shield district appeared before him. But what really attracted his attention was the mess before him. Thales stared blankly at the scene under the night sky. More than 10 corpses lay motionless on the ground or stuck to the wall. Their postures were all different, and their expressions were frozen at the last moment. Some were horrified, some were terrified, and some were angry. Some of them had deformed limbs, some had their bodies bent, and some even had their organs spilling out. Under the contrast of the dark night and the bright moon, they looked exceptionally hideous and bizarre. A few torches fell weakly on the ground, but they still burned stubbornly, providing some illumination. Thales slipped. He accidentally stepped on a puddle of blood. It was like a slaughterhouse in the wild. In this scene that made people hold their breaths, Thales gulped hard and saw the only person who was still alive. A strong man sat on the ground, quietly bandaging the wound on his shoulder. Through the weak firelight and moonlight, Thales immediately saw the man's most distinctive feature: he did not have legs. In any case, Ralph's legs still reached his knees. However, the boorish and muscular man in front of him did not have any pants below his thighs. His pants were tied into 2 knots, showing off his misfortune in the past. Thales frowned slightly. The man named Gleeward snorted coldly. He bit the cloth used to bandage his wound and forced himself to raise his head. "Tell me, you followed me here in the middle of the night. Were you sent by Nicholas, Vlad, or someone else?" "Huh?" Gleeward's eyes were filled with puzzlement. With the help of the light, Thales saw the man's face, just as he expected. There was nothing in Gleeward's left eye socket. There was only a dark hole. Under his short hair, there was only a round hole where his left ear should have been. It was as if his ear had been cut off at the root. Thales was stunned. A brat? The strong man frowned, and he looked puzzled. While Gleeward spoke, he used his left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, to pull up a corner of the cloth. He bit the other corner in his mouth while he supported himself with his right hand on the ground to help his hunched body maintain its balance while he desperately bandaged his wound. A faint sadness rose in Thales' heart. This man, there's only half of him left. Hey! Don't let your mind wander, brat. Thales' expression changed. He snapped out of his daze and scratched his forehead. Actually, I'm almost 14 years old. You really are a child. Gleeward shook his head and snorted softly. Why, is child labor popular now? TSK, why are people so cruel nowadays? Cruel? Thales could only smile helplessly as he stared at Gleeward, who sat among the corpses on the ground. Gleeward's face was flat, but his nose was rather high. His face was covered in ungroomed stubble, which made people wonder if he had carelessly cut it with a table knife. He bandaged his wound and grabbed behind him with his left hand. Rumbling sounds of friction came from the darkness. A wooden wheelchair was pulled to his side by the man. Gleeward gritted his teeth and fastened the wheelchair to the side of a protruding stone slab. He grabbed the arm of the chair with his left hand and used his right hand to support himself from the ground. He propped up half of his body from the ground and leaned towards the wheelchair while trembling. He wanted to sit in the wheelchair. Thales thought of something. When he saw Gleeward's strenuous movements, he wanted to step forward and help. But in the next moment, Gleeward retaliated with his actions. The strong man grunted, and his powerful right arm seemed to explode with endless power as he pushed the ground. In the next second, the boorish man rose steadily into the air. Thales, who had just taken a step forward, stopped abruptly. As the wheelchair shuddered, Gleeward landed accurately on it. In the wheelchair, Gleeward leaned back and exhaled comfortably. He cast a scornful glance at the corpses on the ground and flashed a cold smile. At that moment, Thales suddenly realized that even though the man seemed to be handicapped and only had half of his body left, but there was no doubt about it. The man before him was one of the strongest and most valiant warriors he had ever seen. At that moment, a woman's voice, which he had not heard for a long time, rang in his ears. Gentle, light, but with a hint of stubbornness that refused to compromise. No, Chiron. They don't need cheap sympathy. They don't need help and sympathy from us so-called normal people and healthy people to satisfy our own moral evaluation. What they need is for us to remove our blinders and treat them like normal people, because there's nothing abnormal about them to begin with. And the reason why they can't become normal people is because we are too self-righteous. We are not tolerant enough. It's because this imperfect society doesn't give them the soil to become normal people, whether it's because of the lack of software, or the inconvenience of life caused by the lack of hardware. Stop calling them handicapped. Because they aren't. It's her. It's her. But who is she? He subconsciously reached out. But he did not catch anything. There was only emptiness. Hey! How can you be distracted? Gleeward pushed the wheelchair in front of him and sized Thales up. He tapped his own head with a doubtful expression. Are you retarded? Thales was shocked. He shoved the memory that had suddenly appeared back into the depths of his mind. Gleeward clenched his right fist, and it made a clear sound. The sound made Thales nervous. He tried his best not to look at the corpses around him. He forced a smile. Focus. Now, Thales took a deep breath, trying to make himself appear more friendly. Putre said it. Smile, smile. Smile when you face your contact. The prince bared his white teeth and stared at the man in the wheelchair. So, you are the person Putre mentioned? Gleeward frowned and answered loudly, Who? His unpleasant, loud voice startled Thales. Putre, it's that. Thales tried his best to maintain his smile. He forced himself to speak the lingua franca that was close to a Northlandic accent. A strange middle-aged man smoking a pipe? Gleeward blinked what was left of his eyes and scratched his chin under the moonlight. He impatiently opened his mouth and asked loudly but vaguely, What did you say? Thales' heart trembled. No way. Or there's someone. His name might not be Putre. Maybe he's using an alias, and he might not even be smoking. He probably doesn't have time to smoke these few days. Thales gesticulated and tried his best to form his own words while he criticized Putre's unreliability in his heart. He asked you to bring someone, at this time, bring someone. Thales waved his arms and shook his head gently. He looked at Gleeward with anticipation, who did not seem to be in the zone yet. Give him, at this time? Bring someone. The boorish man narrowed his single eye. His eyeballs moved about as he pondered. He asked tentatively, You mean, bring him out of the city? Thales' eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. Yes. That's it. Gleeward fell silent. The man in the wheelchair stared at him silently for a few seconds. It made Thales feel slightly creeped out. Until, Gleeward's expression changed. He slapped his head. The man looked as if he had just come to a realization. He pointed at Thales with his right hand. So it's you. God bless me. Thales exhaled. He felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. Yes. Thales slapped his thigh. He felt that the negotiation just now was very difficult. He smiled laboriously. It's me. Nice to meet you. How should I address you? Gleeward narrowed his eyes and continued to size him up. He let out a guttural sound. The creepy feeling in Thales' heart rose again. Gleeward. A second later, the boorish man laughed and showed his yellow teeth. He extended his right hand to Thales. Drew Gleeward. Thales breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, this contact seemed to be rather easy to talk to. With lingering fear in his heart, he extended his right hand and held Gleeward's palm. Then, at that moment, bang. Before Thales could react, he felt a weight on his right hand. He felt pain in his neck, and his vision swayed. A great force erupted from Gleeward's right palm. Thales lost his balance and fell in Gleeward's direction. Gotcha! Gleeward's delighted laughter traveled into his ears. Ha ha ha, you want to leave the city in secret? Hey, you're that little prince of Constellation who was kidnapped, aren't you? Gleeward's boorish laughter grew louder and louder, so loud that Thales' ears hurt. What happened? Thales struggled to open his eyes, but to his horror, he discovered that Gleeward, who was in a wheelchair, had already locked his hands tightly behind his back. The latter's left arm wrapped around the prince's neck. The iron-like muscles on his arm were like a cage that bound the prince to Gleeward's embrace. Whether it's the underground or the officials, all of Dragon Cloud City is going crazy because of you. I've always been annoyed by these things, and I didn't even want to bother with them, but you actually came to me. Ha 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 ha. No, no. The sin of Hell's river instantly surged. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to break free, but he realized that his struggle was futile. Gleeward only relied on his powerful right hand and his abdominal muscles to lock Thales' arms tightly behind his back. It was useless. From the moment he was held in Gleeward's arms, he had already lost his best position to exert force. Under Gleeward's restraint, he could not even touch JC's dagger. Guess what price Heroic Spirit Palace is willing to offer me? Gleeward's laughter was rather ferocious and smug. Damn it, that dead face smashed so many things in my territory in the afternoon. This time, I'll make him pay for it. Gleeward's left arm suddenly exerted force. Thales only felt his head tilt back, and the bright moon and starry sky appeared before his eyes. Of course, it might not necessarily be Heroic Spirit Palace. At this point in time, many people want you. Gleeward's grip became stronger, and the laughter that traveled from behind his ears was filled with excitement. Let me think, should it be 1,000 gold coins or 2,000 gold coins? TSK, isn't that a little too much? Thales' face gradually turned red. He only felt that his neck was becoming more and more uncomfortable. Gleeward's left arm was hooked around his neck, and he pressed down on Thales' windpipe without allowing him to resist. The force was so great that the prince even felt that his back was about to be pressed into Gleeward's chest. This guy. Why is he so strong? The prince, who had difficulty breathing, raised his right leg with all his might and stomped down with all his might. But the pain under his foot told him that he could only barely step on the floor and kick the hard wood of the wheelchair. It was only then that Thales sadly remembered that Gleeward did not have legs. Or, I can ask for something else. I have to be more careful about this. Thales' vision gradually became blurry as his breathing became uneven. Soon, many golden stars, that only he could see, appeared in the starry sky before him. No. I can't go on like this. He desperately sucked in a bit of air, and with his rich experience from being choked many times, he held his breath and stopped moving to exhaust his strength. Thales' face turned red. He forced out a few sounds from his windpipe, and his breath was weak. You are not the contact, Gleeward. What greeted him was Gleeward's wanton laughter. Ha ha ha, I see. You can even make a mistake about the contact. Looks like you guys aren't very diligent in your information gathering. Under the double torture of lack of oxygen and pain, Thales desperately maintained his last bit of calmness. He no longer had the time to complain about Putre. Wait, Thales' face contorted, and he squeezed out a few words in pain. Double. If you want money, I'll give you double. Gleeward was slightly stunned, then he snorted coldly. Shut up. The boorish man did not seem to be moved at all. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, don't treat me like a fool, but his voice gradually became weaker. In the next moment, Thales felt the pressure on his neck loosen slightly. A breath of air that he had not breathed in for a long time, mixed with pain and friction, was sucked into his lungs. The sound of teeth grinding traveled into his ears, along with Gleeward's voice, which was as unpleasant to the ears as before, but he was slightly tempted. "Hey, brat," the boorish man slowly gulped and said softly, "I'm not going to let you off." Chapter 343. Thales, who was drenched in sweat, coughed while he sucked in mouthfuls of air as if he was cherishing the water in the desert. His entire body trembled. But Gleeward did not let him go. It was still difficult for him to break free. "Really, whether it's 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins, I'll give you double." Thales regained some of his rationality. He panted and sweated non-stop, feeling weak. The Jade Star royal family is very rich, and so is Constellation. The Secret Intelligence Department's assets in Dragon Cloud City alone are worth more than 100,000, Gleeward raised an eyebrow. "Very well, wait." But a second later, the man's expression darkened. "You mean, you want to go to Constellation to get it?" The Secret Intelligence Department will do." Thales, who had just recovered from the stars in his vision, blinked hard. "They will definitely give." The next moment, he felt a heavy pressure on his neck, and his windpipe was blocked again. "Shut up, do you really think I'm an idiot?" This was Gleeward's exasperated voice. "Listen, I only accept cash." Thales sucked in his last breath of air with great difficulty. "Damn it. This bastard, do I look like I have cash on me? If you, hand me over." Thales tried his best to fight for a chance. The city of faraway prayers is at war with the Alliance of Freedom and Constellation. Gleeward cut him off impatiently. "Shut up, I don't understand politics." Thales, who was seeing stars again, felt exasperated. What kind of person is this? "Forget it, let's go look for Dead Face." "It's safer there," Gleeward mumbled. He increased his strength, trying to knock Thales out. Thales knew that things were not going well. He racked his brain, fighting against the air and his enemy while he desperately shouted that one word. "Shield District." A few seconds after the word left his mouth, Gleeward's arm loosened again. "What?" he asked with a frown. Thales took the opportunity to take a few deep breaths to clear his mind. "Yes. Shield District. I heard your conversation just now," the prince said painfully, shifting the back of his head slightly away from Gleeward's chest. Just now, no matter how insulted and despised he was, Gleeward did not move. But when the enemy started using Shield District and his brothers and sisters to threaten him. "This is Shield District, right?" Thales panted, and his words gradually became smoother. "And you are probably the person in charge of this place. Look around you, it's already dilapidated. 1 or 2,000 gold coins is not enough to rebuild it. You need more, not just money." Gleeward remained silent for a long time. But in the end, he still coldly snorted and shook his head. "Shut up, I am very content, I have no interest in causing trouble." When he saw that Gleeward was about to strangle him again, Thales quickly spoke. "And, I heard it. The people who died in Shield District 6 years ago were your subordinates and brothers, right?" When he said this, Thales felt Gleeward shudder behind him. During these 6 years, their surviving family members also need to be compensated for their financial losses. They need to live. You should be very worried, right? I guess Dragon Cloud City doesn't have a disaster emergency fund to compensate for Shield District's losses. Thales spoke fluently in an invincible manner while he racked his brains for a way to escape. Gleeward let out a dull, displeased sound. "Shut up." This time, there was a hint of displeasure in the veteran's words. But then he was stunned. "Disaster. Gold, what's that? Can it compensate for Shield District's losses?" Thales thought of something. He felt that he had found a way out. That's not important. What's important is. The prince inhaled again, gritted his teeth, and said, as the boss, you bear a lot of responsibilities. You can't watch Shield District, watch your brothers, and your territory fall into poverty and threats. Gleeward's breathing slowly quickened. Shut up. Gleeward's voice became exceptionally cold. Don't point fingers at other people's homes. But Thales did not notice his tone. He had been tortured enough by what happened that night. But now, I, the rich prince of a country with a lot of money, can help you. You have a chance to save Shield District, which no one cares about. You can rebuild it, and not just extort a large sum of money from the Star Killer, as long as you give me. Gleeward let out a low growl. Shut up, he said through gritted teeth. Thales greedily inhaled the next mouthful of air. He wanted to drag it out first, so that he could scoop out all the information related to Shield District and the place that the wheelchair warrior cared about. 6 years ago, when the calamity descended, I was there. I saw the people in Shield District. They were so innocent, but they had to go through such a calamity. Gleeward did not speak, but he began to tremble slightly. Thales felt that there was hope. He could not help but speak faster. You don't seem like a cold-blooded and selfish person, Gleeward. The chance is right before your eyes. You can't give up on Shield District just because you find it troublesome. You can't just stand by and watch them suffer, so that the dead cannot rest in peace. Rest in peace. When he heard this, Gleeward's body swayed violently. Shut up. His voice began to tremble, and there was a warmth in it that was difficult to ignore. Brat. Thales only felt that Gleeward's arm was becoming looser. I should be getting closer and closer to Gleeward's pain point. When he thought of this, he could not help but feel refreshed. After the calamity, the people of Shield District suffered greatly. They relied on you. They can't continue living like this. You have the responsibility to do everything in your power to protect them, help them, and save them. Gleeward's breathing became more rapid. Thales suddenly raised his voice. Gleeward. You can't run away. Your inaction not only makes it impossible for the dead to rest in peace, to those who are still living and suffering, this is no different from murdering them with your own hands. The moment the word murder came out of his mouth, Thales suddenly felt the hands around his neck tremble violently. His ears trembled, and Gleeward's shout, which he had never heard before, traveled into his ears. Shut up, shut up, shut up. The shocked Thales only felt that his ears were still ringing. Before he could relax, Gleeward's arm tightened around his neck again. So what now? Thales struggled in pain again, but this time, Gleeward's grip did not hold back at all. It was as if he wanted to strangle him to death. For some reason, Gleeward seemed to have descended into rage and madness. His voice also became increasingly terrifying. Listen up, brat. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Don't you dare lecture me. His arm was trembling, but he did not loosen his grip at all. It was a clear sign that his master had practiced the art of killing hundreds of times and had rich experience. Don't you dare lecture me on how to protect Shield District. Gleeward was agitated, as if he was on the verge of breaking down. 6 years ago, with the Soul Slayer pike in hand, I stood here, in Shield District, in the midst of endless blood and death. I fought against the damned blood calamity with my life, fought, Gleeward panted, but he paused a few times. Fought, Thales felt that at that moment, the teeth of this warrior, who was still strong and optimistic in the face of a group of opponents, were actually chattering. It was as if he had remembered his deepest nightmare. The next moment, Gleeward gritted his teeth and roared like a volcano eruption. When we fought to the death. Under the moonlight, the veteran in the wheelchair roared in pain and anger. You were still wearing diapers, drinking milk in your grandmother's arms. Thales could not care less about his ears, which were about to go deaf. His vision began to blur again. **T. This is a perverted sadist. Thales half closed his eyes and felt the torment of his empty lungs, as well as his desire to breathe and live. His consciousness gradually faded. But at the same time, a strange feeling surged through his body. The sin of Hell's River began to boil on its own again. It was like a restless and agitated beast. It was waiting for the moment to rush out of the cage. At least, it allowed the dizzy Thales to maintain his last bit of clarity. Under the double torture, the exhausted Thales trembled all over. With his last breath, he spat out a word, "No." At that moment, thump, 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 the sudden sounds of horse hooves and wheels rattling could be heard in the empty ruins of Shield District. A carriage arrived not too far away from them. "Chief Gleeward, your guest, have already." A lively and cheerful young voice rose into the air. The voice paused for a moment. With a ferocious expression, Gleeward raised his head and met the owner of the voice. He could not help but loosen his grip on Thales as he tried his best to restrain him. The purple-faced Thales breathed in air again. He coughed madly. He had inhaled quite a lot of saliva during the fight just now. The increasingly restless sin of Hell's River in his body gradually calmed down. The next moment, "Wah! Chief, I am sorry, I was wrong. No, I mean I shouldn't, I can't, no, I mean I won't tell anyone, no, I mean I didn't see anything, I don't know anything, I just came for a stroll tonight, no, I mean I didn't even come to Shield District tonight." Gleeward shook his head and tried to clear his mind. He looked at the carriage and its driver. "Is that Kevin?" On an uncovered freight carriage, a young coachman covered his eyes and shouted something in a frenzy. A hunchbacked figure was sitting in the cargo hold at the back of the carriage. He was coughing slightly. Gleeward was stunned. Tonight was different for Kevin, the poor boy from Shield District. He was supposed to drive this shabby, low-quality carriage and bring Chief Gleeward's guest to a special and remote place in Shield District. Kevin did not know why Chief Gleeward had carefully chosen this place to meet, but as long as it was the chief's order, he had to do it. That was Drew Gleeward, the man who single-handedly protected Dragon Cloud City during the legendary disasters of the Calamities and Hydra, Kilika. Yes, Kevin still remembers those years and those disasters. It's like a nightmare. But, when Kevin arrived at his destination and met the chief, he could not believe what he saw. "What is that?" Of course, Kevin was not referring to the corpses and blood all over the ground. As the manliest man in Dragon Cloud City, Chief Gleeward, who could command the wind and clouds, would not cause a storm of blood wherever he went. It was a teenager. Yes. A delicate-looking but thin teenager. Under the moonlight, the delicate-looking teenager sat in the chief's arms. He looked excited and in pain. The teenager placed his hands behind his back and placed them on Chief Gleeward's knees. They trembled slightly, as if he was touching and rubbing against something. His face was flushed and his lips opened and closed. He looked agitated and excited as he twisted his waist and moved up and down. When he saw this, Kevin's heart froze. No way. What about Chief Gleeward, who has always been open-minded and heroic? Kevin narrowed his eyes and tried to take a closer look. At that moment, the dignified chief of Shield District in his heart, the hero of the people, Gleeward, was sitting in a wheelchair, doing. Gleeward's rough and powerful left hand, which was missing 2 fingers, was intimately hugging the teenager's upper body from behind, pressing him tightly into his embrace. Gleeward's right hand was stretched towards the teenager's lower body, where Kevin could not see. It was also trembling slightly as the teenager moved. What? Kevin widened his eyes. His jaw almost dropped. That was not all. Chief Gleeward, who usually did heavy work with ease, was panting violently at that moment. His iron-like body rose and fell in sync with the teenager's suspicious rhythm. He moved to the left and right, up and down, and moved back and forth in a timely manner. The chief's face was contorted, and he was agitated. He even stuck close to the teenager's ear and gritted his teeth as he shouted some words whose meaning was unclear. It was as if he was venting something. Venting? Kevin's heart skipped a beat. This, Kevin's face turned paler and paler as he watched the two people moving excitedly on the wheelchair. He watched the teenager and the chief's bodies pressed against each other as they forgot themselves in pain and happiness. The old man in Shield District had told him that for a long time, there had been all sorts of girls and women living in Shield District. No matter how good, how beautiful, how good they were at managing their families and having children, the prestigious Chief Gleeward had never taken a fancy to any of them. The old man sighed and said to Kevin, "There's a reason." A reason? Kevin, who had goosebumps in his heart, felt that he had just found the reason why the chief was single. The young, poor boy did not dare continue thinking about it. With complicated emotions, he instinctively wanted to raise his whip and steer the carriage away. But at that moment, the ferocious-looking Gleeward raised his head. He met Kevin's gaze under the moonlight. Kevin was instantly stunned. "It's over. I found out the chief's secret. I will be killed, right?" Kevin's pained screams not only pierced through the air, but also made Gleeward wake up slightly. Thales gasped laboriously. He had already given up on negotiating with Gleeward. He was probably a lunatic. There was no way to talk to him. Boss, since I've never been to Shield District, that means." Poor Kevin buried his face in his hands desperately and shouted desperately, No, Chief Gleeward, I swear I didn't see anything." Gleeward frowned. He first cast a glance at the prince who was held hostage in his arms before he turned to the carriage impatiently. "Kevin." The chief of Shield District roared furiously, "Shut up." Under Gleeward's might, Kevin's voice came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been choked in an instant. "How many years has it been?" Another voice traveled slowly from the carriage. It was filled with endless emotions. "Old friend." Gleeward shuddered slightly. This voice, Thales was stunned as well. Isn't that?" In the dark, a wooden walking stick was extended out of the carriage shakily, followed by two frail and old legs. "I'm sorry, I came a little later than the appointed time." The person who came over with a hunched back got down from the carriage. When he saw the mess around him, he subconsciously frowned and covered his nose. "Oh, looks like you're still doing your old job." Gleeward stared at the person with a dumbfounded expression. He did not even notice that Thales was no longer struggling in his arms. "What the F***ck?" Gleeward opened his mouth wide and stared blankly at the visitor on the carriage. His expression was as if he had seen the dog next door laying eggs. "Damn it, I was wondering which immoral bastard sent the invitation. I didn't expect it to be you." The person chuckled softly. "Are you surprised?" "Tsk, you're not dead yet." Gleeward snorted softly. His emotions were complicated. The old crow. When he heard the familiar nickname, Thales struggled to turn his head and saw the person who came over. It was an old man with deep wrinkles and an ancient face. He was a scholar from Dragon Kiss Academy who had no proof of his qualifications. He was Gilbert and Putre's teacher, and also Thales and Saroma's teacher. The old crow, Merrill Hicks. At that moment, he was standing under the moonlight and nodding at Thales with a smile. "It's him." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.